to wake up. There you go, YouTube. You managed. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and pick up with a brand new colony. I was gonna say where we left off, but our colony died last time. We are planning on jumping right back in to do the Adam and Eve challenge. Again, for those who missed what this challenge is, basically we're gonna be starting with 2 pawns. It's effectively naked brutality, but with 2 pawns instead of 1. They will both have the beautiful trait, and the only reason for that is to get them into a relationship as fast as possible, and hopefully keep that relationship. Because the goal of the challenge is to start with the 2 pawns and build up a big colony. I don't have an official end objective to it. I've basically loosely said, you know, roll credits of non-specific, just roll credits. But it's more about, like, building up the colony to be as big as impressive as possible, with all of them coming from 2 colonists. I do actually have, and I haven't been good about promoting this. I'm not, man, every single day Notion has an update. I haven't been really good about promoting this. I do actually have a, what's the word I want to use? It's not a website. I mean, it is a website, but it's not like, this is the me having development history. I don't look at it and be like a website as in what you'd think. I do still want to do like the water source thing, even though it is really rough. Just because there's a total lack of places for food. But yeah, so I would like to sit there. The Rual MySpace page? No, so I was going to say, it is a website in the sense that it's, it is a website you can click on links and it will take you places and yada yada. But like me having like the software dev hat, yeah, it's cutting through. That's also an interesting tile. I like the water source one. That's what I'm trying to do, is I like the water source run just because I want to get a colony off the ground doing that tile because it's so ridiculous. But so far, it's one of those tiles they're like, oh, that's a baby tile for babies. It's gonna be super easy to defend it against fights, not realizing like the really quiet, subtle things that actually makes it pretty brutal. With random research, all that, I think desert's gonna be rough. Because for those who don't know, I'm running random research, no research. And what that means is I have no control over my research. You know, I'm gonna do 1 second. Caves. Get it out of here. Because I'm not, like, you don't travel to any tile other than the one you start on, so there's a whole thing. But yeah, so the website I've got, I'm using Notion. And all that is, it's like a OneNote, Evernote, whatever you want to go kind of application. But you can be like, make this accessible on the web. Maybe I'll sit down and make a proper website. But me having a software developer background who's actually made websites, it's like, is it a website? It's like, well, technically yes, but it's not what I would call a website. Like, it is just a tool like that I can just very quickly type something in and it's just there. As opposed to like proper web dev having to sit down there and, you know, set up your CSS and your HTML and whatever framework you're using behind the scenes to, you know, turn code and all that. It responds like to we get. What else do you want from me? Yeah, it'll respond to a get command. But like that's the whole thing. But for all intents and purposes, it is actually a website. It's just, you know, is what it is. Let's see here. Alright, that's the one that's going right over. Because this is still technically the same world. I just said, hey, cut the caves down to the minimum. Even when you say 0%, it still generates caves. It's just way less frequent. Yeah, it's not a good spot down there. But yeah, so I'm being picky about the tile, because, like, I want to do the water source one. I do know once it's off the ground, it'll be really powerful and all that. But I think it kind of caters to the slow burn that this colony is going to be anyways, since the only path to getting more colonists allowed is through having kids. Which does mean it is a very, very slow build colony. Probably going to be pretty cold. Yeah, so even with 0% caves, it still has caves. I do wish when I searched here, I could search for river source and gorge together. But it's... You can choose one or the other, so I can go to river source and it just takes me to one of these, which literally took me back to the one we were just looking at. Hello. I think you're where the river ends. Yeah, so get... That one's actually a little bit tricky, because that does mean there's 2 areas they can come in. Gotta have at least 5 scrolling pages of hamsters dancing with MIDI files. I remember that time of the internet. There's fond memories and not so fond memories of that time of the internet. There's definitely stuff from that time of the internet where you're like, man, this is pretty terrible. And marquees everywhere, and flash tags everywhere, so every website the letters would move around and blink, and all that crap. And then kind of collectively, the population was like, you know what? I hate this. And then it stopped being nearly as big of a thing. Alright, that much pollution here is going to potentially be a problem. And of course, we do hit a gorge source, and it's in our caves. The only reason I don't like caves is it messes with a lot of things. That'll do. That's good enough for me. So half the year grow season. So not all year round. Fluid ideology. And we went with human primacy as our choice here. Which just basically means we can't have bonded animals like cats and all that. They won't snuggle. The only things we do with the ideology is free and approved love. And I get rid of the clothing requirements because they annoy me. And we do the free and approved love, that way the kids can start happening before we have to wait on a marriage. Okay, so everyone's gonna have beautiful. And we do need to have 1 male, 1 female, and all that stuff. But we are gonna need to treat this kind of the same way you do with, kind of the same way you do with a Naked Brutality run. In the sense we need some people who have got some capabilities. Alright. Oh man, gourmand on a tile with no food at the beginning. Sounds pretty awful. So we're gonna be a little picky on what we bring. Nimble, sanguine, beautiful... Oh, no doctoring. So, no doctoring with... It's the same thing as like when you have Naked Brutality, if you've got one of your people with no doctoring or pacifist. Oh, that is real strong. That's definitely one that's staying. So that's our doctor construction person. You stay. You're gone. All right, so we need someone. Yeah, but basically it's like when you're doing Naked Brutality, you do not want a pawn that's incapable of doing a lot of things. Like that'll hurt you a lot more than you can imagine. Stop giving me no doctoring. Or people who... Okay. We're getting a lot of... Okay. Chemical interest... we can't do it because they're siblings. And they will not have kids if that's the case. I'm also trying to deliberately avoid things like bloodlust and all that, because that will lead to more social fights. And with what we're doing, if we have a bunch of social fights, they'll just break up, and then the run's dead on arrival. Okay, last time was on in time for actual character creation. Yeah, I mean, that's those things you get the colony off the ground, and then it goes for a long time, you don't have to worry about it. Pyromaniac would be the worst, but you still... I need plants in that. I'm mostly looking for someone who's either, like, generically fine, where they don't have a million things they can't do. Okay. So you're a very strong combat pawn, and you can cook. We don't have any plants or research in the whole colony, which is going to be genuinely pretty rough. But with that high level of passion and shooting, I think we can actually do okay, because that gives me cooking. So then, like, no matter what, with only 2 people, we're gonna have holes in here. Research as a whole, I'm down to accept, because I can just do that whenever someone has availability. Plants is a little rough. That does mean it's gonna hurt my food pretty hard at the beginning. which is something that's a weakness for this run. But yeah, there is a good chance we'll get some false starts. Just like Naked Brutality, sometimes you start your run and the game goes, malaria. And then your run is already over. Ooh, that is a really good place for that tree to be. So this will be harder to set this up here. I want to use this spot down here because having all that water in front of it will massively penalize the mobility of enemies. Yeah, and if I build back here, I'll have the... This is a good spot if I want to mess with that tree. What I gotta remember is... So, this is based off the Naked Brutality start, which I believe... Oh no, so they are... Oh, I always forget what makes them qualify as tribe. It's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and get things set up. 2 tags of recreation. I am going to immediately be like, yeah, you know what you're doing for recreation right now? You're praying to a tree. That's your recreation right now. Okay. And usually the way I start this, I'll usually tick the things they have any passions for. Firefighting 1, doctoring 1. When you only have 1 doctor, everybody's a doctor. I just realized we suck at taking care of kids and all that. That'll surely not come back to haunt us. You get to deal with all that. Yeah, so... Actually, we'll leave that way. Okay, so we got some major gaps in our stuff. Let's see, really good tree placement. That might actually be worth doing a psychic stuff. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, that is a really strong tree placement. Especially if I build my base back in here. This will be a natural slowdown choke point. Let's see. Oh, about the animated challenge. To Chuck E. Cheese with bad little kids everywhere. Oh, going to Chuck E. Cheese? No, we don't take our children to Chuck E. Cheese. No one should have to suffer through that. Alright, so you will be rice. And rice to begin with. Wildlife on the map. We do have a timber wolf, but the rest is fine. So, we're getting ready to get this unpaused real fast. And I know a lot of people are like, why is he pausing? All these other people do no pause, and they get this done faster. Yeah, well, I'm not those people. And one of the things I actually really appreciate with RimWorld is that I can stop and pause and talk to chat and all these other things. And it is a real bummer when I can't do those. So we do lots of weird challenges. Surprised that didn't flag. I guess only people does have 4. Okay. So we got two of those going. Butcher spot. Butcher forever. And we can unpause them and let them get to work now. But the plan here is I do think we're going to make our base back here. Forcing them to walk through this water. Like, genuinely, I could go here and put my defensive point there somewhere. And have the tree, like, in what is effectively the kill box. I'm going to choose not to do that, though. Because we're going to go full diggy hole. I'm going to actually... I usually don't put any type of defense like this up. I'm going to do it here. Alright, so, to see what we're doing right here, basically, there's going to be a little bit of traps here because I'm tired of, like, getting caught early game by one enemy that happens to be tough. Oh, I don't like that you're the closest one. So the problem with the Timber Wolf being the closest one is the Timber Wolf will hunt us eventually, and luckily this time we actually do have some skill. Wait. Oh, you're just stuff I can take apart. That's not the Ancient Danger. That's fine. I'm not going to run around disassembling. I mean, there's only one ruin. So I don't see the Ancient Danger. You can have up to 4 Ancient Dangers on a map, I believe. I've seen 3. I haven't seen 4. But I believe I can get that high. But a lot of times when you have these very mountainous maps, it'll be like the Ancient Danger will just be back here. And there are tricks to figuring out where it is. If you ever want, you could draft someone and then choose to melee attack and just wave the mouse over. And what'll actually happen is it will change to the fist as opposed to the no if you go to an open spot. So it's a way to find stuff like caves, ancient dangers, big openings, that kind of thing. I haven't had to use it in forever because I don't care. But all that. So yeah, so we're going to cut down these first 2 trees and get someone crafting bows as fast as we can. Please. You are going to starve to death if you don't get this under control. Okay, who is our less terrible crafter? And for now, cook, do forever. If it is made with meat, cook, do 10 times otherwise, and we won't worry about the rest. So I'm gonna let this person finish cutting down this tree. Hey, Alana, how's it going? This map is awesome. Just dropping off a lurk. For now, no problem. Well, thank you. For those who don't know, Alana Rama, absolutely fantastic content creator. Also plays a lot of RimWorld and all that. Been playing some 2 Point earlier today and all that. 2 Point Museum. Good times over there. Yeah, no, it's a fun map style. This is a river source gorge. I haven't got a colony off the ground on here because food is a real pain in the butt in this map. But I am kind of trying to go on my way to do that. I need you to cut down that tree faster. Because I need you to make some bows so I can hunt some animals. And that timber wolf is already stressing me out. Okay, cool. You go make bows. So I get someone hunting to make some level of food happen. Because usually on this map, there's like no berry bushes or anything to go after. I've got a couple of heal root up here I can add to the harvest list, but no berry bushes. Don't build it yet. Okay, you grab the bow. And I'm going to temporarily say you now have a hunting priority of 2. So you go do that. Wildlife, we are going to go after the 2 alpaca. Because those are going to give me some decent results. Alright, I know you want to do that, but I am going to insist that you go hunt the alpaca. Which are unfortunately a very big hike away. I'm waiting for that timber wolf to wait for the second that I've got these 2 split up to hunt. It's actually a reason I haven't named them yet. I have a bad feeling this timber wolf is going to end one of our people before I even get a chance to get anything going. Okay, so you just do your thing for a minute. Don't do that. We are literally going to starve to death if you don't kill that. I don't have a stockpile, so I didn't bring it back. Dumping stockpile. For right now, you'll just be over here. For the normal stockpile, you'll be here. You haul it back so they don't have to walk the whole way over here, since you're already over. Okay, we'll have to either scare off the timber wolf or fight it. One of the problems you run into with these tiles here is it does limit a lot of your ability to kite, because you have to like cut from one side of the river to the other, and if you can't quite get around the other side before you get caught, well, that's bad. Alright, so meanwhile, you go to your way to butcher. Yep, I want to get this going. Let's see, for when 100 pawns challenge with Randy... For when 100 pawns challenge with Randy on hard mode, I wouldn't do a 100 pawn challenge anyways, because that's a point that your game starts not running well. And very genuinely, I don't enjoy extremely high population colonies. Yeah, it's a CPU challenge. And honestly, Randy is the easy storyteller. And very last Lardine on their 435 stream streak. Catch the last 435 streams without missing a single one. So, thank you so much for that. Let's see, would it have been better to hunt the wolf first, maybe stand back and try and split them? I should, at the moment, I was sending one of them out ahead to make sure we secured food as quickly as possible. Obviously, I only got one thing of food there. And I'm trying to wait for the rain to go away so we don't take an accuracy penalty, but I do think we are hunting that wolf right away. You ran out of things to say for your streak because of a whole bunch of things, right? But yeah, no, I want to get one of these colonies off because I've not actually gotten a colony off the ground that is the river source. Just, if we look at the grow space, I've got one spot here, tiny bit there, nothing the whole way up here, a tiny spot there, and a tiny spot there. So it ends up being actually pretty okay when you go do all this. Get a text-to-speech. Yep. Text-to-speech, you there? Alright, well, whatever. So thank you, Flincha, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 4 months been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. And thank you again for that cage support. It means a whole lot, so thank you. Alright, I'm just going to accept that this wolf is about to hunt us.
Thank you, Burnin' Sun 1, for subscribing for 39 months. Oh yeah, I have that button to press as well.
Choo choo.
And thank you, Burnin' Sun, for the tier 1 sub. 6 months in advance, so I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. And so for that, thank you so much for the continued support. Not only getting 6 months in advance, but also on top of that, supporting the channel for 39 months now. So I do appreciate the continued support. And hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so I'm just going to wake you up. I was hoping to wait till the rain goes away, but I'm expecting this Timberwolf to hunt us literally any second.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So we're going to split up the two of them. Oh, it's coming back. Strange signal. I'll go ahead and say yes. That'll be the monolith. Please just hit it. I see you saying that, Murray, but I've already said I don't have any interest in doing that challenge. And you can say, oh, well, it doesn't hurt your CPU. I've absolutely seen this game bring top-of-line CPUs to their absolute knees at only, like, 30 pawns or so. So it's fine if you want to do that. It's just not a challenge that interests me. Okay, so stop shooting at it for a second. That rain penalty, it's pretty rough. I mean, if we get it solidly out of this entire area, that's fine by me too. Okay, you get back to work. Do not hunt that. It seems to be running the whole way down here. That's fine. I need to get more food coming in because I've got 8 units of alpaca meat. That's not gonna last. Monolith arrival. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so that means they'll probably hunt that rabbit for right now. Unfortunately, we really don't have much in the way of animals to hunt. No, literally, Mario, I will never run that. So if you're being like, oh, come on, do the 100 challenge. One, I don't even think that's a real challenge. For those who don't know, RimWorld actually does have a mechanic on the back end that it will make it harder and harder and harder for you to get new pawns as a way of trying to push down the numbers. So it's one of those things that as you get higher population, the game actually has a mechanic where it'll roll an instant death if you get shot at sometimes. And it will fudge those numbers higher and higher as your colony gets bigger and bigger. It'll also give you a higher frequency of unwavering people, and will also make sure to reduce the number of events that give you pawns. So, generally someone saying, hey, do a 100 colonist challenge, I'm like, cool, the only way you're doing that and it not be just boring as all get out is to turn around and mod your game heavily. Hey, the Ints, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I know you were doing the blueprints recently, and I do hope you had fun with that. Man, also, you're probably never going to see me do content that makes me suffer. I'm down for hard content, but content I just actively don't enjoy, I'll never do. Let's see, let's see. Death on Down Eccentric can be changed from the vanilla settings. Yeah, you can, but it just have to go into a lot of stuff. But, thank you again for that raid, I really do appreciate it. For those who don't know the Ints, go ahead and check out the Ints, they're absolutely fantastic. They do stream in German, but they've been playing blueprints recently and all that stuff, and good times are there. Let's see, start with 100 colonists, immediately kill 95 of them, convert the other 5 to Taco Eater, live like kings until the food rots. So 3 days, you're just doing good. Please actually kill that alpaca. Meanwhile, in the interim, we can go here and say furniture. So sleeping spots. Did you actually finish the alpaca? Where's the alpaca? If you have not killed an alpaca, get back to work. We will starve to death if you don't do that. Dark visions, because ravenously hungry. Surprising absolutely no one ever. Thank you. Now, downside is that means you are going to have to be the one to cook that because the other person had a break because they're ravenously hungry. Which is why I was like, you need to stay on that. It kind of sucks that we got to rain immediately because that basically made it that much harder for us to get any food at all to start with. But that is just the nature of how this goes. So butcher it. Okay, and they should go and eat food on their own soon. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and queue up the next 2 animals for hunting. There's a possibility we can go after a muffalo once both of them are up so we can grab it and try and kite it around, but I'll need them to split up, which they may or may not do on their own. Alright. Yeah, so your mood's improving. Oh, in hindsight, I should already be putting these... Oh, never mind, it's not considered indoors yet. You can work on that. It's a very funny coincidence. 404 hours in Helldivers 2, and the game crashed. Working as intended. We'll worry about mining that out once we got that going. That's a weird generation of terrain. That's because we are using the geological landforms mod. So when you look at the geological landforms mod, there's a bunch of different, like, special landforms you can do. So this one is Gorge River Source, but you have a whole bunch of them. So you have, like, Swamp Hills, one I really enjoyed to do a lot. So if you look at the preview up here, I got, like, a little spot of mountain, and it's just swamp all around. You've got, like, Atoll, which is just, you know, a little bit of sandbar with some rock on it. Then you've got, you know, Archipelago, which usually features no rock or metal whatsoever. It's just a sandbar and all that. But they got a bunch of them. So they've got, like, Rift, which is a little slice through the middle of the mountains. You've got Canyon, which is a really wide slice of the mountains. You've got, let's see, some of the more interesting ones. You've got, where is it? Caldera's pretty interesting, where you got, like, the big mountain range. Usually there's a big lake in the middle, too. Have you done a glacier map? Yeah, the glacier map, actually, it's kind of cool looking, but it doesn't really change much. Like, there's this ice patch here, but otherwise it's a normal map. Why did Twitch turn into a hyperlink? Twitch turns anything that's got a period with letters on either side of it into a hyperlink. Well, that's not helpful. Why did you wait till you were ravenously hungry when there was food? Okay, so we've got that. Do this. Carry some if you get to that point. Change defaults to use travel medicine as well. So, this is annoying. Because you didn't get to eat, did you? Of course not. So you need to be prioritized on hunting. Yeah, that'll be fine. So we can hopefully get that food. But yeah, Twitch's detection for links is pretty garbage. Just consume it. Because otherwise you're gonna starve. Meanwhile, wildlife. Oh, cool, we got some boar. So let's go ahead and run out and get some boar. So unfortunately, because they're having a break, we haven't had the opportunity to secure our food again. And we're not getting a bunch... Oh, we actually do have one berry bush here. Yeah, double-clicking out, there's one berry bush on the entire map. Please go back to hunting the boar. How are you so bad at this? You have like 5 or 6 aim skill in clear weather, and you're just like, nope, can't do it. Like, darn wrong. Sorry, 7. 7 aim skill. Yes, they're using a short bow, which isn't exactly amazing. At least I'm glad we're getting some levels on that before we're out here. Oh, come on. Don't go down to the wolf. I literally am trying to force you to hunt this so you don't starve. Someday you'll figure it out. Finally. Okay. Because what we'll eventually do is this guy will go out and be our hunting. You hate how often they just stop hunting? Yeah. I get it because they have other needs and then their schedule and all that gets in the way. So that's not unreasonable. That one doesn't bother me. The one that really bothers me is when you tell them, be like, cut the blight. And then they immediately stop doing it. You're like, that's not what I told you to do. It's like, I need you to cut the blight and forget all else. Or like the doctoring, where you're like, please doctor. And then 5 seconds later, they stop doctoring. It's like, what are you doing? Let's have you cook that real fast so that we get better stuff out of this. This will also help avoid the raw food penalty. I'm surprised they both had a mood break so early. I mean, they got ravenously hungry, which is pretty bad. Okay, so you're no longer wandering in sadness, so we'll bring that back down. And you'll focus on hunting to try and keep the food coming. That way we can start doing that. If it's forced work, they shouldn't stop. There's a balance between that on, like, should they stop or shouldn't stop. Because there's definitely some tasks I want to be like, hey, I would like you to do this. But, like, when you start having a mood, like, getting close to mood break, I'd like you to stop dealing with it. And then there's other tasks I'm like, no, you're closing this person's gaping wounds. Please don't stop closing their gaping wounds until said gaping wounds are, in fact, actually closed. Alright. Yeah, so they're gonna go really, really slow for this point. Let's go ahead and get them named, because that's been going long enough. So first, for Colony Mom, we've got Donkey Duff. And for Colony Dad, we've got Vortis Lost. Okay. And you're still upsetty spaghetti just because you haven't had a chance for it to update. Misspelled one? Oh, I see. It was a fat finger typo. There we go. There's a mad hare. Please hit it.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, so we did take one little ouch. It is bleeding, so we gotta deal with it so we don't get a an infection. Which is honestly pretty freaking annoying. But it is what it is. So you go to sleep. You tend to them. And then you romance them because we can. Alright, because that should give them a mood bonus for a while. And at least that's one thing out of the way. Okay, so Vortis is going to be focused on hunting. Are you using random research? Oh yeah. Almost always. Yay, 2 actual hits. Hey, actually killed it. Cool. Good job. So want to bring that, and then Donkey Duff will have to get up, despite being in pain. I mean, you're about to heal anyways. To butcher that and get it all set up and all that good stuff. Because we're going to need to get clothes happening relatively quickly. Okay. Get ourselves some more meals so we're not eating raw food to try and avoid the food poisoning as much as we can. So if you have to get a single unit of crop down, just two pretty unlucky like we had the rain at the beginning, was actually pretty bad. And then on top of that, just some other bad luck with some starting things. Nothing dire or anything like that, but definitely one of those ones that made it hard for me to get the food off the ground. And also, the plant skill of, what was it, 1? Yeah, the plant skill of 1 is going to be a pretty awful hurdle to overcome. But all I can do is have them work on it. That was, like, no matter what, you end up with a pretty big gap in your skill set at the beginning. And that was the gap in this colony. Is the utter lack of hunting, or sorry, the utter lack of plant at the start. Cool, so we got that one all injured. Go and queue up all the boars, and then once those are hunted out, we'll start working on rabbits and all that. Except that rabbit in particular. That rabbit dies sooner, because it just ate our meal. And the wolf's getting too close again, which is going to be, again, a problem. Alright. That means I have 2 boars ready. Cool. So we just chased the rabbit off. That's the important thing. Let's grab the both of you real quick and see if I can't deal with this timber wolf. Please hit it. Alright. Okay, so we have struck it twice. We did get a slight movement penalty. Move, move. Alright, so you're good. Yep, you're good. Okay, so Timberwolf dealt with. So that means I don't have to worry about the Timberwolf randomly hunting one of my people and then mauling them to death and eating them the moment I don't have them together. Okay, so we've got the name of the faction and the name of the settlement itself we gotta come up with. The faction, we've been just going with, like, the family just because it takes too long to come up with better names, and I don't like delaying the colony for, like, 45 minutes to an hour while we try and come up with a good name. As far as the settlement goes, I'm just gonna deal with the stone as home. Not the most exciting names, but I'm trying to not get stuck naming things forever and ever. So Donkey Duff should work at getting those meals cooked, the animals butchered, all that good stuff. And then we'll get back to desperately trying to at least get the farm started. We are going to be living very heavily off of the animals we can hunt around here, which is good because it will give us some combat skills. It's bad because once we start knocking these populations down, eventually we'll hit a point where a group of rhinos or something else will move into the area, and then we're going to be in really sorry shape. The real big worry is this tile has a fairly short growing season. It's also going to have a pretty cold winter as well. So those are two major concerns. But we're just going to have to live with that and just make do as best we can. Alright, for right now, leave those R2. We'll want to kill them, but right now I've got a little bit of a backlog, and this food doesn't stay good very long. It's 3 days for the cooked meals, I think 2 days for the animals. Or no, is it 3 and 5? No, it's 3 and 4. Okay, so you get the idea. I can only kind of set myself aside 4 days worth of food right now until we get the vegetables going. So we don't want to put a lot of time into a bunch of that. So you're my better one for crafting. Okay, so I need 60 fabric. And you only have 50 of each type of fabric. That's fine. Where are you going right now? Oh, you're stargazing, that's fine. You're doing your recreation so you don't have mood breaks. In the meantime, we'll go here and go furniture. We're going to start moving them inside. Obviously, I don't want them living in this hallway long term. But for the time being, that's going to be start. That'll also give them the love-in bonus since they're a couple now, once we get them in the same bed. So I can start getting that moved along. On top of that, we'll just go zone, dumping stockpile, right here. Storage. You know, that's actually fine. No animal corpses, though. And the reason I want to have no animal corpses here is they'll rot faster. But with this, we should be able to help a lot of stuff. We're also... I mean, there's growing space there. It's fine. Okay. But the start of this colony will be a little bit on the slow side as we first start ramping it up and all that good stuff. That's not unusual. It is just kind of one of those things that... It's just like Naked Brutality in the sense that you can usually get a second colonist pretty quickly in Naked Brutality. They may not be the colonist you want, but you can usually make it happen. You know, you'll just have like a random joiner, or you'll get like the kid who runs away, or if you're willing to push your luck, you know, get the Empire, I forget, the deserter, that's the word. You'll get the deserter, whatever. Yeah, I want Vortis to keep going, working on that, because if we get that indoors, that will help keep some of the stuff good longer. Not the food, it's still going to rot in the same time, but a bunch of these fabrics and all that for making clothes and all that. Alright. I'm gonna change those priorities, because with that they'll be able to make clothes, because I am gonna need those. And I'm kind of accepting I'm probably not getting anything grown here in the first year, which is concerning, because I'm probably gonna end up having to hunt buffalo or something like that. Which, if I can catch them apart, that's easy enough. Alright, so we got our first attack. One person. Not really too much of a threat to us. They've got terrible melee and all that. We're gonna let them run this way and then fight them kind of on our terms. Because I don't have to worry about them burning down my field that doesn't exist yet. Okay. For right now, let's split up our people between here and here. And that's to force it so he can only chase one of them. We have the water between them. The cover doesn't really matter. He's going to try and run up in melee, so it doesn't do anything. Yeah, so they're probably going to go after Vortis. But then the idea is I can kite him with whomever. Start running, please. Donkey Duff, please. There you go. More like that. We're gonna go wide so Donkey Duff doesn't shoot past Vortis as much as possible. Alright. Doesn't matter how terrible your clothes are, and they are pretty terrible. We are going to immediately strip those clothes, and please haul that medicine out of the water. Okay, and you're not getting back up, are you? Yeah, no, you're dead. Let's see, you're not in this new colony, right? No, we just started it. Okay, and we are making our very first clothing. So that's good news. I do have plenty of meals on standby for about 3 more days. At which point we'll want to hunt when those start to get close to going. We do want Vortis to have some time building, so I can hopefully start getting all the stuff inside. Alright, so Donkey Duff, while its clothes are going to basically fall apart in not very much time, does at least have clothing on. Oh, and get rid of this. And make sure you have a spot here as well. Yep. Alright. You weren't with the faction we can befriend, right? No, you're wasters. That means you're dead to me. In the meantime, let's go in here and say stockpile. Do that. Stockpile. Delete it from there. That way they start putting all the stuff inside where it won't rot from being outside. Okay. So how long do we have left in the food? 3 days? We've got 13 meals. Let's not bother hunting again yet. I want to hunt when we get probably down to like 6 meals, or if they get down to like a day before they rot. And immediately, Donkey Duff is going to have a baby. That was quick. It do be like that though. Which we do need, there's a pro and a con to that. We do need that because that's the only way I'm allowed to get more colonists in this challenge is by having children. The downside is once we start that, it will get down to the point that we have basically one colonist only able to put about half their time in on actually, you know, those kind of things. I am noticing you are no longer planting and you are now cleaning, which makes me concerned. We can't be already reaching the end of our grow season. I know it's only like half your grow season if I'm not mistaken. 6th of September? No, we should still be in our grow season. Did I actually mess up your priorities? Oh, you have clean set higher now. That's, you know what? Take that back down a notch. Right. That's fine. As much as I would like that, I do want Donkey Duff to at least work on getting that skill up, even if it doesn't get where it needs to be. Alright, so we're getting that all set up. That's just gonna take time. Transport pod crash. We have one of the pigskin people. It is unfortunate that they certainly died immediately on impact. And there was certainly nothing we could have done to prevent it. And that all their clothes popped off spontaneously for no discernible reason on impact as well. Real shame, that one. Real shame. Wouldn't honestly be the worst pawn in the world if we weren't doing this challenge. Okay, well, at least both of them have clothes now. Not good clothes, but it's better than nothing. Because it's going to be a cold winter. Good practice medical on them? Nah, I wanted them to keep focusing on what they got going on. Like, I could have patched them up. My fear with that is I've actually had it where I start patching them up like that, and then they pop back up and start meleeing me. I've had that happen more than once. Usually Neanderthals. But pigs, you know, pigskins, you have like the robust, right? No, you don't have robust. I don't know why I thought they did. Real shame is you're sitting there smoking. Yeah, where we just went over and like, just, you know, grabbed their smokes and just been like, real shame they didn't make it. Real shame, that one. Alright, once we get in here, this will temporarily become a crafting room. Ultimately, this will be our defensive position. This is where, like, our actual people stand for the defensive position. And the actual base will be back here. You know, and we'll just build it as sprawling and as large as we can make it happen with all this. How much longer left on the food? 2 days? I think we just ignore it for right now. And go one more day before we start hunting again. Also, all that. The marriage is on. Cool, they're getting married already. And meanwhile, you're gonna get hunted, and the reason I'm prioritizing hunting it is that it's gonna eat my meals. And so it's like, alright, go get rid of the thing that's gonna eat our food, and also it will become food. And I'm just grabbing those clothes because we don't know what we're going to end up needing to keep the hypothermia away. And so for right now, I'm grabbing whatever we can. Wanderer joins. Rejected, because it's against our rules to accept a wanderer. Meanwhile, we're at the point that I do need to bring in more food, so we will hunt the other two guinea pigs. The 2 wild boar, because those are the highest amount of food per animal that we can hunt safely. If the muffalos split up, we will go after one, but as long as they're bunched up like that, there's a decent amount of risk in doing it. There is a chance, if we do get to that point, what I'll end up doing is like shooting the boom rat nearby to scatter them and then hunt one. But I won't worry about that until we're getting to the point that needs to happen. I am anticipating that being a thing we'll have to do is to hunt basically whatever shows up here. Where did our food go? Oh, they actually brought it inside. Cool. Because unfortunately, that food isn't going to last the day. So that's the reason why we're getting back on to hunting. And Vortis immediately getting high again. And also immediately shooting over the shoulder of their fiance, like, hey, you know what? It's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, so we will stop hunting that hare and go after the boar. Oh, did the boar leave the map? Okay, so we still have one boar left. I don't know what happened with the other boar. We don't have any animals that'll eat ours. Good, at least you got that one. So the next one, we'll put the raccoon on the list. And then honestly, for all these small rubbish animals, just go for it. So food is going to be pretty rough here for a minute, because the time it takes me to hunt a squirrel, we will likely have already consumed those kind of calories worth of stuff. Unless you one-tap it. My apologies, I've underestimated you. I only see two. Where's the last one? Oh, are there only two? Did the third one leave? Oh, the third one left. Weird. If we can get them to scatter, we probably should hunt them. But usually the easy way to get to scatter them is find something else nearby you can shoot at, like a wall or whatever. They'll naturally run away once you start shooting. And they won't run away as a group, typically. So then you just figure out which one breaks away from the group and you pick them off. But want to do that sooner rather than later. Nope. Okay. So we still got the boar and the rat here. So once they cook that, we will, get them to hunt one of the other critters here. One of the big ones, hopefully. Because I have a feeling if I also don't go for it, they're going to get off the map and we'll be hunting squirrels again. Are you just one-tapping them now? I mean, I'm down for it. Yeah, we'll definitely want to move all that stuff to be inside. The one down thing is by having them focus on this. A lot of stuff, other stuff isn't getting done. Okay, so we've got clear weather, we got all that. Let's run up here and let's go get ourselves one of the muffalo. So plan of the muffalos, I'm just going to shoot in the general area to scatter them, and then we will see what we can make happen. Alright. Looks like we got ourselves a winner over here. So once it's not running away from me at speed, split them up. I put some hits into it, not enough to kill it. Because we don't even need to sit here and like hunt it all at one time. If we can just put some hits in to make it bleed, that's good enough. Alright, that's good enough. Because it'll die on its own. And we can just take care of ourselves. And as far as killing the other Muffalo, I'm hoping it'll stay on the tile for a bit longer. And that once this Muffalo's meat starts to go, then we grab the next Muffalo. Okay. Meanwhile, we can uncheck all of you for right now. Because that Muffalo will feed us for a while. As you're watching a VOD from the last M&A earlier today, so I guess the settlement went... Oh yeah, no, that's it's the exact same as like when you're doing a Naked Brutality run, where like sometimes you get bad luck. So the one we had, one of our people get malaria, and one of the challenges that the Adam and Eve run is because you depend on having both the starting pawns. If either of them die, your run is scuffed. You can just get unlucky with some stuff. So we had one went to malaria. The other one we got into a situation where the only thing I could do to get food was rhinos. So I had to try and make that work. And the fact that we're on a new run, you can figure out how that went. That's a question. You've been playing RimWorld for 2,000-ish hours, and it's starting to feel... Let's see. And it started feeling dirty. When does that feeling subside? What do you mean by... I need you to elaborate on what you mean by it's starting to feel dirty. Like, what do you mean by it's feeling dirty? So, fueled stove. You think you paused the 4th run, and it was after the rhino? Yeah, no, that was the whole thing. Because I know we lost 1-2. We had the anomaly event with the perfect pawn show up, which is a pawn that has extremely high stats. And per the rules of the run, I couldn't allow them to join. And when I told them to piss off, they went hostile. And a person with a knife with 18 melee versus 2 people rocking like 4 ranged and melee without traps or anything set up. It went about how you expect. I tried to get where I could get a hit or 2 in to hopefully kite them, and with our terrible shooting, that just never happened. Then we had the one to malaria, the one to the rhino, and then there was one after that. I don't remember how the one after that went. Because this tile, like, food is a real problem. Like, we got all the animals here, but that usually doesn't stick around long. As they start killing off all the vegetation, the animals start just leaving the map really early, unless you hunt them actively. But if you're actively hunting them the whole time, your whole base just kind of stalls. And so that's fine with, like, a regular Naked Brutality, because you can just wait for someone to join, or for a drop pod to land, or a crash landing, or one of those things that you can snag a second person. And then also a lot of those runs, you usually end up going cannibal, just because that makes it way easier to manage. But those... I mean, technically the cannibal thing isn't against the rules, but I won't do it anyways, just in general. It's not that I literally never run cannibal, but I almost never run cannibal. Psychiatry in the top crevice? Yeah, I don't remember. Alright, so one thing that's going to need to happen here, I'm going to need to tell him to cut some of this steel so I can get the art things. Production. Butchering table. Furniture. Yeah, so be probably there. And they're gonna try and move this all inside so they're not doing everything out there. Bill, butcher, do forever. And those meals still have 3 days. There's not enough muffalo to matter. It's gonna rot, that's fine. Alright, so we're finally getting ourselves carved in here. That's good. You're still just cutting down trees because they're doing that weird thing where they cut down all the trees before planting a single crop. I've accepted by the time they get anything down, it's going to be too late for it to grow anyways. So I'm basically just having Donkey Duff grind up their planting skills so that hopefully in the future they'll be able to do something there. We're just going to have to depend on hunting for this season. And in the meantime, they're just going to drag stuff in here each day. Drifter. So, per the rules, I'm not allowed to take this colonist. So they're not actually that tough of a colonist so far as in a fight. They do have melee, but they don't have a weapon. So we are going to reject them because per the rules I may not accept them. But I am going to try to make this as safe as I can for myself. Again, they don't have a weapon, which does really help our cause. They do have a couple points in melee, but the lack of weapon should help a lot. Who is our better shot? You're going to be able to stand back. Okay, so Vortis. Go talk to them. Donkey Duff, you get in position to be ready to defend in case they go hostile, because that's a normal response they do when you reject them. Not always. Send away. Okay. They did leave willingly, so we don't have to worry about that. Because, yeah, I could kill them for their clothes, but their clothes aren't actually that great a shape anyways. So I don't really have much of a need to do that. Now, downside is I believe we do take a mood penalty for that. Denied joining. Yeah, so that's going to be early on an annoyance that, we are going to be having the game trying to aggressively give us colonists. It's just the thing RimWorld does. Just the same as when your colony gets too big, it starts trying to fudge the numbers to cause you to lose colonists easier. It also fudges the numbers to prevent you from getting colonists as easy. But it is one of those things that it also goes the reverse as well. If you're very low on colonists, the game will try to kind of throw colonists at you as well. Let's see, you're starting to feel like it might be an obsession with primitive violence. You do it for money, and you're doing it fun. You're 34. Is the fun ruining your life? No. Like, if you're genuinely feeling icky with the way you're playing the game, just play the game a different way. And if you're still feeling icky, just do something else. Like, I wouldn't say I was ever in the situation playing RimWorld that I was, like, genuinely like, oh, this is so terrible, this thing I'm doing. It is ultimately a video game. But yeah, I know if it's bothering you, just find something else to do. It's the beauty of it. There is no shortage of stuff out there to do. So, if you're not having a good time, if it's bothering you, whatever, just do something else. It's not that hard. The classic... You know, however you're playing the game, if you're having fun, congratulations, you're doing it correctly. The inverse is also true. If you're playing a game and you're not having fun, you are probably not playing the game in a way that is, you know, quote-unquote correct for you. Alright, so clear. Do not allow rotten. Only allow animal corpses and preferred. So if they will take the animal corpses, they'll put them in here for cooking. So meanwhile... Deconstruct that. Do not fuel it. Deconstruct that. We'll want to get the crafting spot in here as well. Well, we can just deconstruct that crafting spot for right now, and I'll move it in here in a minute. By a minute, I mean I'm just going to do it now, because otherwise I'll forget. Okay. But yeah, no, if you're playing a game and the fact that the game includes content that is, you know, it's bothering you, you'll certainly have people be like, oh, well, that's just silly. I don't necessarily think that's true in itself. Like, it's fine to be like, hey, you know what? I just don't like contextually what this game is doing. Yeah, it's still a video game. But, like, if it's bothering you, just... It's easy enough to be like, you know what? This is bothering me. Because it's actually one of those things that does happen. Like, right now, there's a lot of difficult things going on in the world. that a game you used to enjoy, it kind of hits too close to home in the moment. That you're like, you know what, I've loved this game in the past, but right now, because of what's going on in real life, real world problems kind of thing, it's just too much bringing this to front and center of mind, or it's ringing too close to this thing that I otherwise wouldn't care about, that maybe it's not a good time for me right now. And that does happen. That's totally fine. But I will say it's not ruining your life to be like, hey, I'm playing this game and it's violent. Like, you don't load up Doom and you start wrecking a bunch of things and be like, have I become a bad person? It's like, nah, man, it's a video game. It's fine. Now, it is a problem if, you know, you're playing Doom all the time and you're wrecking demons and all that and, like, buzzsawing their face and all that. And you go to work and you stare at your boss and you can't help but just picture buzzsawing their face, like, visibly doing that. Maybe there's a point it's like, alright, hang on. There's the whole not being happy with the boss. But if I'm, like, fantasizing murder, maybe if that's more than just once in a long while, maybe it is the thing to be like, okay, maybe I just gotta calm down a little bit on some of these games. That it might be messing with my headspace in possibly a not healthy way. But again, more of that is what you're dealing with outside of said video game than the actual game itself being, like, problematic or something. That said, there are games that give me the ick. There are games that the whole premise of the game is to do something, like, particularly awful, that, again, it is one of those things that just, it hits too close to home of actual problems in the world, and you're just like, nah, man, I know it's a video game and it's pretend. But even then, it's a little scuzzy. Alright. So as a reminder, we do have the random research, no research mod, so you'll notice I don't even have passive cooler unlocked, literally no science to speak of. We do have to research it all, and I don't have a research button here. Basically, we went to our R&D department and said, hey Randy, here's the keys. And Randy's like, cool, I will not let you down. And then got a dice and rolled the dice to decide what we're going to do first. We still research the same way where you go up to the bench. It's just I don't know what it's being applied to. I actually do. I was going to say there are some unfortunate cheeky stuff that does break. I actually know that the first science it's rolled is complex clothing, because unfortunately the mod doesn't hide it here. So I actually click on the bench and pay attention. It happens. I just noticed out of the corner of my eyes, so you get the idea. It has randomly selected complex clothing. It's the same value and everything. But from this UI, I wouldn't know it. Actually, you know what? They changed it. That's slightly highlighted, so I actually can tell what it is. That's kind of a bummer. It used to be better, but after the 1.5 update, there was ways it would bleed through that you could see what it was. Which it's fine. Honestly, the what it is doesn't matter as much. There's not many opportunities I would change my gameplay about knowing what I'm getting. One of the only exceptions is if I was in a position to be able to take advantage of a geothermal and just happened to be there. I have lost track of our food. Okay, grab the both of you. It's time to get that other muffalo, I think. Because the other muffalo will be good food. We can make that happen easily enough. And that'll be good. So you are going to be a bit slowed, which is our big danger here. How many do we have? A bunch of deer? Just the two? Yeah, we'll hunt the muffalo. Because then I can hand it over to Vortis to hunt on their own. Because once Donkey Duff goes third trimester, they're just going to be so slowed that hunting in this manner is going to be dangerous for them. Because the animal will just be faster. Okay. Okay, and it'll just run you all the way back over here. And sorted. But before it goes too far, I need you to butcher that. Then we can worry about from there. Alright, so then the next time we have to go out, since I no longer have something dangerous to hunt that's going to give me a lot of yield. Did you... Wait, where's the muffalo? Where'd the muff... Oh, the muffalo's there. Oh, it's because the raccoon started eating it. It canceled us butchering it. It is a thing that the game does. Because this raccoon's eating it, that's considered in use by someone else. I do very much dislike that mechanic. I get why it is programmatically, but it's kind of one of those things of like, if I've already done a thing and it's just queuing up the next action, don't let something intervene to cancel it. It's fine. They'll bring it indoors, they'll butcher in the morning. It's not that fine. So you're gonna drop that off. And you're gonna butcher and cook it immediately. Okay, you consume that, you can cook in the morning. Okay. So we got some meals sorted out. Are you not sleepy? Because we canceled you being forced to cook. It's fine, I'll go sleep here in a minute anyways. The next thing we need to do that I've been snoozing on, and I do this like every other run, is I fail to build my recreation stuff at the beginning. And I do it like every other run. That I don't notice until things start going to the point where people are getting upsetty spaghetti due to lack of recreation. Okay. Complex clothing for the tile we're on is honestly not a bad thing to get early. I won't have much materials to do with it, like we are getting some leather and all that. But as far as raw numbers, it's not that much. Okay. So we're getting some recreation done. Alright, so we got another attack immediately. Person with club. They have really good melee. Really good melee. Can we get mushrooms for food? Yes, once we go tunneler, that won't happen immediately. So we're gonna have to wait on that. So this is a person, I gotta be careful about Lynx. Because if a Lynx gets on top of us in melee, someone is probably going to get seriously hurt. So we are gonna go ahead and run you two over here. You're taking too long, you're gonna run over here. So hoping for a good solid hit. Said hoping for a good solid hit. Switch positions, Vortis. Come on, hit Lynx. So how much are you slowed? Okay, so you're really slowed, so that's actually pretty good. Nicely done. Yeah, because that was definitely one, if he would have gotten us into melee, someone would have potentially gotten seriously hurt. But, didn't happen. We just kited them. Because the other one we got going on is because of having a kid, we are getting a movement speed penalty. After a while, when we get to the third trimester, it gets to be really a high penalty that I will need Vortis to grab the attention of anything attacking to kite it, and just make sure we keep it off Donkey Duff until, you know, babies happened and all that stuff. Once baby happens, especially if we get like 2 or 3 kids up at the same time, we will reach the point of effectively having one pawn half time actually doing colony stuff, whereas, like, you know, we just won't have the availability to take care of a lot of the other things, because you'll just be busy, like, making kid food, feeding the kids, doing that kind of stuff. And it'll just be a huge thing. We're not going to be able to make the baby food, so we are going to have Donkey Duff breastfeed and all that, which is fine. I just usually prefer using the food you cook, because it doesn't leave the mom, in a starving state afterwards. So, double whammy of feed the kid, then feed yourself. Instead, with the food, you just feed the kid and you're set. Alright, it's gonna be hard to get some research time in here as well. And we've done this challenge once before Anomaly was a thing. And I think we got up to 27 kids before ultimately the colony fell. Which basically boiled down to, once we had a fight that we actually took some level of losses, which is, I think, 3 colonists died in one really bad impid fight. It was either impids or mechs. But once we had that, the catch with everyone being family is literally everyone gets the whole my sister, my brother, whatever died, which means you have like a -20, -30 mood penalty or whatever it is for, what is it, like 30 days? So 2 whole seasons. And when you have a colony of like 20-something people and everyone's effectively got minus, what was like -80, -90 on it from just the family deaths, and then you have on top of it, colonists lost and all that. Like, we figured out, I think I had to break even. I need like 3 layers of catharsis on top of each other. And without having access to Mind Numb Serum, because, again, Anomaly didn't exist yet, there was just not enough you could do to mitigate it. So the whole colony was just perpetually melting down. And then that started... When I say a spiral, it wasn't so much a spiral, where, like, everyone's got a little bit of a mood penalty and it gets a little worse and a little worse and a little worse until the whole colony burns. It wasn't that spiral that happens. It was just, like... someone just pulled the floor out of the entire tank and just watched all of it drop, that everyone started going ballistic. Alright. And then adding on top of that, they're getting sick a lot. Let's have you clean up in here before you push that farther. And I just want to prioritize that really quick here, because otherwise we increase our risk of food poisoning, since this is technically the kitchen. Get yourself some food real fast, and then we'll get you back to work. This is technically the kitchen, so it is one of those things, if we let it get too awful, we'll just get a much, much higher risk of food poisoning. And food poisoning at this stage can be pretty brutal and is also not unlikely. Okay. So we're gonna have gold here from the looks of it. And then what we'll probably do... How much longer do we have in those foods? 1.6 days, that's fine. Alright, Boomalope kinda suck. Because those will likely get down here and start eating our food. And they're another one that if you anger one of them, you might get all of them. And then on top of that, if they get too close when you kill them, they explode on you as well. So that's just what it is. Yeah, it's Vortis going to sleep because her sleep schedule's all jacked up. Oh. Honestly, Honestly, a shame that I couldn't influence to get like a really good chance of a neck hit, because that'd be an easy one to pop off and get one there, but we don't have that ability, so while it is injured in the point that one hit could very likely kill it, the odds of that are pretty slim. More realistically, we hit it 2 or 3 times, cause it to go Manhunter, and then we lose a colony. Yeah, so we'll hunt these ibex and probably the raccoons next. So the ibex first, because those of the animals present will be the ones that give me the most food. They're also not bad positioned up here. The raccoons are also not bad positioned. But yeah, we're going to want to keep working on it. One of the other things I'm going to do is I haven't done it yet for this one. Is usually one thing I'll do is I'll choose like an area. So let's go like that. That basically what I'm doing is I'm including the area I'm going to be growing my crops in. And then I'll basically set all animals to be hunted and restrict us into said area. 1 second. Okay, never mind. From back there, it looked like that was brick instead. I was like, oh, did I look over the ancient danger? Nope. But yeah, so the idea is I don't include the rest of this tunnel, but just anything that goes back in this little passage here. We can go to wildlife. Actually, here. Schedule. You're all restricted to Area 1. Wildlife. You may hunt any animal that gets into that area. And so the idea behind this is as we're going to start having animals running over here to eat our crops. Please stop shooting past your fiance. I wish there was like an AI thing to be like, hey, you know, it would take some level of factoring in what is the risk of you accidentally hitting your own pawns. Not that it would, like, fully take control, but on little tasks like hunting, they wouldn't just utterly ignore the risk. I think the animals all ran in here and ate our packaged meals. I'm gonna have to close that door for now. I didn't want to, but it is what it is. And I do know they're in here. They're already set to hunt, though, so we will get rid of them over time. Yeah, so it'll actually let our food act as a means of getting us more food. Okay, so for right now, we don't have a good place for the kid, but I will build a crib in there. We're clearly going to want to go back here and open up more space for the bedroom and all that. What I'll do is I'll probably next move the bed back here somewhere, and then we will smooth out the tiles in this area. That's really slow and very, very time prohibitive, but if I don't make this room more presentable, as we start losing our bonuses early on that help us, it'll become a problem. We'll also need to set up a fire for temperature later. I'm avoiding that for right now. Stop. Stop. Just hunt the rabbit. There you go. The rabbit was constantly breaking line of sight. The rabbit was definitely knew what was up and trying to help. Alright, so here comes the first boomalope. We knew this was coming. More than likely, I'm going to probably just have to accept this fate with these boomalope. Unless we can manage to get them to split up a lot. Okay. Ritual opportunity soon. I gotta watch. I didn't check this. So one thing we need to check is, with our rituals, making sure they don't automatically cause a joiner. Okay, fully recharges psychic power. Nearby complex. That's fine. Because there is one of the results there. That'd be another thing we'd change. If we accidentally get one of those that automatically gets someone to join you, that'd be against the rules. So we do have a tiny bit of rice down. Unfortunately, the season is going to be changing soon where we're no longer in the grow season. The temperature outside is starting to cool off. So let's go ahead and plunk you down there as fall has officially begun. Okay, you changed outfits. So you plunked your clothes on the ground over here. That is what it is. And pretty soon we're going to probably have to let our people out to go hunt some of the other animals here for a bit. So all in all, a little bit of a slow start, but that's not unusual for this. A lot of time is going into butchering and all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile... do I have a lot of a fabric? How much is it for the sleeping bag? 85. We are nowhere near it. So go furniture, double sleeping spot. We'll plug that right up there. And then when Vortis gets up, we're going to delete this bed. We're going to try and slowly move our stuff back here. So we can go here, set owner. They can both be there. All right. So we're just moving everyone back in farther.
Thank you Dragonfall97 for subscribing for 16 months.
Thank you, Dragonfall, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 16 months you've been subbed to the channel, so a year and 4 months. I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a heck of a lot, and thank you again for that continued support. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so we are whittling down the population of animals, even without leaving our little spot here. Alright, bills, burn apparel, do forever if the apparel is tainted. Bills, burn apparel, do forever if it is below... I normally want it higher than that. That and is not utility and is not armor. That way some of these ones are laying in the ground that got like 19 left in them. Donkey Duff's baby prep. Okay, so it's basically warning me that the baby will be soon. Is this a vanilla generated location? No, this is using a mod called Geological Landforms. It lets you get a lot of really cool different tiles types. So one of the ones I usually show off when people ask that question is we go terrain here, so I can go search landform nearby. So this one is known as a river source gorge, but you got all these different ones. So we can go here to Swamp Hill. So like Swamp Hill, you got this big chunk of rock, and it's nothing but solid swamp the whole way around. You've got Archipelago, which is a little sandbar. That this one is really, really rough because there's no stone or metal on the tile, which makes it really hard to build much of anything. So they all have their pros and cons. So this one you probably look at and go, oh man, that's gonna be the strongest tile ever. That is amazing. Yeah, from a straight up standpoint of fighting, it's pretty solid. Food is absolutely horrendously bad. Because this is one grow spot right there. There's a tiny one here, farther away. And there's a tiny one up there. And the animals obliterate it. So you end up having to depend on the animals. So you smoked smoke leaf and got downed by it. A tradition as old as time in the Rim. Okay, so you're gonna start hauling and cleaning and doing those things. That's good. That's been way overdue. I'll let you do that, and then we'll get smoothing out those walls. So you should get up pretty soon. You personally like Crater or Valley more? Yeah, so I haven't really done this tile set before. It's like getting a colony off the ground, which is part of the reason I'm motivated to do it. It seems like it'd be interesting for just a different one. I have done Crater before, which is this one. So you have like one big way in here, and then a big opening. I've done that one before, and like done a colony. And then you said Valley? Which one's Valley? Oh yeah, Valley is like the really, really wide area. Yeah, that one's probably fun. But yeah, no, it's I think the most fun I've had with one is Atoll. We did a hospitality run with Atoll, and that was a lot of fun, having like the tropical bungalows made out of wood on the water. It was a rough one with like no metal to speak of. So I had to trade for what we got most of. Anyways, so what's going to happen here, chat, is we have hit the ad break. It is around that time that my wife gets home, so this is my quote-unquote long break of the stream. It's about 5 minutes. I just run downstairs, welcome my wife home, and then from there, you know, throw something in the oven real fast and come back up. So it'll be about 5-ish minutes. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and we'll pick up where we left off with RimWorld, and thank you again for tuning in. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you. Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you one birthday every year. But there are 364 birthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer.
Love, you sleep well. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Let's get advanced lighting. That can be very useful for biotech. Let's move that so I can actually get around without dropping silverware, just like I did. Excellent. Perfect. I'll deal with that later. Keep the thread on one side of me. This is not good. Alright. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people, when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised.
Must have time to gather.
My champion, energize the spears.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone!
Oh. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Ooh, actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about that. We'll get back to it. Bit hard could be sinkhole. Let's see. A bit hard could be the sinkhole. Oh, I missed the context. It's probably referring to one of the clips. I don't know which one that'd be. Cool. So Donkey Duff is back up now that they're not stoned anymore. Donkey Duff said, I would work on the cooking until I got high. I would butcher the animals until I got high. Ooh, you're gonna be super slowed. Yeah. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how it's going? That's, I've run into that one a lot of times. Usually it's food poisoning, and then while they're upset from the food poisoning, they then get high and get downed. I've had that so many times. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is right now we're going to unrestrict them, because I really need them to get me food. So get all the small animals out of here. Because Vortis, when they get up, is going to need to deal with getting some more food in here. I'm not going to worry about that. We got other things to deal with. Because we got 3 meals here. They do have 2 days and 4 days till they go bad, but that's not enough. Especially since we're going to end up needing to breastfeed the kids, since I just don't have any plants to make baby food. It means mom's going to need to eat a lot. Don't run off the map. Please don't hit the boomlope. Okay, finally. Cool, we got another one that's somewhat injured that may or may not die. That's fine. Sinkhole is a mountain surrounded by caves and insects. Oh yeah, no, it's I missed the context of why sinkhole came up is all. A bit hard. Oh, a bit hard could be sinkhole. Yeah, for those who don't know the sinkhole one, that's another geological landform. It's honestly one of the mods I recommend more than anything else is this one, because just doing one of these other map styles could be things. So sinkhole's an interesting one because it's a fully mountain map with a tiny little spot in the middle. Usually has some water in there too. There's actually a pretty big open spot in the middle, but you get the idea. There's also just like the straight up cave ones. Oh, I chose not a good tile for it. Yes, there's one like that. That's in our sinkhole. That's not a good example. Yeah. Not actually fine. It's probably because I turned the cave systems down really low. They could have this like whole path through the mountains that's all caves. And they can be fun because it's a tile that basically your whole thing is underground. Which, if you go and you skip right to being tunneler, then that one ends up being like really, really strong. Did you get high again and get downed by it? Great job, man. I don't normally keep the smoke leaf on it. We just had all 3 raids that have come through. Every single one of them dropped a stack of smoke leaf. So that's the life they're living. Okay. Is that Eve too? Yep. RimWorld doesn't have the concept of, you know, drugs hurting the other person. At least not that I've ever seen. In real life, you don't want to do that. But in RimWorld, it doesn't have an impact. In real life, you gotta be real careful about a lot of that stuff. Okay, so we're gonna re-restrict everyone. Back down to Area 1. Wildlife. Go back to hunting. Oh, was the... Are you bringing back the, Ibex corpse, maybe? You were. Okay, well, my bad. So you can be unrestricted again. My bad. Haul it back. Oh, not you. You are going to take 2 weeks to do that. Because being at the, right about to have their baby, they've got a massive movement speed penalty. It's medicinal, it's okay. It's just RimWorld things. Alright, so now I'll get you back under restriction. Because the idea is I want them to hunt any of the animals that get in here. And we actually managed to get a little bit of rice up. So that's good. We'll see if I can pop in here. Because if I can get the baby food made, that'll be really big for us. Because the baby food, as I mentioned before, tends to be a lot less of a pain so far as making colonists lose more time. Just because if you go with the breastfeeding, your character has to actually go and get the baby, then breastfeed, which takes a while, and that part you don't skip either way, the feeding part. But then they become super duper hungry as a result of that, so then they eat, so it ends up becoming this, like, whole chunk of their day endeavor, versus if you have just, like, the other, like, the regular old food, like baby food, they just feed the baby, and there's not extra steps involved. I mean, other than making the baby food, but that's not that big a deal. You would like 2 medicine. I have 2 medicine. Fine. A desperate nomad. Let's see. Desperate refugee named whatever is approaching, claiming they've been banished with an argument. and permission to stay for 11 days so she can rest. That is okay. So I am allowed to take them. I may not keep them. So this person does the thing where they're like, I'd like to join. I have to say no. But helping refugees is permitted. So what we will do here is hopefully they bring some skills to the table that are worthwhile for us. They do have high social, which isn't immediately helpful. You can mine, you can construct, you can grow, you can research. Honestly, it wouldn't be bad for her to just focus. Let's just have her focus on research. We don't have any research getting done, so we're going to say, hey, refugee, what you're going to do here is you're going to just stare at a table and science. Oh no, a squirrel. Oh, this will be a self-solving problem. Because here comes the squirrels. Are you not going to defend yourself? You should defend yourself. Well, I tried to help him. Unfortunately, the one with the medicine did get away. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so she'll run around and she'll clean everything. And once she's done with that, she's going to work on research. Oh, you're going to need a sleeping spot. Furniture, double sleeping spot for right now. Surprised I'm sitting on a small mountain of light leather. Oh, I am. Plain leather. We could go here and go furniture. And for the moment... it was light leather or plain leather? Plain leather. For the moment, we can go in here and move up their digs. So they can get a plain leather bed. Why are you upset? You're greedy for an impressive bedroom. And a whole lot of other things that you're just going to have to live with. Throw paper on this table. RimWorld science. Exactly. Sit in place, shuffle papers. Congratulations, you have scienced. You have committed one science. You're going for a walk, so as soon as you're done with your recreation, you should get to work. Yeah, we'll restrict you to Area 1 as well. Yeah, you're set to basically clean and then do research. All right. So from here, we're going to go to orders, smooth surface. Yeah, start smoothing that so we get less mood penalties and all that for being in a terrible bedroom and all that. It's just going to take time. Really surprised you haven't managed to get any research done yet. I understand one downside of having the researcher do the cleaning as well is a penalty. Let's actually change that. Okay, you research. Just get the research done. Because you actually have some skill in research versus both of my people are really awful at it. So if I put you on research, that should help. Can you not do research? Oh, you're already on. Okay, cool. Alright, because that'll get us at least some science going. The science is one of the things that'll allow us to progress some things. But yeah, so for the moment, Vortis is going to sit here and work on getting things made and all that sorted out. I wonder why you don't build that. That's fine. Yeah, so get some science, maybe one or two things of research knocked out while she's here. The others will focus on the food. Yeah, so we've got about 3 days worth of food here, maybe 2-3 days. We are getting more rice down, but I think the official grow season ends in like 2 days. you'll notice it's already getting to be below freezing. Let's actually change our priorities on here. Choose orders, harvest what's there. Don't worry about sowing, because the grow season's basically done. It ends in 2 days. Just get what little bit of rice we can out of here. And go from there, because it might be a day or two before it all just dies from being too cold. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're very talented. Love. She had brought up a drink with her as well, so she had like... It was a cutting board, but she's using it as a tray and juggling like 4 things. It's like, I want to be very careful that I grab this in a way that I don't flip the balance on you suddenly. There's the boomalope. Who have just eaten all of our viable crops here. So we'll go ahead and allow sowing again, because all the crops are done. It's fine. It's just what the boomalope do. Boomalope gonna boomalope. So if we can scatter them with the rain gone, I am down to try and knock them down. One thing we will do is we will add to the queue to chop down the trees up here. Basically get rid of all the trees. Alright, so anytime now Donkey Duff's gonna start having a skid. Awful barracks and sightly environment, minor pain. Why are you having minor? Oh, because you have a injury on your left leg. Slept in the heat, slept on the ground, sweaty, uncomfortable, ate without table, ratty apparel, stuck indoors. I have a feeling you're going to have a mood break and probably have to be dealt with long before you're out of here. Which the sweaty part should go away on its own. Colonist needs rescue. Did you get high again? Yes, you did. I think that's the last of the smoke leaf, thankfully. Alright, so you got 1.1 days and you got 2.1 days. So it won't be very long before I need to send Fortis out to actually have them go hunting. And I'm going to put you back onto cleaning again. So that way you go outside and you don't have your mood problem. So realistically, I'm going to need to deal with these, because those will actually be pretty okay food. And they are going to just eat everything down here. For the moment, I think we're going to unrestrict people. So this means Boris is going to go back out hunting. I actually got a couple vegetarian meals. Alright, so Donkey Duff's back in action. Were you any good at medical? No, they're all terrible. Alright, so it does mean realistically when we have the, when you're gonna have your kid or whatever. Wait, there's some for you to butcher up here? Oh yeah, the one squirrel. And then apparently some other wild animals ate the body parts of the person that the squirrel managed to kill. Getting so high, you need to be saved from yourself. Achievements in life. It's, there was way back in the software dev stuff, the tech I use for my software dev, someone came up with an extension to add achievements to the IDE. And the problem was they had a bunch of, like, good achievements that were like, hey, use this type of thing, hey, use that type of thing. And it's like, cool, like, that's a good way for people to learn new things that they haven't worked with yet, that kind of thing. But then they had a bunch of achievements that were under a category called running with scissors. Which was something like have a piece of code, or have a section that has like 50 regions and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Generally stuff that's bad practice. And it was causing people to actually add those things and then not remove them again. And so people were like, we need to stop people from using this extension. It's genuinely causing people to do bad things. Like, people understood the reference running with scissors. It was like, yeah, these are things you shouldn't do. But it was just the fact that, you know, people, especially people who are like new to it, they'd add something to their code to like trigger and then not immediately get rid of it. Use go-tos which skip each other. I don't think it had that level of sophistication behind it, but that would be fun. It was stuff like make an infinite loop. Yeah, it was like make an infinite loop. There was I don't think you could do circular dependency, because I believe the actual compiler would be like, no. But then there was like use, because there wasn't many, there's only like 5 or 6 of them. There was one that was something like use 20 or use 50 regions in the same class. And all people need to know with that is a region is a thing that you're able to have a bunch of code in it and hit a thing to collapse it. You used to not be able to do that. But it was a way you could like organize your code into blocks, even if it was unrelated stuff. And it can be used well as long as they're well named and a whole bunch of things. People have very, very strong feelings about regions, but that a lot of people don't like them. I personally am like, yeah, do I use them? Not really. Do I think they're like inherently evil or wrong? No. It's one of those things that if used correctly, they're fine. There's that whole if they're used correctly. Alright, Donkey Dup is in labor. So get to it. And you go ahead and haul that home. So it doesn't rot out there. Now, hopefully she won't do the thing where she gets back up while in, childbirth. And then, resets it. I've had that happen a bunch of times. It's really annoying that it cancels having the kid kind of thing. Healthy baby. Excellent. So we're going to name our brand new baby. So who is the oldest child in the colony? That'd be Conrad. May your childhood not be brief. That is the high bar we are aiming for, is for your childhood to not be brief. So since we managed to get some baby food made, we're going to try and have you eat that. And let's also go in here, do not eat the baby food or corpses. Because we want to go out of our way for that, just by the fact of... Oh, thank you for all the rice. No, you get away. You get away. Oh, come on. They're going to get to tear through that before we get most of it. So haul that, haul this. Haul all the rice you can. Just get all the rice you can out of here before they manage to eat all of it. Okay. Yeah, so our guest here is going to absolutely have a mood break. There's not a way I can manage this, I don't think. So we're just embracing the chaos. Peaceful long life? Look, it's the Rim. Peaceful's not going to happen. But hopefully a long life. This does also mean you need to go here and add to Kid Tribal Wear, do until you have one. There you got your bow back. Boomalope has self-tamed. Okay. So the pro and con with this is if I slaughter it, it explodes in the face of whoever does it. Hey. I feel like this is the kind of thing you could take care of. You seem expendable enough. Yep, because you can pop in the water real fast. And put out those fires real fast. Nicely done. Yeah, and that was the thing. She's already going to be breaking, so I kind of accepted that. But considering the food situation we're dealing with, getting that extra food in here, it's kind of a big win. Because those boomalop are actually pretty good meat. Cold snap. Okay, so... don't do this to me. It's a 7.3 day long cold snap. Realistically, if I trigger that, I won't be able to go outside without suffering hypothermia. And there's also a very good chance the animals will scatter because of a complete lack of food. I probably also won't be able to hunt them. At the same time, if we look at what that quest was offering us, it's offering us a Masterwork Harp and a Masterwork Recurve Bow, which would be really good. This stage in the game, a Masterwork Recurve Bow would be a pretty big upgrade. The Masterwork Harp would definitely be good. But 7.3 days is pretty abysmal. Especially since most of the animals are going to show up here and leave from up here. It's basically going to kill our ability to hunt, I think. But the Recurve Bow Masterwork. On the plus side, we would actually be able to, we'd be able to store our food outside, and potentially that'd work. Like I could, well, I mean, we'd see. I could bait the animals in. If it's warm enough in here to open the door, I could bait the animals in here, and then kill them as they show up in here. I'm gonna do it. I shouldn't, but I'm gonna do it. There's the cold snap. Alright, so first, Vortis, get the Masterwork Bow, and then we can install the harp. Because the growth season was about to end any second anyways. Yep, so temperature is holding in here so far. Alright. Schedule, restrict them to the area for now. I worry if they try and go up in here and hunt, they are just going to die. Yeah, because the animals are actually collapsing. Sorry, some of the animals are actually getting hypothermia. We absolutely need that fire on. Do not let that not have a fire going. Okay. Do you start immediately getting hypothermia while you're out here? I would imagine you would. Because we only need enough food to last for a couple of days. Yeah, and they made all those meals because boomalope meat lasts a long time. You don't actually seem to be getting hypothermia. It's not really that cold. I think I've overestimated how cold it's going to get. So do not hunt those animals. We can go grab that turkey. Psychic Soothe. That'll actually help us a lot, because that'll keep them from mood breaking. Alright. More plants dying rapidly. Alright, so let's keep an eye on you. If you start getting hypothermia, grab the turkey and then get the heck back here. You should be okay that far. But yeah, we definitely don't want you to go out hunting. You'll freeze to death. So it's fine for you just to run out there to grab one thing and come back. But we don't want much more than that. Because the hope here is that'll give us a couple more meals, because we only got to ride out 7 days. So a bunch of these meals are going to spoil before that time's up, which is fine. But we got about 4 days on the meals we still got here. So that'll get us through most of the cold snap. But as you can see, like I said, because it literally wiped out all the plants, every single animal is going to leave the tile. So one thing I'm going to do real fast is we're going to make a new stockpile out here. We're going to say it is for meals only. It is now critical. And you are going to haul those out there as fast as you can. Because it's cold enough that they'll freeze. They will slowly get destroyed from it raining. So build a roof over that too. Okay. That way they decay. It'll last 10 days out there with the being exposed. But otherwise it should be good. And that'll also be the only food on the tiles, so we should have our little squirrels and all that'll run up here and try and go for it. And it might let us score ourselves another meal or two. In the meantime, we almost have complex clothing unlocked. Because while it's random research, we are able to see what happens just because it doesn't really do a good job of hiding. Alright, so unfortunately we got food poisoning. That's going to hurt our food supply more. That's actually pretty unfortunate timing for food poisoning. I don't think it's going to kill the colony or anything. But it's certainly not ideal. Move the couple in the bedroll? Yep, I didn't notice it got done. Okay. So slightly better beds. And you're smoothing out the terrain. Starvation on Donkey Duff. Because it's taking you that long to cut the tree with the food poisoning. Alright, so we got a caravan coming. That could be pretty good for us. Especially since I believe I got some gold and some ambrosia and all that. That'll potentially help. Maybe turn that into a couple extra meals. Saving a child. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to accept outside colonists. Okay, so what do you got? Take the short bow and take those melee weapon and take the ambrosia. We'll keep that for when the kid gets older. I'll take the money for the pants. Those don't actually have that good of insulation. I could get the gold to them for now, and that'd be a huge cash influx, which would be good at this stage. We could also get pemmican. Honestly, just to make sure our first winter is fine, we got rid of the gold and we took the pemmican. Yeah, because they caravanned off immediately because it's too cold. Normally I wouldn't do that trade, but with this extra person here and not knowing how long ago till animals get back, that basically secures us for a while. And also, please, for the love of everything, keep that fire going. I know I need someone to have a higher hauling so they do it automatically, but literally we will all die freezing to death in this cave if you don't keep that fire going. And do not allow the pemmican until the meals are gone. Because I saw a couple of them snag some pemmican real quick. Right. And we took the cold snap quest. Yeah, so you've got 3 days till you get out of here. And a cold snap, we took that 3 days ago, and it lasts for 7 days. So we're honestly looking pretty solid. Solitary Night, I'm genuinely not probably going to do the psychic powers through the through that. If we do it through anything, it's going to be through the tree. Maybe once the cold snap's done, I might start putting it as like a mandatory part of the schedule. We'll see. I definitely want to lean that way. I don't know. There used to be a bug that before 1.5 that even if you had a tribal start and they had children, the children would not be considered tribal. Alright, so complex clothing is researched. I'm going to try and deliberately not click on the bench to see what it is for the next research, so we get the surprise. We can add a tailoring bench in here. And that means we'll be able to start making actual clothing versus the tribal stuff. So this bench no longer does tribal wear of any kind. Okay, so bills. Make pants do until you have one of at least 90%. Make a button-down shirt. Do until you have at least one of 90%. Make children's pants. Do until you at least have one of 90%. We'll unpause the game. Children's shirt. Do until you have at least one of 90%. Okay, so we can go in here, make a bowler hat. Do until you at least have one of 90%. And then we will get a parka. At least one at 90%. And we will need to have a children's parka. Do until at least one. 90%. Face masks. Do until you at least have one. Of 90%. The sash, I believe, has... Yeah, the sash, I believe, is a layer we can put something on. Of 90%. Alright, so let's evaluate. So we've got the pants, the shirt, the sash, the jacket, the hat, the face mask. And I believe we are good with that. What's it saying it for 90% for? So what I'm telling it to do is when you look at this here, this is saying which ones do you want to count towards having your clothing. I'm saying don't count it if it's below 90%. In other words, if my character runs up and they switch out their shirt because the shirt they have is all worn out, it's at like 30%, it's basically ready to fall apart, they put it down on the ground, that it doesn't count towards the shirts I have on hand. Because instead I want them to destroy that shirt that's at 30% because everyone will be like, no, I got tattered apparel. which is what this is right now. Is that we look at that, they're complaining because I stole these clothes and are not... Actually, sorry. That's not true. I stole these clothes and that parka is in bad shape. So they're upset that the parka's all worn out. So I am going out of my way to be like, hey, only count if it's in good shape. Otherwise, make another one. Alright, and you are going for a walk, I assume? No, you're consuming a meal. Oh, right, you have food poisoning. That's why you're moving so slow. That's fine. Those are all holding up okay. We still have a decent number of meals out there. We got the pemmican to fall back on when the meals start to drop off. And we also are hunting whatever little animals show up on the map. We can't chase them all around because hypothermia is a genuine concern. But in the interim, we can just deal with what we gotta deal with. It is getting a little brisk in here. Not dangerous cold or anything. But we definitely are losing a little bit of momentum to the cold. But that should be okay, because what's going to end up happening is this quest should go away in not too long. About 3 days. Right. Yeah, so you can see he's already getting hypothermia real fast out here. Okay, so we'll get back inside before he starts losing fingies and toes. Unless he gets downed immediately, because he has hypothermia and food poisoning. That's fine. Let's carry that back in immediately. For the love of everything holy, keep that fire running. Inspired taming. There's nothing worth taming, let alone would I want to commit any amount of food to taming it, anything right now. Go run outside and try and hunt that real fast while it's sleeping. Hey, a little extra food. And it got some basic clothing happening, which is good. Because we can get enough of that, then we'll be able to get all that sorted. Do I have that set to burn apparel? Yeah, we got that to burn our worn out apparel. What do I have for the percent set on here? It's anything tainted. So we're gonna go ahead and spike that up to 90% as well. That way, anything they ditch that's below 90%, just torch it. Yeah, so we're using all that cloth and putting it to work. Oh, did I miss Balderoni? Oh, there. Hey, Balderoni, how's it going? Sorry, I didn't see your name in the list. I was like, wait, what? Oh, we've been having a good time and all that stuff. Another content creator on the platform. Unless I'm mixing up names. I don't think I am, though. Alright, we're gathering to celebrate a wedding. It is the expletive cold outside wedding. That's good. They'll give everyone a mood bonus. That's unfortunate timing. So, what we're going to do is we're going to lock the door for just a minute. We are going to kill those. I just don't want them to run outside after the wedding ceremony and get mauled by squirrels. We're going to wait till they get down here once the ceremony's over, because I want the mood buff from the ceremony. So then we can just pop the door open and take care of 2 squirrels. And then if we're lucky, we might get one of them to add to our food piles. If not, that's fine. I think we're actually pretty okay on food for the moment. Okay, so the ceremony's finished, so we will get that door and lock it open. You get here. You two hold there. And you're gonna pop that door open. And we'll deal with the squirrels. Be quick, it's gonna get cold in here. You shot the wall down there? There's missing your target, but that's a little much. Can I have the door, please? Ah, it's fine. Okay. I would like you to haul that out of the doorway, please. All right. And that rotted instantly. You will allow animal corpses. You are a low priority. Just again, so I don't want that door to be blocked. Open, it will just get colder and colder in here until we have problems. Yeah, because in that time, the temperature dropped to 40 degrees in here from about the 70-ish it was maintaining. It's a little nippy outside. Alright, so we're getting pretty low on our meals out there. That's okay. Did you actually get bandaged? Yeah, you did. Alright. Winter has begun. Yep. And it is now almost minus 30 outside. Our fire does not really seem to be keeping up anymore. That wood torch in the wall won't help too much, but that technically does generate a little bit of heat on its own. So we're going to do that to kind of nudge those numbers up just a smidge. The good news is this cold snap should be... Yeah, one more day. Yeah, one more day and the cold snap should be out of here. Then I got 7 more meals outside. We have a singular squirrel on the map. I don't know if this person's going to successfully get off the map. At minus 30, I actually genuinely think they're going to potentially die of hypothermia on their way out. And the problem is, I probably can't go up and rescue them anyways. So we'll see. They might make it, actually. It's going to be bad for them. Minus 30 is brutal. Yeah, for context, whether you're talking Celsius or Fahrenheit, minus 40 is the same temperature. So we're pretty close to the point there that are, like, they have converged. Are you gonna make it? You're really close. You are slowing down due to all the cold. I think you're gonna make it. You might lose a finger or a toe, though. Cool. Because if they would have gone down out there and been like, I can't help you, I would have to run the whole way out and back, and you're going to... Like, if you can't make it there, I definitely can't make it both ways. Alright. So that's good, because that reduces our food burden. So we've got 10 meals sitting out here. We still have 8 meals worth of baby food here. Ooh, how long till you suddenly lose that from not feeding the kid? 10 days. We are going to go to the Conrite. We're going to go to your schedule. And I am going to have you feed... Yeah, there we go. Because if we do one breastfeed, that just basically makes it so we know for a fact that won't stop. Because I'm not going to get more plant matter soon. So we just went ahead and did that to kind of re-up it. And I'm going to go get back to feeding. And switch that back to never and urgent. Because that way when this expires in 2 days, if I have to, I could still resort to breastfeeding. Hey Earthrush, how's it going? So basically keeping our options open on how we can feed the kid. Whereas if I didn't do that, she would stop producing since there was none of that happening. And then suddenly, if I ran out of baby food, there'd be nothing I could do to feed the baby. Because there ain't nothing growing out here at minus 30. How's that fire doing? 1.6 days? Royal Ascent. I won't need to worry about that probably at all, but certainly not anytime soon. Yeah, so we did get complex clothing, which is going to help us a lot with the hypothermia concern, but that'll more likely help for next year's winter. This year, we're kind of just in the ride it out. Manhunter Pack. A pair of guinea pigs. So same basic idea as last time. We're going to lock the door for just a minute. Let them just do their thing while the guinea pigs get over here. And we can down one on their way in. Come on, down one on their way in. Well, that sucks. Okay. I was about to say, I hope we're not gonna regret being that extra tile forward. Cool. So with that, go deal with your stuff. Because you got mildly mauled. And then we'll need you to get treated. Go your piggies. Yeah. The guinea pigs have squeaks and teeth. Yep. Alright, so please get in there so I can patch you up real fast, so hopefully you don't get infection. Would you stop doing that? I do wish you could still tell them to go to bed, even if it wasn't a medical bed. So that you could force them to get treated right away. They will do it if you make it a medical bed, but I don't want to have to toggle the same bed back and forth. So it's like, look, man, just let me right-click and send them to bed. You got teethed up by the guinea pigs. Actually, apparently all of these were scratched up. No bites, just scratches. Alright, so you got 2 meals left, so delete that zone. And haul those back in. And then for the time being, we can go ahead and remove that roof again, just so I don't forget it later. Have you ever played Dwarf Fortress? Yes. Not really my jam. It is one of the only games I've ever refunded. It's just nothing wrong with it. I'm sorry, for $30, I have higher expectations for a user interface. Ah, crap. That's bad. Go to bed. Treat them immediately. So problem is, I can't even amputate. You have to have medicine to amputate. It looks like we are catching up, though. We just need to keep them fed. And we need to keep all that going. I think we just got ahead of it now. Yeah, we're just barely ahead of it. Would you say it's similar to this game? I mean, if you're talking like the very, 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 very broad conceptually kind of thing, sure. But if you're talking like on any level of nuance, they do very heavily diverge. Like conceptually, the fact that both of them you are building like a colony, settlement, whatever, and some of the basic mechanics around that. But once you get past that point, not as much. Like, both of them, oh, come on. So we got Mad Rat. You need to stay there. Right now, block the door for just a minute. Okay. Vortis, please do not botch this 10. You got 3% lead. As long as you have at least a similarly good 10. Doesn't need to be a good 10, just a similarly good 10, we're good. If you botch this and you do like a 5%, you probably just bricked the run for us. And there's not a whole lot of anything I could do other than just hope the dice rolls well. 36 will serve. 36 is fine. I think that was a couple percent higher than the last 10. So we should be good there. How's your food? Let's get your food up. And then Vortis is going to have to solo this rat outside, I think. Actually, no, you can both get involved. Okay. Let's get both of them out here. Let's be fast. Because I'm going to need that food, and that rat happens to be made out of food. So you stay back here so you don't get another injury. Alright, get over here, rat. But yeah, no, they're the same genre of game, but I would definitely say they're more dissimilar than similar beyond the genre. Like different focuses, different priorities, different mechanics. What are you doing? Don't go for a walk. It's a bad time for a walk. That rat actually scratched you up pretty bad. You can deal with that rat later. Right now, get Vortis patched up, because if you both get an infection, that would not be good. Again, some pretty okay 10s. You still got about a 4% lead. Butcher the rat, so we at least have that done. And you're trying really hard to do your recreation. But then I do need you to get back to bed. And you're doing fine for food. How long do you have left in your food? 4 hours? Vortis? Feed Conrite one last time before this food goes. Would you stop trying to recreation for 2 seconds? I really need you to be in bed dealing with your stuff. Okay, you are hungry. Please eat. Okay. Let's see, how much of the learning curve does RimWorld have for new players? It has a pretty decent learning curve. It's not as bad as Dwarf Fortresses, but it is a decent learning curve. What ends up happening is when you're new, like you'll run into something, it'll put like a little message up here that you can like click on for more information. It doesn't have like a proper tutorial or anything like that. So it is one of those things that there is a lot of self-learning. So it is expecting to lose a lot of colonies to just not knowing the mechanics. I don't really know what to add on top of that. That said, my main advice if you're going to check out the game is buy the game. Do not, like, you can buy the DLC early on if you want. Do not turn on the DLC until you've played for a while. It is one of those things that each DLC adds like a whole new layer of mechanics to the game kind of thing, some more than others. But and while that gives you tons and tons and tons of replayability, The downside is you can very much overwhelm yourself if you immediately be like, yes, everything. You found RimWorld to be one of those games that's like, you learn the game, and then once you've learned the game, you turn up the difficulty and relearn everything you thought you knew. Yep. I wouldn't disagree with that. So I'm going to let them sit there with the 10... No, you know what, Vortis? Don't worry about that for a minute. That's a good tend. Let's not brick it here. Oh, actually, never mind. They've got a 9% lead. Go for it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so you feed them, tend to yourself, or tend to them, and then you should be good. They should get through the infection without a problem. They got a nice solid lead on that. The downside is we need to go to our assignments on you, because I just realized you don't have any food here. So just feed them with whatever you can. Oh, that's not the animals we want to see on the map. Everyone is unrestricted now. Can you handle being out here? Is it too cold or not? Why were you downed? You were feeding the kid and got downed because of that. That's fine. You're gonna get through there either way. Are they... Let's see. Has anyone ever tried the multiplayer co-op mods this game? Are they stable? Stable might be too strong of a phrase. They function. But I don't think I'd call them stable. You are bolting stuff on top of the game that is a massive overhaul kind of thing. Oh, you can feed the baby pemmican? Interesting. So this is where food's going to get pretty dire for us. Because with that cold snap, we went into winter with almost no food. So we are going to pretty much need to hunt anything that shows up on the map that we can get away with. Put that out real quick. And then home that home. Okay. Like, in what ways would they fall short? Sporadically crashing, like desync kind of stuff? All of the above. Like I said, I haven't used them too much. It's just a thing that when you bolt multiplayer onto a game that wasn't built with multiplayer in mind, there be demons. Because it means they don't have anything to handle any of the stuff like desync. It doesn't have anything to handle... Do we still have Inspired Taming? We do. I don't have food to give it. Your brother and mom just went to Costco for the first time, $180 later, they're just leaving? That's not that much grocery money-wise. It's really easy to burn through several $100s grocery shopping, and that's not even being, like, bougie with all that. Slaughter and tame, you have to have food. If I have food to tame it, we might be able to do it. You need taming 10, right? Yeah, minimal handling 10. I don't think either of them do. Yeah, I can't tame it anyways. I only have 8. Yeah, no, if it's one thing, like, if the game itself adds it, but usually when you bolt on multiplayer into a game that wasn't designed with multiplayer, you just gotta accept there's gonna be stuff like duping glitches, desync, all that stuff. It just counts things. Yeah, true. $150 at the 2 supermarkets here will get you about 3 shopping bags. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you're buying. Like, if you're buying any alcohol whatsoever, that money explodes. Meat usually tends to run a lot more than your veggies, unless you're getting, like, you know, like, veggies that don't grow locally, that kind of thing. Like, it's amazed at the things that can build up the price in your groceries real fast. Now, Lynx is going to be a problem. So right now we're doing what we can. Potatoes are around 9 Australian dollars for 5 kilograms. I'll let you shop around. I don't know what the conversion rate is myself. Please stop shooting past the Mega Sloth. You're stressing me out. Yeah, no, there's definitely stuff you can get cheap. Like, that's what things for, like, filler for your meals and all that. Like, getting rice is pretty good, because rice costs practically nothing compared to a lot of stuff. Yeah, no, it does sound like a lot, but I don't know what the conversion rate is. One missed arrow away for the bad time. I've certainly lost runs from that. Okay. Dinner has served itself, chat. Dinner has served itself right to us. I couldn't tame it, but it is capable of taming itself. Hey, stop eating my literally everything. Look. You know, games on AIS? I don't know what AIS is here. Yeah, no, games are more expensive, but that could get down to a whole lot of things. You can't remember the game, but it was not going to have co-op. After 2 years, the game added co-op. You messed with it and had to patch it out. Oh, yeah. In Australia. Gotcha. Not only dinner, but also close. Yeah, and there's a lot of things, because it depends on, like, where they're made and where they're paying, like, any type of surcharge or taxes or, like, you know, tariffs, all that kind of stuff. All of that adds cost. It just kind of is what it is. But yeah. So anything that comes from abroad is usually more expensive than locally. Alright, so Donkey Duff gets up. They should cook all those meals. Because I'm pretty sure the cooking is set higher than crafting. Yep. Alright, and it'll be really good for the colony once this kid gets old enough to be able to not just lay on the ground in there. Once we get to that phase, I'll be able to put a lot more work in. So right now, I'm not going to worry about hunting more stuff unless I happen to get down to this area. That Lynx will probably hunt up there for a little bit, and they'll probably leave. But it's kind of one of those things that I've got a mountain of meat here from the Mega Sloth anyways. So that's not going to really change a whole lot. Let's have you prioritize cleaning this room real quick, so it doesn't get too much dirtiness that we start risking high chances of food poisoning. Only 8 Celsius inside? Oh yeah, because this fire goes out and I don't have high hauling set high enough. That's fine because they're not really getting hypothermia. We did manage to get some clothing on them. We could certainly use more, but in the interim it's pretty good. And then plus, I want to say the Mega Sloth is pretty solid from a material standpoint for clothing. Okay. We'll keep an eye on the... I mean, we definitely don't. We only have 109 of any type of fabric or wool. And it seems like we got a lot of wood right now. Keep in mind, this is the only grow area we have. So, hoarding a bunch of wood earlier while we're using it is going to be helpful. Especially since... Here's the real question, chat. How are we doing power? Because we can do the water wheel, but it requires the river to be wide enough. I don't think this is. Up here it is, but that might be hard to like finagle it in there, then I lose growing space. I don't see a good spot there. This spot we could definitely fit some water wheels. Like this whole area up here would be solid for water wheels. As with that. But you get the idea, is even though I've got this whole map covered in river, are you an underground ideology? No, so we started with just a generic one, because you can't actually start with the underground ideology if you're fluid, and I always do fluid. So literally we're not underground. I do plan to become underground, that way we can use the mushrooms to give myself more grow space. But that's not gonna realistically happen until we're at least at 4 or 5 pawns. where I can do the rituals. Because each time we cook those, I'm getting a little bit more time out of this. Because from the time we cook it, it's 4 days. So this meat has less than a day left before it goes. So basically we'll have 4 days from the last meal cooked. As someone who's never played this game, is this the whole map, or can you unlock more? This is the whole map. There is a whole world as well, but if we're being honest about the game, the rest of the world is pretty irrelevant. And that's me being a little unfair. You can go and attack your neighbors. Very few people do it. The caravanning mechanic in this game is one of the things that people have the strongest negative opinions on. What's the mod for craters or Mount Strain? That'd be the geological landforms mod. But very genuine with the way RimWorld works, it does gradually escalate the difficulty more and more as you play it. There's behind the scenes, if we look, there's this whole calculation of how much wealth you have in your colony. And people will be like, well, actually, we're talking generally here. There are exceptions to this. Generally speaking, when you're playing the game, the severity of the negative things you run into escalates as you have more colony wealth. So the game does have a dynamic difficulty where it will gradually build up as you build up. So it is a thing that by the time you realistically start using this whole tile, you're going to be dealing with complete armies of enemies to go after. We'll accept that. I don't know if we'll actually do it. But, you know, there's no negative to accepting that now. So it is one of those things that very genuinely, like, don't be worried about, am I gonna run out of space? You'll be dead before you run out of space. Unless you turn the game down to, like, the absolute minimum difficulty and, you know, abuse cheese strategy. Because even at the lower difficulties, once you get to that kind of wealth, you can run into problems. There is a cap on how difficult the encounters can get, but it is one of those things to being able to handle the maximum difficulty engagements. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The maximum difficulty engagements, usually making your base too big makes it harder to to fight back, because you've got more to defend, as it was. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream as well. So that's just a big thing there. Like, very genuinely, most of my bases would probably get to be around maybe that big, give or take a little bit. Because another thing that ends up happening is the closer you get to the edge of the map, if it wasn't solid mountain, the less time you have to react to attacks. And that can be one of those things that they're already smashing down your walls by the time you realize you're in trouble. Alright, so... yeah, so this is the refugee we just helped. But per the challenge we're doing, I can't accept any outside people, and if I do that, I will be given a pawn. So that goes against our challenge. Let's see, until the heat does the universe, RimWorld CPU handling. Yeah, and there's definitely a thing where you can get your colony big enough to the point that the game will start to chug, which is true of most games in this genre. I've definitely done colonies with a bit over 20 colonists, and that's gone relatively okay. But that is the point where it kind of gets annoying dealing with the sheer number of colonists as well. Caravanning might be one of the parts that are the hardest to rework too, because of so many other things it influences. I do agree. Let's see, do you know if Randy can roll high on the extra string raids, the royalty ending throws? So, behind the scenes, the way the raids actually work is there's a point system. That as time goes up, the points go up. And I don't know exactly how your wealth impacts that, but I believe the wealth, accelerates the rate you build up those points. And then what ends up happening is when a negative event occurs, it goes, okay, you're about to be raided. Alright, well, I'm going to allocate this many of those points towards the raid, and, different things have different point values and all that. So it is a thing like that. So the encounter you can run into has a maximum number of, like, you can't take more than what's in the pool of points. So it could go and have an encounter where it pulls the entire pool and says you're getting one big attack, which means you get hit hard, but when you get to the other side of it, you basically have no points stacked up, so it's got to work its way up to building those points for your next encounter. And there's a lot in there that I don't know the details on how it works. Yeah, and you think the points cap out at 5k? I have no idea what the value is, but yeah, it does cap out how many points are stored. Visible raid points is a good mod for that. Yeah, no, if you want to see how it works, yes, there are certainly mods that show what the worst that can be thrown at you at a given time is. So yeah, that would be a thing to like check out. But so the point I'm saying with that, referring to the royalty ending, is with the royalty ending, when you trigger it, if you get slammed by that full point value, then you know it's done. Like you've already exhausted those points, and yeah, it's gonna be bringing in more points, but you're gonna get a bunch of like little trickly things coming in because there's just not that many points to pull from. 10k, but 14k for royalty ending. Gotcha. So you're saying royalty ending does have a higher cumulative. I have no idea that even if you have those 14k, like if it's got a limit of what it can draw for one event. I imagine it would, because usually with the endings, you end up getting rated every N amount of time. So let's say cumulatively that means during the royalty ending you guarantee 5 raids. I have no idea what the actual number. Let's just pretend. So if it was 10k as the maximum number it could have in the old vault, it means you're going to be getting hit with at least like 2k per raid. Is like kind of the cap of what it could if it split it out evenly. Now it could be one of those things that you get hit with 8 and then a bunch of little baby raids, but again, I don't know. I don't imagine it could be like, okay, I'm rolling 13,500 for one raid. Okay, now the other raids are 100 points. I don't think that's a thing you'd have to worry about. Because whether it's Randy, Cassandra, or Phoebe, I believe with that, the mass so far as the encounters you deal with is mostly the same, other than I believe Randy has a higher max per one encounter, I think. And then Phoebe also, I believe, has a higher max per encounter that she can pull. But then, you know, she has a longer delay between encounters and yada yada. But I don't think Randy gets some magic where he can suddenly do like triple the numbers or anything like that. It's cool that it can all be broken down like this, but sometimes you feel like the storyteller beating up on you on repeat. Even Phoebe mess you up. Well, they'll do that, because that's the thing. Like if you got a lot of points banked, like you've gone a long time without a problem. All right, so you're actually a little bit rough. You got some high melee. You're a race that gets a bonus to melee and all that. And you do have some existing injuries in your torso, but unfortunately nothing that slows you down. Try and get down here. And our food we had some of our food rot there. You aren't getting hypothermia, are you? So the plan here is to hopefully land a hit to slow them down. Solid hit. Second solid hit. 4 solid hits. And you are massively slowed. And you are sorted. So go ahead and strip off those clothes real fast. And they're kind enough to deliver some food to my door. Combat supplier, even better. But yeah, so it is a thing that, like, if they build up a lot of points, it can be a problem. Because then that means you can get a couple solid events back to back. But again, all of that is still based on your colony wealth. That's the reason why you'll hear a lot of people when they're doing like all sorts of stuff like 500%, you know, no pause, all that kind of stuff, that there's a lot of focus on wealth management because they are trying to delay the rate those points build up so that hopefully they don't get like a bunch of really massive attacks going really quickly that it's better for them to keep that wealth down as much as possible, so that the attacks are far more manageable. Okay, where's your actual trade person? Ah, there you are. Okay, so what we're going to do here is keep in mind my meals here are pretty much ready to rot. I'm going to trade those all away, if I can. It doesn't look like I'm going to have that option. So trade those away for a little bit of money. Sadly, while they do have some strong melee weapons and all that, they don't have much for me in range. I could take the revolver, that wouldn't be the worst. I don't think I'm going to, though. The medicine would be another big win, but also probably not happening. What we're going to need... Oh, there we go. Food is delivered. Alright, so let's go to our schedule, unrestrict our people. Because what we can do is we can kill those yaks. And that'll be more food coming in, because this is all going to rot today. Let's actually reduce it down to kill 2 of those yaks. Alright. I just gotta keep that food coming in. Yeah, no, Phoebe's actually genuinely a fairly difficult storyteller. Phoebe gets underestimated a lot.
Thank you Jaywalker76 for subscribing for 16 months.
And thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. That's 16 months you've been subbed to channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And I really do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, so Phoebe, so for those who don't know the storyteller, the 3 storytellers you have to begin with is you've got Randy Random, and as his name implies, his whole gimmick is he's random. Now, he still has the same mathematics behind him so far as the points and yada yada. He's got some, like, magnitude difference or whatever, but generally that, it's just most of your storytellers like Cassandra will trigger an event every N amount of time. It's a window, so it's not like every 4th day on the day like something happens. It's, I don't know the exact amount, it'd be like 4 to 10 days. Something's gonna happen. You get that kind of thing. But Randy doesn't respect those rules and doesn't give a crap about any of that. So he'll just go, alright, time to roll the dice. Did something happen? Yes, no. Okay, time to roll the dice. Did something happen? Yes, no. And it's doing that behind the scenes. So the pro and the con of Randy Random is Randy can basically do pretty close to all but nothing for extended periods of time. And then on the other side, Randy can also roll like back to back to back to just slap the crap out of you. He still has the point system behind it all. So it isn't one of those things that he could suddenly trigger like exceptionally above and beyond what you should be facing. But he can hammer you back to back really quickly. Then you got Cassandra, which is kind of your default storyteller. She hits at a very predictable cadence. So you can almost, even without mods that tell you how often you're going to get hit, she does have, like, there's almost this feeling like, alright, I'm about due. And again, we can't accept outside people. And there's that. So she just basically very steady. It's like, okay, this much time has passed. You're about due for a raid. Something happens. Then you wait, and then you have something happen. And then there's Phoebe. Now, Phoebe gives you more time between raids than Cassandra, but otherwise the same thing. So basically, she hits you a little harder, but, you know, hits you less frequently. And so in a lot of ways, Phoebe can be a lot harder than Cassandra, because she will roll in with really large numbers of stuff. Let's see, can you just make a small room with no roof or floor and put your food out there so it doesn't spoil? Yeah, no, I could have done that, and I probably should have done that. I actually had that earlier, where I made a roofed area here. I wasn't particularly worried about the food there. But yeah, no, I probably should have done that. It's fine. She ended you with geese, you won't forget. Oh yeah, no, I've had colonies get lost to squirrels and all that stuff. You've seen Randy's hardiwork, like multiple events affect food growing. Oh yeah, no, we've had runs where it's like literally just chained back to back to back with like Just chain back to back where it's like, okay, blight your crop so you lose a field, no big deal. Okay, cold snap, so you didn't get your first harvest because of the blight, and then you don't get the second harvest because cold snap. Okay, then you hit like your actual winter, and then after that you end up getting, you know, toxic fallout, and you're like, Randy, when do you expect me to do anything food-wise? I should have waited. Like, I've absolutely had Randy do that, where it's like you're not even getting raid, just 100% infrastructure kill. Where just wipes out your food sources and never gets a chance for any of it to recover. Cool. I appreciate that getting done all in one. Alright, so you'll get to cooking that, that's good. But yeah, no, Randy, my only reason I don't run Randy anymore, I used to main Randy as my choice, because like his random does add a lot of wild cards the way the game's played, which can keep things interesting. On the other hand, there's just times that Randy just goes like comatose for 2 in-game years, and you're going, I'm begging you, Randy, I'm really trying to have something happening on screen. I can only carry this run so long. Like I need you to do something, buddy. Alright, so let's go and get you back under restriction. All the animals are now back on the list to be hunted, except the lynx, because it'll maul our face. Which we'll deal with that if it comes down here, but there's not a need for that yet. And you've almost got this whole area smoothed out. Inspired taming, that's fine. And the reason why we're doing that is I am trying to slowly get it to the point where we'll stop getting the awful bedroom and all that. That's gonna take work. A big thing we kind of need is just shelves and all that. Okay. Yeah, so we're smoothing this out because that'll make the attraction higher. Now, granted, we got all this junk on the floor, so that's only going to do so much. But it also makes them eligible for being repaired as well. So what we'll do is once this room's all done, is I'm going to go and make another area probably back here. That'll be our actual, like, production room. And then we'll go farther and make, like, a rec room and all that, and we'll slowly expand the base. Let's see, True to Random is like that, though. Sometimes you get 6 raids back-to-back, sometimes you're sleeping. Oh, yeah. That's, let's see, you grow outside, Toxic Fallout. You grow inside, Solar Flare. You grow mushrooms, Infestation. Well, Infestation's not that bad. Honestly, of the random events you can run into based on what type of base you're building, Infestation is the event I'm the least worried about. Infestation is a pretty manageable one. You got some prep you gotta do for it. But like as long you design your base with choke points, Infestation's usually not that big a deal. Which generally speaking, I do recommend regardless of what style of base you build, you do want to have the occasional choke point where you can force enemies through one door. That's just a key aspect in how you manage melee units. Alright, when does my grow season start again? Because it's only half the year that's a grow season here. 6th of April, May. Okay. So, 8 days is when my grow season officially starts. You love the triple wide halls with 1 choke point installed? Yep, that's my normal. The normal structure I'll do for my base for having good places is let's just pretend I make the junction here. So like that would be my way in. I'd do something like this. We'd have the hallway that go to these rooms and a hallway that go to those rooms. And so you get the idea is you've got this, so no matter what, I can make it a choke point in any direction. And I'll put those type of junctions in my base regularly. Because then it is a thing. If you got a ranged group, you can give yourself cover between the first and the second row, and then they won't have as much cover to work with. Because usually I'll try and keep the hallways long enough to be good for my ideal range, and then they've got to deal with, you know, being closer than they want to be, or, you know, too far away and having to run in on my guns or whatever. For melee, it means they gotta sandwich themselves in. Yeah, no, definitely, I would agree, like, learning how to control the flow of enemies is a very useful early player skill of just... I normally don't make this defensive front, we'll probably add traps to this, but the goal here is this is actually going to be where we fight, where this will be my defensive line back here, and then this will be where the enemies come in from. It is just one of those things that right now I haven't opened up more of the base, so we're using what will be our fighting box as a room for doing production. But once I go in and make the room for production back here somewhere, this will go away to the new room. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so hopefully, pretty soon, Conrad should become a child, as opposed to an infant. Like a toddler. I've been doing pretty good. I'm just happy today my neck is not hurting nearly as bad. Yesterday when I was streaming, like, I had just, you know, slept wrong or whatever. I had, like, the one muscle coming from, like, the back of the head to the shoulder, just, like, was super just pissed off angry. Is this on Anomaly Run? We have not activated Anomaly, so it's passive Anomaly. The museum, or the monolith is there. I really like Anomaly. So I do figure once we get electricity and all that set up, not necessarily set up, researched, I probably will turn on Anomaly, because one thing about this tile, I really don't have much good choices for electricity. Oh, it's your fault? Your neck is tweaky today? Must have passed on. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's contagious over the internet. You gotta really watch out for it. Armed a child with a wooden stick and a kitchen pot on their head. Send them on an adventure? Absolutely. So we're not gonna accept this yet. This is a potentially abusable event, the Ancient Drone Hack. For those who don't know the Ancient Drone Hack, basically it drops a drone, you're supposed to scan it. This tile, it might bug out because there's just not enough places for it to drop. It could drop it down here, there's a little bit of space. There's enough space it could put it up here. Otherwise it would put it up there. But you get the idea, or here. But it is one of those things that, let's say we have like a mech cluster or something shows up here, and we're like, ah, crap, it's a mech cluster, I don't have a good angle to attack it, this sucks. I can call in the drone, and if it drops here, we will get raids of like one person again and again until the drone is destroyed, and use that to wear down the mech cluster. Normally you don't get quite as easy to bottleneck a situation. Ooh, later on those alpaca could be a real big win. Alright, so let's go ahead and get 2 more animals on the menu. And we are going to open this up so that Vortis can leave the area again to go hunt them. Because as you can see, they're mostly bunching up here. Because there's no food for them down here anywhere. Not yet, not till those grow, which, with the temperature, that's not really happening. So it is one of those things that the animals will just have a tendency to stay up here. That's gonna be a pain point for us. Oh yeah, and that's only, so this only matters if I'm planning on actually using the monolith for the ending. I don't think we will. I think we'll just activate it at some point and then lock things in the cellar. Because I do agree, that is an awful position for the monolith. And if people are wondering why is that so bad, this is the edge of the map. If we have a raid, it will 100% show up from this edge of the map because it's the only place it can show up. That's one of the downsides of this. So I can't do anything to move the monolith other than dev mode, which I won't do. Which means if a raid shows up here, whatever poor soul is standing by this thing will immediately be assaulted. And I could, like, box it in or something like that to make it safe for them or whatever, relatively speaking. But they still wouldn't be able to run to get to help from the others. They'd have to just kind of hide there. And then on top of that, you could have, like, a Shambler raid or something where they just attack that. Did the tree... Yeah, the tree always shows up. It actually... That's actually the reason I built here, is like, that tree's right there. The tree's right there. That is a really good place for the tree to be if we go to use it. More than likely later on, we will probably have someone whose job is to just sit under the tree and get us psychic powers. Alright. So you got the 2 alpaca. So that we got some food coming in. We can go ahead and mine that silver vein. That'll give us some money. It's right there. There's no reason not to. Because you'd bunker it with an escape tunnel towards the base. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what you'd do, is if I plan to actually research it, I'd have to build a wood wall up here, which kind of sucks because it'd be on the water. But you'd build like a little box here. Probably have a little tunnel there, and a tunnel going over there. Because once you're not right on the edge, it'd probably be fine. But yeah, as far as getting all the way from there to the base, no matter what, unless we have it go all the way down and around, you're going to have to be exposed at some point. But that's not too big. I'm not worried about it. What I'll probably do is I'll probably activate it. Just beeline for containment, and then stop researching it. And then use whatever we capture and chuck in the basement. But we're going to leave it alone for now. I probably don't even need to do that much for it. Can't remember. Do you get... Yeah, we don't get the ability to research anomaly anything until we activate it. Cool. Spring has officially begun. It's still too cold for our stuff to grow much, which is why they're not planting too much. But they're at least getting that started. Which will be good when we get here. You should be aging up any time now. Because then they'll become a toddler, and then that'll be good. Okay, once you're done with that, I'm going to manually tell you to clean this room so we don't get food poisoning, because it's starting to get a little scuzzy. That'll be the big thing, is once we start getting our first children running around, the children will spend a lot of their time learning as opposed to doing other things around here. But spending that time learning does help a lot. Or sorry, that little extra of just hauling occasionally and cleaning occasionally will help a great deal, especially when we start having a couple of kids run around. Early on, when there's a lot of infants and toddlers that they can't really do much to help, that'll be really rough because someone is going to spend most of their time taking care of the kids. And when I say someone, it'll probably end up being more than one person. Alright. And you're almost done getting this room prepped, and then we're going to get the next room. So, the thing I'm debating in my head now is, do I want to go back here, and just like I showed before, make the hallway back here? And then set the rooms off of the hallway? Or, as an alternative to that, do we just want to go back here and just slam out another room, like, right there? And then that's just the production room right there. Because a pro and a con... I'm going to go with the hallway. I think we're going to do the hallway. I think having a choke point immediately behind our defensive line makes a lot of sense. Oh, also... So let's mark where the edge of where we can build is. Yeah, so I can't build past that white line there. I'm going to go here to planning. Oh, I see. Alright. So I'm just basically putting a line here that's like, yo, you can't go past here. So I don't have to check it again and again. Alright. So then we will make a production room. Make it 7 by 11. And then we're going to make a break room. Or storage, or whatever that room ends up being. I haven't decided yet. Actually, it can be storage. Yeah. No, yeah, actually, what we'll do is right now, one of these will end up being a production room. The other one will end up being like a rec room that'll probably serve as a bedroom and all that short term. We'll do all that. And then for the moment, I'm not going to actually make the whole hallway. I'm just going to mark where I'm going to put those. And once this last little bit is smoothed out, we open that up, and then our person's going to start mining back there and opening all that up. How much longer till the meals expire? 2 days. You are restricted to this area. So we were going to put you back to being hunted immediately if you're back here, because that means we're going to be eating our crops. So we want to shoo them away or eat them. Alright, so you are going to actually kill that alpaca. Later on, if we can make it happen, I would actually keep a breeding pair of alpaca and all that kind of stuff. Because their wool is really good. And I believe that is the very last tile. And now we expand the base. And I'll put a door there. So that counts as a separate room, so it doesn't make our room standings go down. Alright. And a lot of times I'll leave stone doors open in these areas, so that as they run through, we can slam the door behind us in case something's chasing our people. And then also, being those doors are fireproof and all that, we don't have to worry about enemies running up and setting things on fire in our base nearly as much. Okay. It must have died close enough that we were able to grab it. Or it ran off the tile. Either way, I don't see the alpaca around anymore. That's fine. So we still have 2 days left in that food. Honestly, this is going to be one of those situations that I am going to let you back out of there so you can go hunt more. The good news is we're about to enter what's the official growing season. We do have some rice down. It's not going to happen quickly. So where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? Oh, you're eating that human corpse that's laying out there. And the other alpaca, most of these animals are probably leaving because there's no vegetation for them to eat. Which is part of why that raccoon ran all the way down here to eat this corpse, as it's the only food available. Which definitely works out for me for now. The lynx here is going to be a headache. You actually aren't worth anything, so get out of here. Leave the lynx alone and let it hunt the turtle. What made you decide to use this map? So, generally speaking, I bounce between a whole bunch of different map types. I haven't done this map type and really launched a colony off of it before, so far as like getting a colony well established. Because I didn't even realize this was an option till only this past year. Like, it's just, I never thought to like go to the mountains and follow a river through the mountains for whatever reason. And it's just kind of those things like, okay, I'm down to check out a weird map. Because a lot of these maps that you look at and go, this is a super defensible map, this is an easy map, they do have their own challenges. Like, again, this one having basically zero growing space. And you'll end up getting like a group of rhinos or muffaloes here that you cannot break up. You can't really kite the enemies, there's just no room to move them around. And then for a lot of attacks where you would be able to sit there and have like the 3 different groups spread out and go over and then pick on this group and then go to the next one. Usually by then you got to drop back to defend yourself. All 3 groups appear in the same spot and rush you as one solid, really, really big raid. Because they're allowed to have more units when they do that as opposed to when they're one group. It might just be the way I've always set up my bases. I've never really had, in all my time playing RimWorld, I've lost, I believe it's probably 2. I know for a fact I've lost 1 colony to an infestation. It wasn't even a map like this. It was, the whole map was open. I had like an ancient danger way up here, and it was just kind of one of those things that You know, it was just... The only reason it's a problem is my colony was already half dead. And I'm like, well, I can't go over there and deal with this, like, 7-nest hive in this ancient danger. And, you know, then it started to spiral out of control, and, you know, the colony died because I ignored the problem. Which is usually the only way you die to infestation these days. Even back, though... Yeah, exactly. Infestation is usually only a problem if you, like, just flat out leave it alone. It's one of those things that doesn't mean you need to drop everything and rush it immediately. It's not quite like that. There's a lot of anomaly encounters that are that rough. But it is a thing to be like, hey, I probably need to deal with this in the next couple of days to in-game week. Pushing past that, you're looking at potentially allowing it to cascade. But even when you could get the much bigger infestations back in the day, as long as you get natural choke points in there, I've not had problems. And I don't do, like, burn rooms and all that, which are always a really good way of dealing with it. But even then, if I just get a solid melee pawn or two, or some animals, and then just a decent amount of firearms behind it, usually wasn't that big of a thing. Alright, so I have a space refugee. I am allowed to help this person with our challenge rules. If they join, I have to banish them. Because the only colonists we're allowed to have are our own. Actually, how's your clothing? So, I'm looking at my food is what's going on. How badly are you hurt? Are you gonna be... I'll rescue you. Because sometimes we can get good stuff out of it. Usually not this one. It's usually refugees that you get the really good stuff. Yeah, but even before they nerfed the infestations a bit, it was still... Because I'm looking at this as being, I can practice some medical, and they might only equate to, like, one meal I need to get them. Alright, so schedule. Go hunt turtles and everything. Cool. So you're gonna get out of here. That's perfect. We're gonna have to kill that lynx soon. Well, Lynx, come on, buddy. Stealing my food. I'm gonna take your leftovers. You haven't played in a long time? Yeah, no, they definitely got a nerf, but like I said, even before that, as long as you made natural choke points and had some melee in there, it usually wasn't that bad. Like, say this room over here we're making gets infested. I wouldn't stand right here to fight it there. I would probably stand back here, so I have my melee there, my range back here. That way, like, the first ones would come out. You'd pick off probably, like, 2 or 3 of them as they're, like, trickling out here before, like, you aggroed the main group. And then they would hit that choke point where only one of them could hit you at a time. And because they're all stuck in this narrow chasm back behind it, your misses can still often hit. It's also funny that those kind of fights, the machine guns, which normally are usually not your great option, a large number of those actually work really well in those saturate things. Same with the minigun, that the fact that spools up and all that doesn't really matter because you're going to have so many targets that your misses are still hits. Generally speaking, though, chain shotguns and assault rifles are usually the weapons of choice for this kind of stuff. In this area, I do chain shotguns. All these narrow passages and all that, chain shotguns will do tons of work. They're extremely high damage, it's just their range sucks. But when you get them into a nice short range to begin with, who cares? Part of me wants to get the incinerator and open this room out to the outside somehow, like make a vent here, so it's considered outdoors. Because if I could do that, I can light this room up and get the AI to path in and out of here again and again. They'll catch fire, they'll try to run out to the water to put themselves out. Once they're out, they'll start walking back in and just putting themselves back in line. It's super abusable. I haven't abused it yet, and I kind of want to, just to see, okay, how broken can this get? But the problem is with all the heat, I have to make it outdoors, or this room will gradually gain to a heat that'll start bleeding into the rest of my base too. Oh, well, this is a real big problem. Hey, could you go hunt that squirrel right now? Oh, just forget it. Alright, so when we get up, I'm probably gonna have to hunt that lynx. We're gonna get 2 people and hunt the lynx. Because food is basically gone. Oh, I mean, we're getting fairly close to being able to get our first rice harvested. Should you use a hunting knife or a chain sword as your main melee weapon in Fallout 4? I don't know or honestly have a strong opinion on it. You showed up with a weapon, and unless they just stand there and let you beat on me with it, does no damage. And you're a genie where if you take damage, you fall down to like 1 hit. Okay, and that's attacks immediately, right? Alright, that's a life decision of some kind, I guess. Nah, you're able to choose whatever. Like, I don't remember any of the stats in any of those games. I played a lot of Fallout 4 and very much enjoy the game. Put the baby away. You actually didn't go down in 1 hit as a genie. Good for you. Nope, now you're down. So haul that medicine real fast, then we're gonna go hunt ourselves a lynx. Which has got a little bit of a risk to it. But I'd like to get that said and done real fast here, because food is basically gone. Alright, so grab the both of you. Run over this way, set you to hunt. It's a rainy thunderstorm, we can ignore that fire. Okay. So run over here, split them onto either side of the water here. That way, whichever one the lynx chases, the other one can shoot while that first one runs. Is that a good hit? Okay, so you got a pretty strong movement speed penalty, and it's dead. Perfect. Because now I can hunt anything that shows up with impunity and not have to worry about it for right now. Alright, so the good news is that should be enough to carry us until at least a bit of this rice comes in. And once that happens, our situation should stabilize a little bit. And that shouldn't be nearly as much of an effort to keep the food going. Did that lynx like instantly disappear so far as food? Or did we just... No, you already... Oh no, you didn't actually grab it. I see. You haven't cooked it yet. Oh, because it's not in range. I see. I'm gonna actually interfere and make you go grab the lynx. Because I restricted some of where they were able to go. Okay, so grab the lynx, butcher it, cook it. So that way we don't have people starving. Okay. So at least fed for right now. The person we rescued is getting off the map, so that's good. Temperature in here is fine, so I don't actually care that that fire's not going right now. Alright. Let's see, maybe next path they will let you configure a start time of your sun lamp so you don't have them all go off at once. Oh, next patch? Like smooth out the peak draw? That'd be nice. I don't think that'd be a priority thing, but I certainly wouldn't be opposed to it. Usually the way you handle that is batteries. If you just set up batteries, that usually mitigates it enough it's not that big an issue. Because then when the batteries kick off, they, you know, they start draining the batteries, and then the batteries start building up, so you just need the batteries as a buffer. Because, yeah, those sun lamps are super power greedy. It's something like 2700. You hope the devs change the solar flare mechanics? I like to not do what they do now, because I think the solar flare is killing your power entirely temporary. I think that's fine, because it's usually not very long, a couple in-game hours. Or like an in-game day or whatever it is. Because they made it so the genes you have would recover, like as long as you keep the thing powered. It will bounce back. So it is a thing that, you know, your food cabinet, if you just have heaps and heaps of food, eventually it'll all rot if you just keep the solar flares happening again and again. But I've never found that one to be particularly bad. Like, at a bad time, it can certainly cause problems. And they did make it so solar flare cannot trigger while the Noctil event is going on. Okay. So let's get all the tiny trace amounts of fabric here out of here. And only keep these two here that we got a higher quantity of. All of the clothing here is in relatively good shape. I'm gonna grab that pemmican. That way we have food sitting around. You had times you get 3 solar flares in one season? Yeah, no, it's an RNG thing. Usually even then that doesn't end up being that bad so far as its actual impact. I can see it as annoying, but I've not personally had much problems with solar flare. Okay. Now, research is getting absolutely nowhere, unfortunately. But that's because they're putting all of our effort into trying to get the base better so that moods don't start breaking and all that. And getting our food stabilized. Because we got a little bit screwed on the beginning here for the food and all that. But we should be in good order once this rice starts coming in. Realistically, once the rice starts coming in, I'm probably going to take this side of it and switch that over to something like potatoes. Because we'll get more food out of that for the time effort. Let's see. You want me to keep your friend here for a little while. You're willing to give me uranium, which I've already seen we got plenty in the title. Psychic Animal Pulsar is probably not going to be super important for us. Biomutation lands could be pretty abusable. Or Goodwill. We'll sit on that for right now, because I don't want to take on our person while we're still stabilizing our food. Potatoes? Yep. All right. What are you doing right now? Oh, you got the turtle. That's fine. Because I need to keep having them bring this back. And also, you can hold that door open for now. Because we're basically wiping out all the animals on the map. And when you get back, we can have you clean the room. Again, to prevent food poisoning. Alright, so we're getting a couple more meals. Why is there a rotting corpse in the front door? Because that's where the person who lost their head died. And this is a big pool of water, so the corpse will rot faster in there. So generally leaving the corpses in the water is pretty much okay. I also don't really have the capacity to have a bunch of people running, hauling random junk around. Can you eat them? They're rotting. That's a life decision, I guess. Okay. Raider cheese? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay. Still lots of wood in here. We are going to slowly work that down. That's fine. Because we are depending on that, not electricity or anything yet. That'll be the hardest one. Make cheese from Raider? There's no such thing as cheese in RimWorld. Didn't you know on the Rim everyone is lactose intolerant? Like, deathly so? The very last animal on the map was like, no, 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 I'll join, please. Anything but hunting. There were others, and they're all gone now. You cannot live without cheese. It's rough. The camel milk is a biological weapon? I mean, I've never had camel milk. It's probably whatever. Like, I know some people get weird about stuff like that, but it's like, for lactose intolerant? Oh, I see. I understand. I've got you. Same page now. Yeah. Yeah, you just go up to someone's base and you just slosh them with milk. I don't think that would actually matter. Because, it's a digestive thing that have to actually, consume said milk. But sure. It can be a horribly inefficient weapon. As you run up as they spit fire and stuff at you and you're trying to splash them with milk. Goat milk is lactose free? I have no idea. Alright, so we're getting these two side rooms. One will be our actual production room, and the other one is going to become, like, the break room slash bedroom slash whatever. Wizard of Oz witch milking scene. I don't remember that one. To be fair, I don't remember much of the original Wizard of Oz. I know I've seen it a number of times. Okay, so we got some more alpaca. We got some more baby formula, so at this point, we're going to go back to... Go to your feeding. Either can feed them. But you're not going to do it anymore. From camel milk? Oh no, it contains less lactose, but it still has it. Screw you, game. Who owns a camel in their backyard, though? I mean, the average person doesn't milk their own cows or anything anyways. And they even bridged it to the other side just enough for it to be a problem. Why are you... There we go. Please get over here and do that. We're gonna lose our whole crop because people are being stubborn about it. Perfect blight. Yeah, no, it's very much very typical RimWorld stuff. Especially since none of our people have plant skill more than like hardly anything. So I'm hoping we could spare at least some of the crop. Okay. Well, at least we got under control. We only lost a little bit up here. We lost a lot from down here. That's just RimWorld being a troll like RimWorld does. The solar flare we don't care about. We don't have electricity, but just RimWorld being a jerk. Alright, we're going to put you on higher priority there. Because crafting's been getting done, but it looks like we're actually doing relatively well in our clothing. Blight is the worst. It is. I really, to this day, I still wish the way Blight worked without mods, before everyone's like, well, there's a mod for that. I don't care. The way I want it to work in vanilla is when you have a Blight, I can grab a person, I can right-click, and I can say cut Blight, and they will just keep cutting Blight until it's gone. I want them to treat it like fire. It's high urgency. So unfortunately for this person, they suffer from the whole thing of being part of the faction that can never be our friend. So I treat them as being, you know, not human, because humans have emotions and can change their views and be able to come to terms or something. Versus this here is a zombie. Because all it knows is violence. So I don't treat them like anything else, because it is... You love wasters? I mean, that's fine. It's not the fact that they're the waster that's the problem. Like, that's not the problem. It's the fact that they're part of a faction down here that is permanently hostile. Human beings aren't permanently hostile. Not even animals are permanently hostile. So I treat them as machines and robots because they lack any human emotion or anything. Their existence is violence. Okay. Did you become a child already? Oh wait, you still have a whole half a season or whatever. That's fine. Why no mechs only for true Adam and Eve thing? So they can repopulate the rim? Mostly because like it's really boring after a while. Like if you go into where it's the only thing you get in is infestation and mechs, the lack of variety gets kind of boring, and when you know the ways to deal with mechs, they can be pretty easy to manage. Choke point, EMP them, that kind of thing. So I know thematically there being other people, it's like, but that's not really Adam and Eve. It would be boring otherwise. It's the same reason I don't do, like, people be a challenge, will be like, but do only this one unit. Only melee, or you have to use only these weapons. And it's like, well, that just takes the variety out of the game. And it can be fun for something that's hard, but a lot of times it's just, what if you took the game but had less functionality in it, is how it ends up feeling for me. It's the same thing when I'd play Product Zombie and people are like, you should do an Axis only run. It'd be like, yeah, but that just means it's not really that different. It's just annoying because I have to stop fighting and looking for that. Only melee, but they use sidecasting? I mean, I've done melee heavy runs and all that. Being melee only is fine. You don't even need sidecasting to make that work. You just need to be willing to abuse pathing and all that. You definitely are going to sustain a lot more injury in melee only. But I don't know. I tend not to enjoy challenges that limit my options of how to play. Not even because of difficulty, but because it means, here's this fight, how am I doing it? Well, I'm going to choke point them in melee. Here's this fight, how am I going to deal with it? Well, I'm going to choke point them in melee. here's this other fight. How am I going to deal with it? Well, I'm going to choke point them. I'm going to melee. It gets to be very one-dimensional because that's how you have to play it. And so it's kind of one of those things that I would get the run, and even if we're succeeding, I'd get bored of it really quickly. It's harder. Like, objectively, it is harder. But I 100% am on board with the variety is the spice of life. And if you take away my variety, all my food is bland. It'd be like, challenge, run a restaurant, but you're only allowed to boil your food. It's easy, you just label it as British cuisine. That's being unfair. They actually have a lot more options over there. But you get the meme. Let's say you solve many of your problems in life with choke point and melee. Salary negotiations, choke point and melee. He says from his cell. DMV line too long. Choke point and melee. The psychiatrist asks with deep concern. Boiled vegetables cooked into lifeless. Yeah. Like, I actually don't mind a lot of things boiled, but, like, I am definitely of the opinion that it was a very common thing for kids, like, people in my age group as kids. I don't know why, but so many parents, like, the default of how they prepared so many vegetables for the kids was to boil them. Like, it must have been a TV show or some type, there's gotta be a reason for it. Because I can't think of a worse way to provide vegetables to a kid. Because that is a great way of taking vegetables and convincing children to hate them, because boiled vegetables suck. Okay, I shouldn't be... There are some boiled vegetables that aren't that bad. But by and large, most vegetables, once you boil it, you've definitely taken a peg down from eating it raw. Imagining broccoli steamed after years of soggy broccoli, it was amazing. Yeah, and let alone, even a step up from steamed broccoli, like actually properly going, throwing it in a pan, burning it just a smidge. Just a smidge. It'd be amazing. It takes negative brain power to boil dinner, have something on a plate. This is true. And I've definitely known people who had parents who were just, objectively bad cooks. To such a degree that they became adults, and because they had eaten that way like their entire young life, that as an adult they were like learning to cook so they had more options. And they kind of became like, when like Thanksgiving came up, they were the ones who ran the kitchen because everyone's like, oh my god, this is so much better. It's like, yeah. You think it loses nutrition from overboiling vegetables? Yeah, so honestly, a lot of times when you cook vegetables, or not cook vegetables, when you cook food in general, if you're talking from a raw nutrition standpoint, it does reduce the amount of nutrients in it, because some of it's going to get into the water or whatever it's in. Now, it'll certainly taste better or whatever, and sometimes it makes the nutrition easier to access to your body. There's the whole thing about bioavailability. I have no idea where boiling puts it on that regards, but I do know when we were kids, the idea of bioavailability of your food was just not a thing, let alone something your parents were discussing. Like, it was not a known thing. For those who don't know what bioavailability is, when you eat food, like if I look at a pile of spinach, for example, and it says, I have this much iron in me. That is how much iron is in that spinach. That is not how much iron your body will be gaining from consuming it, because a lot of that's going to go right through you and right out the other side. Now, if you compare, for example, gram to gram spinach to broccoli, now, if you look just at what's in it, the spinach gram for gram should have more iron. However, when you look at the broccoli's iron is more bioavailable. You digest it better, so you absorb more of it. So broccoli is actually way better for you for iron than spinach. Let's see, nutrition goes through the bowel lining. Autoimmune diseases stop this process. Yeah, some of them can. You don't think bioavailability is something people are talking about today, really? Nope. It's a fairly, like, nutrition, for all the things we have known historically, has had some pretty significant advances in the last 10-15 years for our understanding. Because if you actually look at a lot of our understanding of digestion and all that, a lot of it came out of, is a pretty effed up study that this person, I believe they had been shot. I know either way they had a hole into their stomach. But rather than patching the person up properly and everything, they were like poking little string in with food on it. And, you know, the person had agreed to help in some capacity, but it definitely went way, way beyond that. Like, it ended up being a whole thing later about whether or not we should use the science that they had covered, because there is a whole thing about if science is done in a matter that's deemed, like, inhumane and unethical, that generally we have a policy of throwing out a lot of the studies we get from that to discourage people from doing that kind of stuff. You know, science at any cost, if you would. It's the term used for drugs as well. Oh, bioavailability. Yeah, it's your body's ability to absorb whatever the heck it is you're putting in there. Like I said, it's a fairly modern thing, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on nutrition, but it is just the idea that you can get food, and on the box it says it's got a ton of goodies in it, but your body can't handle absorbing a lot of it, so it doesn't matter if it's in the food since you can't actually use it. It's one of the frustrating things when you're trying to eat healthy and you run to that kind of stuff, because you're like, look man, I just want to know what the healthy food to eat is. And they're like, well, that depends, because technically this has the most nutrition in it, but you don't get as much from it. And it's really hard to figure out what does and doesn't actually give you a good thing. It's like, holy, just let me know what I should be eating. So this person's going to be here till literally the next winter. And they'll give us some standings. I'm just going to bribe for standings and not worry about it. And what was the Forlorn Drifters? You'd be here for only 9 days. And we're going to immediately have them drop their stuff, because they can betray us. And we'll give them a little bit of recreation time. So you're actually bad enough doctor, I won't consider you. Don't worry about handling the animals right now. You're not gonna hunt. And for you, you're gonna be my researcher. And you are going to help out grow stuff right now. Let's see, concerning about the knowledge about the body, stuff comes from very bad things done. Yeah, that's kind of one of those things. And there's some research we've gained that, like, the base beginning of the research came from, like, awful studies that nowadays would be like, hey, you're not allowed to use that. But because people have already built enough stuff on top of that previous, like, horrific research, that we've advanced our understanding that all those later researches were done ethically and all that. You know, they're not going to be like, oh, just pretend it's nothing. It's not to say that they'd be like, oh, we learned this thing, but we're not going to remember it or anything like that. It's this, that, you know, hey, this study was done. We're not going to let a lot of this be used for a lot of purposes. But at the same time, if you did learn this about it, so that someone could then perform an ethical study covering the same thing. And that ethical study would probably actually be credited for it, even though technically it came from some pretty awful studies. Yeah, no, it's actually those World War II researches that got super duper awful. That is the reason we have these rules around what you can and can't do. Because you also had some scientists who went rogue and did basically torture of prisoners and those kind of things to do tests. And again, it was one of those things that's saying, hey, we know we can learn good things, but we need to stop people from, you know, by any means necessary learning stuff where you have people doing truly horrendous things to people. Let's see, and to add on top of that wonky stuff, people get more or less nutrients from the same food. For example, you remember Warren Sapp, the football guy, eating lots of bananas because apparently he got almost 100% of the nutrients in them compared to the average person? Oh yeah, and there's definitely people whose digestive tracts are better or worse at different things. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. But yeah, that's like nowadays when you become any type, like you're going in for biology and all that, they have entire courses about how to run studies that involve like human testing and all that. And it's not just, yo, just grab some people and start sticking them with things. Yeah, make sure you record your results correctly. You know, it's not science if you don't record your results. Those are the rules. They handle it way better than that, where it's like, okay, you know, one, the person has to be able to properly consent to whatever it is. You know, without consent, it's not allowed if it's going to be impactful. And there's a lot of limitations on what is. And human trials are allowed, sometimes without the people knowing what they're trialing them to. But you're not going to be like, hey, take this pill. What is it? Not telling. No, you got to be like, hey, we're doing this study. It's got X, Y, Z. And then you'll do stuff like some of them will be given placebos that are sugar pills. You'll have some of them will be given the actual medication. Yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. Let's see, you watch some diet fad. This person in his 50s would eat 17 bananas in a sitting. Not have breakfast. That was his lunch. Can't remember the name. A no for me. No. Most diet fad kind of things end up being the things that are short-term gains, bad, you know, long-term stuff. Like, yeah, you'll shed a bunch of pounds, you know, pretty early on, but then quickly your body goes into basically all sorts of problems, or you'll have like some nutrient you're completely deficient on. And so, yeah, for a couple of weeks you can be on the diet just fine, but then after a while it becomes this whole thing where you're like, oh, but now you're having serious health problems because, you know, the body needs a bunch of those other things. There are also ethics councils in most public institutions doing research on humans that will regulate to some degree. Yeah, that's with the human testing kind of thing. Whether it's, you know, double blind, like whether or not the person knows what they're getting into, double blind, all those kind of things. They usually have to go through whatever the local institution, you know, university, that kind of stuff. That they will have a independent ethics board or whatever that'll review the study and be like, hey, is this okay? Like, is what they're doing unethical, inhumane, that kind of stuff? The crazy things people would do for money without realizing that medical bills will be even more expensive after that. Taking random pills? Are you talking about where people go in for medical testing? Most of the time when you're dealing with actual reputable medical tests, it's, you know, things are on the up and up and all that. Oh, like the banana guy? Oh, yeah, no, there's... I mean, heck, you look at, like, the contests where people, you know, eat 20 pounds of something or live off of just this one food. Hell, you look at stuff like people going on things like Survivor or whatever and having a totally jacked up diet. And yeah, it's like, no, that can literally cause lifelong problems. Like, we're learning more and more that just being like, hey, haha, for this competition, we're gonna basically starve ourselves for a little while. Oh wait, that royally screws up her entire body? Oh no. Sorry, it's for breakfast lukewarm and then not eat anything till 8 p.m. Yeah, that sounds like one of those things that you could probably do for a short term and be fine. Are you... Oh, you're just taking your sweet time getting here. Do you have, like, health problems going on? Oh, yeah, you do. You got some serious bad things going on for you. Bad back, you know, busted leg. I was like, man, this dude's taking all day to get over here. Because we're actually running at double time. This is how long he's taking. Gonna have people start starving to death from just standing here too long. This is not my intended defensive point here. My favorite one of like all the you know, different things like, you know, stuff with, you know, places like McDonald's, and they're like, oh, your food is unhealthy, you know, you shouldn't eat too much of this.
Thank you, Serverlord, for subscribing for 11 months.
Thank you, Serverlord, for the tier 1 sub.
I just noticed I was NA kid.
Thank you, Serverlord, for the tier 1 sub, and you are now once again protected by your sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 11 months, and I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Coming up on that 1 year, so thank you so much for that. Carpentry, stone cutting, and complex furniture. So unfortunately, the deaf science thing will be going away. But 2 rats for the book to teach stone cutting and complex furniture. Yes, the answer is all the yes. So here come the 2 rats. Big ferocious rat army showing up here. Look at all the animals bunched up in this one spot. And there's no walls or anything. They're just choosing to stay up there because I don't really actually know why. I mean, that's where they entered from. They're just not going anywhere. Could you put the baby away, please? Oh, they're all still selected. That's why it's not letting me. Place the baby there. You go here. You 2 go there. And you get back here. Alright. And hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? On your 140 stream streak, I really do appreciate that as well. Thanks so much for the continued support and all good, or continued, I mean, it's still support. Continued viewership and support and all good stuff. Pods arrive. So I don't actually care about the gene thing. It's literally going to rot. I'm not going to have power in any meaningful time. So honestly, I'm not going to prioritize. I mean, we'll bring it in. If we get lucky and we happen to have a caravan, I can trade it away for maybe $100. But that book giving stone cutting and the other one guarantee, we just gotta read it. Complex furniture and stone cutting? Uh-huh. The 2 most important researches at this point in the game? Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll read that book. The true RimWorld experience of watching someone cataphract armor get sold by a chinchilla. I still think the biggest one was finding that or was this either a panther or cougar, and we just kind of was like, what killed the cougar? And we looked at it, was a guinea pig. Like, the guinea pig just solidly won the battle. And you're like, Panther, my guy. You're really bad at this. Just kept rolling 6s. It's like the Dungeons and Dragons thing of like, okay, you're a character with steel knife, like level 1. Here's a level 50 dragon. Okay, dragon roll, dragon attacks. Rolls a 1. You're fine. The dragon has hurt itself slightly and it's stumbling on its attack. Okay, so put out that fire. Alright, your turn to roll. You roll a 20. You hit. Okay, the dragon rolls. It rolls a 1. You roll. You rolled a 20. You hit. And then just watching a level 1 character take down a dragon and you're just like, what the absolute? Well, this actually isn't a Frozen Abyss tile. It was only a Frozen Abyss because I triggered a cold snap during the winter because, look man, they're going to give me a Masterwork recurve bow when I was dealing with a short bow. And they gave me a Masterwork harp. I was saying yes to that. Didn't I hear? And someone is baking and it smells delicious, and now you want cake? Yeah. Aw, man. When I used to work in, I used to work in the city, and, we had our office was the top floor. Not the top floor, that's not true. I don't remember what floor it was on. It was on one of the floors. That's not the irrelevant part. But on the bottom of the floor, or the bottom of the building, there was a bar, a subway, and catty corner to it, on the same building, but just not directly below us, but around the corner, was a barbecue place. there was no leaving that office around lunchtime and not immediately being like, man, I'm getting that barbecue. Because for one, with that Subway in the bottom of the building, after a while that bread stopped smelling like bread. I used to tear up tons of Subway back in the day. But after a good while of smelling that same bread every morning, it started to not smell very appetizing anymore. But I never did reach a point that barbecue didn't smell appetizing. You had a D&D encounter once where you landed like a dozen natural 20 straight with Great Cleave. Oh, so I never got into Dungeons & Dragons, but I did tabletop Warhammer 40k. And I definitely had those times where it's like you're losing the fight and you're like, ah, crap, this is like a definitive fight for the game. Like, this is my main squad here or whatever, and I'm just getting thrashed. And then you're like, all right, well, it's my turn, and you roll your dice, and it'll be like 24 dice, and every single one of them is like a hit, and you're like, okay, well, let's roll for the damage, and every single one of them is like a fatal hit to you. And you're like, okay, like it was a 50-50 chance per shot to hit, and we just, broke the odds by about 12 rolls. Cool. And then, like, to injure them, it was, like, depending on you, like, maybe 2 out of 3 chance or whatever, and you roll all those and get them all wins. You're like, all right, a fight that it was just handily losing, and by all rights and statistics, should have just handily lost, and apparently we just utterly dominated it. Cool, man. Let's see, your neighbors have a charcoal grill food often, and it smells so good. They cook it outside next to your window. They're great, though, and they offer you some if they notice you. Super hot, spicy Indian food. Gotcha. All right, so we got a mad turkey. Meanwhile, we'll go and assign you back to the main area here. We're definitely going to need to... We're actively working getting the sword. And what I'm going to do here now... We are going to mark everything to be hunted. But we did restrict it so we can't go much past this area. So how close were we to starving over winter? I don't think it ever got really bad. We definitely got really low. But I don't think we ever got to the point of having to, like, juggle malnutrition or anything like that. It was just one of those things that are like, man, we're down to, like, 2 meals. And there's not a whole lot of animals here. That Mega Sloth self-taming came in clutch. Because that was only like, food's getting pretty scarce and there's just this Mega Sloth here that's not... Like, if I gotta make a go at it, I will make a go at it, but I'm not feeling too good about it. And then it's self-tame, you're like, cool, man. I'll take a free Meals on Wheels here of just this giant animal feeding itself to me. I see no reason to not just accept this free bounty. Would you stop throwing animals at me? I mean, I appreciate it, but at the same time, it's a little annoying that I'm having these vents at this frequency right now. I want to get things done. And it's just enough that I have to kind of stop what I'm doing. Like, these are the kinds of attacks that are perfect when you have a ghoul and you're just like, ghoul, just deal with it. Just move your ghoul into, like, whatever the opening is. Like, just move your ghoul, like, up here. And just leave them there. Let it get attacked by the squirrels and it just takes care of it. Poor Martin here is getting just nibbled to death. But hey, if you're gonna stay and eat my food, not gonna not take advantage of it. So let's close that door again. So the good news is since we're mountain base, that mitigates a lot of this heat. Alright. So since that's all going, so we're going to switch that over to potatoes from the rice. The rice grows fast, but it doesn't give us a whole lot of nutrition. So like it's great for like bootstrapping what you got going on. Corn's the best for nutrition so far as just raw nutrients per effort. But with as short of a grow season as we have, I don't think we can get away with it. Heat stroke on you, that's fine, you'll get back indoors. And later on, we'll want to get our stuff going on here. One thing we can do, it's not going to help us too much. Take that spot, your heal root. It's not going to be enough heal root, but at least it's a non-zero. Will they do one of the smaller sections of corn next year? Right at the start? See if it's doable. Oh yeah, no, if I get it right at the beginning. If you need 4060 to get corn, or 3060, yeah. As I say, is I've got it right at the beginning, we can make it work. Okay, so we definitely need to make sure we keep the baby food in stock, because we are officially at the point where we're no longer going to be getting baby fed from that. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, is we had a cold snap during, like, leading into the winter, so it covered a bunch of the winter. Which is the reason it was so, like, minus 30 degrees and all that. Was just because of the cold snap. Okay, so we got a lot of animals here on the map. We're doing good so far as getting this food in. Because I don't want to go and spend all my time hunting the animals just because that's a whole bunch of our things. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. If we get to the point of the tunneler ideology, yeah, we will absolutely be doing the mushrooms. That's just an easy win there, being like, yeah, mushrooms. You can grow them inside. You can grow them year-round. Like, once you get the mushrooms going, we'd only go outside for, like, you know, heel root, cotton maybe, that kind of thing. Devil strand if we grow it. And then if we get hydroponics set up later, we can even do that inside. Because like a room of hydroponics with a bunch of that going is not a problem. Alright, so we've got that going, so you can go back to refueling that, because we burn our used up clothes on there. See, even growing outside with a roof, immune to blight, immune to cold snaps. Oh yeah, no, nutrient fungus, there's a reason why it's so strong. It's also a reason why so many people run the, run, like, tunneler, like, mine bases. There's just a lot of advantages. I don't tend to run them very often. Not never. I sure run them more than I do, like, cannibal bases. Cannibal bases, I think I might do, like, one an entire year of streaming. I might do, like, one evil run or whatever we do cannibal. Or a challenge that kind of forces you to do cannibalism to survive. Versus, I would say, maybe 1 out of 5 colonies that we get off the ground is usually, the shape is pretty nice. You're overthinking it. I see what you're looking at. I see what you're seeing. But that's just... Or underthinking it? Maybe. It's not how you're seeing stuff that's not there. It's not my fault chat always is in the gutter. So in the plan next... Yeah, that should be fine for a giant storage room. Straight into the wire too? Well, we don't want to make a mess. Look, you started it, chat. It's a two-head snake? Obviously. Everyone knows what this actually is. is it's one of those little turnkeys with the 2 little ears on it. Like, you don't see those hardly anymore. Where it's like a little, there's a word for it, where it's like a little tube and it's got like the 1 tooth sticking out of it for opening like really crappy locks. Yeah, or it could just be a straight up wind up. They drop meals on the tile and like every animal beelined over to eat the meals. I'll unrestrict them so they can go for it. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if it's a skeleton key. It's fine. It's whatever. It's like the lock if you went to like way back in the day, you went to like the old arcade machines where it wasn't like an actual key. Refugees? Yeah. So it's not like an actual key. It's not chamber lock. It's it doesn't matter. It's like a little tube, and it has like the 1 tooth there. Sometimes I have one on the inside, and it'll have usually like a plastic handle, and so it's just like a little crappy thing. They're like super easy to defeat, but they're cheap, which is why they're popular for stuff like that. You're not really worried about people properly breaking into it or whatever. Alright, so once we get this going, we'll need to start smoothing one of these rooms out. Then one of those is going to become like a rec room kind of thing, and the other one's going to be a production room. And then this will be a storage room. And I'm trying to remember... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It need to be 6. Yeah, so I made that 9, so I don't need columns. Let's see, most locks are to deter someone from taking something as an opportunity, not really locking something up. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Yeah, and that's absolutely true. Like, most locks, people be like, oh, you can break a lock easy, or you can defeat a lock easy, or you can pick a lock easy. It's like, well, yeah, the whole point is you added just enough of an inconvenience on getting it that people are unlikely to go for it. Because as stated, I can't remember the percentage. It was something like 70, 80, or 90%, I don't remember. It was the vast majority of crime is what's known as a crime of opportunity. The person didn't wake up that morning and be like, I'm gonna crime. It's they happened to walk by, you had your, $2,000 laptop sitting on the dashboard of your car, and they stopped and they looked and they went, I could grab that. And then they do. Or at least they try to. Whether or not they succeed is a totally separate part of the equation. But it wasn't a preconceived thing, it wasn't a planned thing. They may have never attempted something like that before in their entire life or even considered it. But in that moment, the opportunity was presented and the temptation got the better of them. It's one of the big reasons that a lot of crime prevention is literally preventing crimes of opportunity. Not being dumb and putting incredibly valuable things in plain view of windows, or leaving your door wide open, or stuff like that. That, it's just a thing that you have helped prevent a crime from ever existing by not adding the temptation. If crime is effortless, then everyone is a criminal? I don't understand... Oh, you're saying basically if you make, like, if the crime of, like, if it's too easy to do a crime, then more people do it? I mean, well, I don't like the sentiment of it. I can't fully disagree. Like, certainly people don't want to cause harm to others, so you'll have people have a tendency to not do things, because generally speaking, a lot of people, if there is, harm to another individual that they perceive, they won't do it anyways. But then that gets... Cool, man, I didn't want... Well, I mean, at least we got to harvest it all before it died, like the toxic fallout kicked off. That's not entirely true. We got this over here. Orders, harvest. Don't allow sewing. Crime does not equal harm. A white lie is awful harm. Well, a white lie is not a crime, not typically. A lot of times, though, one of the things you'll run into is people will justify doing things because the other person deserves it, or, they're rich, there's no victim, that kind of thing, which is not really fair or accurate a lot of the times. Let's see, you don't need to be tied you don't need to be tied to the law to not be a bad person. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. I mean the other way, a good person just because you are, I mean the other way, you're a good person just because you are, not because you're scared of consequences. Right, but it's still good to have rules saying, hey, don't do that. Consequences are a way to help, you know, guide people towards, hey, this is a thing that you should do, this is a thing you should not do. There is value there. And even good people can do bad things and desperate. Oh yeah, that's one sentiment I really dislike, like really dislike, is people will be like, you know how a person really is when the cards are down. It's like, no. You know how a person really is when they do a thing and the cards are up. When the cards are down, very genuinely you have people who are like starving or whatever, that literally their mental faculties can be compromised under those circumstances, and holding that against someone being like, yeah, you're actively starving to death, so your brain is physically being robbed of nutrients it needs to properly function. By the way, this is what I'm going to judge you based on. It's like, nah, man. When the person has everything going right for them, and then they do some messed up thing, that's kind of the time to be like, yo. It's tough because who gets to decide? Society gets to decide collectively through stuff like democracies and all that. And, you know, general political pressure and all that kind of thing. But yeah, so I definitely dislike where people have the whole thing where it's like, yeah, we're gonna hold this against you when you're at your most desperate hour. I'm like, nah. The ones we should be really making a stink over is when things are perfectly fine and people are doing some pretty awful stuff. Alright, so we got light leather. The whole "they're rich, who cares?" Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, there's a certain amount of logic and they're better able to absorb the damages and all that, depending on the nature of the crime, but it's still kind of one of those things that's like, right, but it still sucks. That's usually an excuse just to justify things. But yeah, no, definitely it's a lot of like crime opportunity. Oh, and we also have where we could finally have someone become our religious leader. Oh goody, it doesn't matter, both of them are one. Cool. This is... Oh, I need to actually put down the ritual spot. That is a necessary step here. Cool. A moral guide with one social. Let's see, it's illegal to leave a car unlocked in Vic NSW and Queensland. In Australia, if you are 3 meters away from your car. This involves the window fully up. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff there. So all our plants are going to die. The reason we locked the door is I'm going to get nothing much out from there. I would like more meals, but the reality is these are all going to be getting toxic buildup. We don't have face masks yet. And that toxic buildup means a lot of them are going to rot. So food is going to be a bit rough for a bit. I do have some sitting around here, which does help. For right now, we're going to go ahead and pause making the baby food. Cool. Steel meteor. Oh yeah, no, you find dumb laws everywhere. How long has a toxic buildup been going on? Day and a half. Something like that. Because the longer that raises, the higher chance that when you kill it, it instantly rots. But also, since I don't have any protection to the toxic buildup myself. Go in there. Hey, Eunuch, it's good to see you. Marathon Reveal Runner. That's a cool tag. But it's good to see you. Things have been going well. I hope they've been going well for you. That's why you just use NSW, call it the nanny state. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a thing. Like, generally, even if you're into a safe area, still just lock your doors and windows. Because your area is safe until it isn't. And even in, like, the safest place, crime still happens. It's just statistically much lower. Like, I used to get on my parents' case all the time because they used to leave their stuff unlocked for a long time. And then, you know, as the, you know, a lot more young people were in their neighborhood, from people having kids and all that. And then they started having a couple garages get broken into and all that. All right, next kid's on the way. You know, then it was like, oh yeah, well, we don't lock our doors. I'm like, yeah, and kids do dumb things. Like, again, the crime of opportunity. If no one's locking their doors and they're leaving their stuff open, that doesn't make it okay for people to commit the crime and all that. But, you know, now you've got someone with a criminal record who probably would have never even attempted it otherwise. And at the same time, you got your crap stolen. Versus, if you just lock your doors, it's not that big a deal. But I used to always get on their case when I'd visit and the garage door would be just open. I'm like, where is everyone? It's like, oh, they went out to lunch. And I'm like, you left your house with your doors open? What's wrong with you? It's like, what was all the crap that you taught when we were kids? Alright, so grab the bow so you have a weapon. People getting a discussion about, like, different regions of Australia and, like, which one ever. A lot has happened. You had to focus on dealing with various things, so you weren't able to be as active online. Yeah, no, I got that. I did, and for the record, I did see that you were lurking and all that, and its stupor was appreciated. There was a number of times, and I know it doesn't mean as much because I didn't actually do it, but there was definitely a number of times that, like, I was it's always a juggle, being like, hey, reach out, being like, hey, you doing good? Like, just, you know, because you don't want to be like, hey, man, I haven't seen you for a while. Really wish you'd come back. Like, I don't want to be coming across like that. But at the same time, it's like, hey, I haven't seen you a while. Like, everything good? But it's kind of the juggle of, like, respecting people's privacy and all that. And I know I should reach out. I'm really terrible about it. Asking you to lend them one adult colonist for 10 days. So, I don't actually want these things, but going into the winter, genuinely, that can be something we could take advantage of. So, fun thing, I don't know if it's actually... I've never lost a colonist who had a kid while doing this kind of thing. So very genuinely, what we could actually do is once the winter actually kicks off, you know, so this time starts getting low, we could then send Donkey Duff over there. They would potentially have their kid, and then we would get the kid and the colonist back after all that is sorted. You can always be a concern, even if you know someone is sick or elderly. Yeah, well, I mean, definitely if someone's, like, been sick or elderly, I'd definitely check in more. But yeah, you know, there's definitely, like, there's a juggle between keeping up showing concern for someone and, like, you don't want to be that friend who's like, always like, oh, haven't seen you in a week, you still good? You're like, yeah, no, still doing that thing I said I was doing. And like I said, in this case, I should have reached out. My whole point is it did cross my mind to reach out to you a bunch of times, and I didn't. Which is the reason I said I shouldn't get credit for anything, because I didn't do anything. Oh, the toxic fallout's already over? That was a short one. I'm not complaining. It didn't even kill the local animals. Now, granted, a lot of these are going to rot the moment we hunt them, but that... You have, like, a stray cat attachment style. You won't see me for months, and I'll be cuddly for a week. Yeah, no, I have a bunch of friends that we have that we did. I do have one specific friend that comes to mind that we do have one friend in our friend group that literally will disappear for like 3-4 years and then pop back in and then hang out for a whole bunch of time and then vanish for 2-3 years again. And it's like, the first time it's like, is this person okay? Has anyone heard from them? And then after a while, like, oh no, that's just the way they are. It's fine. Like, as long as we don't hear something from our mutual friends about how this person's not around anymore or some horrible thing has happened, they're just being themselves. It's fine. It's just the way they like to live is they go full hermit for a while, and then they peek out of their cave when they're like, I'm ready to not hermit for a bit. You should have said something, but you know how it is. Besides, you avoid sharing your problems with others because, in the end, it doesn't help anyone. I don't necessarily agree with that philosophy. I can get that feeling. I'm definitely someone who does feel like sharing what you're going through can benefit others. There's definitely the whole, when you get into like trauma dumping kind of thing where you can overshare. But that's also one of those ones to be like, hey, can I talk to you about something like unrelated to your stream? Can I talk about something serious? And like let the person opt in out. But yeah, no, it's good. Basically, I was saying the same thing, and this is the same problem I have with real life friends. I am really bad about being the first one to reach out. Like, the moment someone makes that connection, I will sit down and I will gab as much as gabbing needs. But I am really bad about being the one who's like, hey, I hadn't heard, like, how are you doing? I hope things are well. How's the family? I'm real bad about initiating that conversation. And that is a problem solidly here. Like, that's a me problem. And I know it's a me problem. It's always been a me problem. Let's see, many of you now know how to play on stirring between states, because we like to take the piss out ourselves. Just play fighting. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about like Australian, about like the different regions and all that. Like, that's those things are like, man, I don't know. I know some general Australia stuff, but that's about as far as it goes. And even then, if people are like, oh, can you tell me about Australia? Like, no. I don't know. I am not the person to ask. So you're horrible about reaching out and horrible about talking about people's problems with them. But if you need a shoulder, yeah, no, if someone reaches out to me, I will absolutely always be there. You know a couple of people who lack the permanence? They're 100% your friend, but if you're not in their mind, it's nothing personal. Oh yeah, no, that's one of the things I've learned over the years is I've got, so of the friends I grew up with, the vast majority of them I'm still friends with. There's been like one or two who've fallen off, like one or two who got into some stuff that was not great. Which we don't need to dig into that. They got in, I'll say they got into the wrong crowd is the way I will phrase that, and we don't need to elaborate farther. So I generally don't talk to them anymore, because it's kind of one of the things that the direction they took their life is something that it's not just a differences of view so much as they are actively doing things that I actively do not want to be done kind of things. And I'm going too far into that. But otherwise, for all the others, like, we're still buddies. I know I have a handful of friends that literally right now, if I was like, yo, and I'm gonna use a wrong name, yo, Robert, like, I am in a pickle. I need an extra set of hands here. Like, I don't know how I don't know how I'm gonna get through tomorrow. I need help now. They would get a plane ticket and they would be over here. And obviously, if I asked them to do that and I didn't actually need it, I would get an earful and it'd probably not be good for my friendship. But like, it wouldn't even matter what's going on. Like, they would drop what they're doing and they'd be over here. And that's someone I talk to once every 3 years. And usually it's just something comes up and be like, oh, hey, did you hear about Jim? Yeah, no, man, that sucks. Or like, oh, yeah, Thomas just had a kid. Like, that kind of thing. But, you get the idea. Like, we don't stay in close contact, but when you run into him, you're right back to like full board friendship kind of thing. So here's a little summary. You quit your job at the end of last year, and in January you had a court case because someone damaged your car when it was parked and drove off. Then you went on a trip to Budapest with a friend. Then you started another dead-end job with a schedule that consumed all your life. Fortunately, this place changed ownership and they fired everyone, ending the suffering. Then you got sick, and as you always do when in springtime, and then immediately afterwards you strained your back. That is a lot. So, to clarify, you are looking for work now, judging by the fact that they changed ownership and fired everyone. But I do hope whatever, with all of that, things settle down. I can understand the strained back. It wasn't so much as strained, but I definitely had the other day, and like this is just a 2-3 day thing, so it's not the same. But I definitely had where, you know, you wake up and your neck is like super angry at everything in existence. So, while nowhere near the same magnitude, I can immediately relate to just waking up and being like, wow, this sucks. Turn my head, ow. It's still a little sore today, but not like it was. Your job was for now. Well, I do hope you find a good opportunity. I know you've dealt with some things. 2 groups of wasters and you're willing. I mean, I do want the glitter world, and this would be an opportunity to get a gun, but 2-on-2, if they show up and they actually got skill or like, you know, tough, nimble melee pawn or something, that's a dead colony. Okay, so I gotta decide on the thing. So when is the end of my growing season? I think it's like any time now, right? My growing season here. 6th September. Oh no, I still actually have time left. All right, Chad, I gotta make decisions because I can send you out of here for a while, 10 days, and you'd come back. I think we don't send them. I was going to send them as a way of reducing my food burden for a while. And when they go to have their kid. Okay, so it lasts 18 days. I wish I knew how long they had the kid. I'm basically hoping to abuse the fact that they're going to have the kid when they're away. Because I've never lost a colonist to that. It's always been healthy, baby. And so I am hoping to abuse that as a means of guaranteeing that we don't have any problems with the childbirth and all that, and as well as reducing our food burden temporarily. Let's see, you had to stop taking pain meds because you can't afford them without health insurance. And for now, your migraines are back in full force. Oh, that sucks. I really despise the fact that here, you know, your ability to get health insurance is tied directly to working full-time or just horrifically overpriced insurance, which we don't need to dig into that whole basket. But it is a thing that is a thing. But the chaos seems over. At least you hope it's over. Yep, I can imagine. So I'm gonna grab the 3 of them. We're gonna chuck them there so we can shoot at them there. The moment the squirrel runs up, we're gonna dash you out. Let's see. Honestly, the only difference between Sydney and Melbourne is drivable. You've been to Sydney 3 times in your life. Had a drive around CBD, King's Cross, and those times. You never have to drive in Sydney again in your life. It will be too soon. That is, there's been a couple of cities that I felt that way, where it's like, you know what I want to do? Did you just stop? Oh, you're the one who's Manhunter. I saw this one roll up. I'd be like, oh man, here it comes. And when it stopped, I got confused. Alright, well, no one got hurt, which is perfect. I'm gonna do it. Alright, so we will take the Goodwill. Because I'm not actually doing this for the reward. Now, where is that shuttle going to land is a real question. Probably up here. Oh, still a little bit longer till it arrives. Foreseeable problems in the future. There are certain events that can get really dangerous on this map. Oh, you actually landed there. That's perfect. Yeah, so we're gonna get you out of here so you can have your kid in the safety of the Empire. Cool. Foreseeable problems. So there are certain events that can be very rough when you have these narrow areas like this. For example, when the anomaly stuff, we do have it passively running. If we get the heart, for example, and the heart chooses to be anywhere up here, I don't know if it can put itself on water, which is a big question mark. But the last time I had a tile with not a big opening, it literally made it a solid wall I had to fight through. Enoch on their 430 stream streak says, I did my best to leave a lurk while you're here, while you're away. The fact that you have a 430 stream streak, I would say that was a resounding success. Because I think that puts you... Oh, man. I think there's 3 people with the stream streaks in that ballpark, because most of them, you know, sooner or later have gotten bugged or had something come up. 3rd place? I don't know if it's 3rd place, because I know Cookie is way up there. I know you're way up there. I think those are the 3 that come to mind, because a lot of others have had, like, the one off stream that going. You're 1 behind Cookie just because it didn't count in 1 point, but didn't break. Yeah, because I think for the ones at their max, I think it's just you, Eunuch, and Cookie are the only ones up in the 400s. I think we got a couple people at like the 360-ish mark as well. But a lot of the other ones were way up there. You know, again, sooner or later they had a stream that didn't count that they were here for, or something came up and they just couldn't actually make it. Or for a couple of them, we had like 1 or 2 streams that, like, you know, internet dropped. Oh, that was one with the day with the hurricane. That we had the internet drop halfway through stream, and a bunch of people lost their stream streaks because technically a stream had happened. Honestly, considering how many streams I've done from in hurricanes and tropical storms, the fact that I've had twice where we lost power during it or internet, and the one was basically at the end of stream, like I was like right at the end and it dropped us like, okay, well that doesn't matter. I think we only had one that dropped relatively early. Like, I think it was like 2-3 hours before the end of stream, and it was the power went out. And I was still able to sit there and, like, I even rated out still because I did it on my phone. Rate it out and be like, you know what? I'm not mad. That was, going back 2-3 weeks? We had, like, a plain old storm roll through. And it was genuinely worse than a lot of the tropical storms we've been hit with. I was like, holy crap, this is nasty outside. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gotcha, you're saying Sydney driving, they just kind of go wild. I haven't been to Australia. That's definitely on my list of places I want to go. That was my experience, not driving, but riding in vehicles in Italy, especially around Rome. Oh my god, that was like, don't distract the driver, he's gonna kill us all. Let him stay at maximum focus, because, dear goodness. Let's see, you lost your streak early on, around 20 or 30 streams in, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I know a lot of people get really upset when they lose their stream streak, and you kind of be like, hey, very genuinely, it's a feature that they're not doing any maintenance to. For those who don't know, the people who were maintaining the, maintaining might not be the right word, the people who were involved in the stream streaks feature, it wasn't they were specifically laid off related to the feature, it was the team that was responsible. A lot of them aren't with Twitch anymore because they had that layoff way back. And even then it was already deemed not a priority. So it's kind of one of those things. That's Florida, Raul. You get a bad storm and the power could go out, just bad winds. So that's actually, I don't know like where you're at in Florida, if you're still there. Yeah, it's stuck in beta forever. Yeah, I've actually been surprised they didn't just get rid of it. Okay, so Donkey Duff has gone into their 2nd term of pregnancy. As a reminder, I sent them to work at a Empire colony, and that was a deliberate decision, because like I said, I've never actually had a childbirth go bad when I sent them there. You're still in Florida? Yes, I don't know where area in Florida. You don't need to share that if you're not comfortable, I think. The places I have been, which is mostly Central Florida, which again, for those outside Florida, Central, when we say Central Florida in Florida, that's north-south, not east-west. So it's just like the whole middle strand of Florida. We had really bad power that disconnected like all the time. Minor rain, power goes out. Slight breeze, power goes out. Perfectly sunny day, power goes out. We had that way back, but it was around like 2005 or whatever it was when we got slapped by those 3 hurricanes back to back to back. That just basically destroyed the entire power grid. Since then, I almost never have power. Oh, Brevard County? Them's my stomping grounds. That's where I grew up in my teens, early 20s. Yeah, so you have unsteady power there? That's surprising. Like, maybe if you're way out in the middle of nowhere like Scottsmore or something, I could see that. But yeah, no, that's surprising. Granted, I've not lived over there in quite a long time, so maybe it's changed. Gotcha. That would make sense, JD. JD basically saying maybe it's a problem with, like, power companies not maintaining to keep the branches off of it. I could see that. There is in that county on the north end, there's a couple of pretty quiet areas like Mims and Scottsmore that, like, you've got it's almost like this gradual cadence that you've got, you know, Melbourne is relatively large and so far as the number of people there, then you go up a little ways and you've got like Cocoa Beach, Cocoa, Merritt Island, that whole area. A little bit less dense population, then you go up a little bit farther. And we're just going to pretend Port St. John doesn't exist for this thing because that actually works against my analogy. Then you got like Titusville up there, and it's a little bit less dense, and that's still like small town city kind of thing. Then you get up to like Mims. Mims is starting to get properly rural, and then you get to Scottsmore. Scottsmore is like less people than rural. Scottsmore is a couple of houses in the tree and then a gas station. I could see getting to like the north end of like Mims Scottsmore, that being rural enough that the power companies just kind of, and this isn't me bad mouthing those areas. There's definitely something appealing about being like, I have my house, nobody's nearby me, you know, gonna have my horses or whatever, and not have to worry about what my neighbor is or is not doing because, you know, they're a quarter mile away or half a mile away. Yeah, pros and cons for everything. All right. And make another light leather sleeping bag. Actually, we'll wait on that. Wait on the light leather sleeping bag because we know we have the book for complex furniture, so here's hoping we just get that. Yeah, so I'm just moving all of our production stuff out of this area because this is going to become our defensive line. But yeah, no, I could definitely see if you're getting out there in the in those more rural communities on the north end of the county, I could see some of those getting pretty bad. I could also see, like, where I mentioned, I'm gonna skip this one town, Port St. John. That is that's between like the Cocoa area and the Titusville area. So for those who don't know, the Titusville area, the Kennedy Space Center is technically in Titusville. So that's like its main draw. Port St. John at the time used to be basically kind of a one industry town that it just basically supported the Space Center, and then when the shuttle program shut down, basically that town imploded. It definitely went from being a fairly desirable place to live that's a little out of the way to it's pretty rough. I hear it's been bouncing back, but I haven't been over there in forever. But it got real rough over there after the space shuttle went away. Not immediately, it took a while. But yeah. And then you got like Cocoa Beach, Merritt Island. That's all tourist. That is full on tourist, you know, Ron John surf shop, all that kind of stuff. And then you got Melbourne, and Melbourne is a big industrial city in Florida. Lots of manufacturing in that over there for aerospace. But in between Titusville and Cocoa is Port St. John, and it's definitely one of those ones where you go from like, it's not big city Cocoa area. It's got a lot in it, but it's spread out a bit. So it gives kind of small city vibe without going like quite to rural. But there is a lot of people there. But that's also where you have like a lot of ridiculously expensive houses in like the beach side there, or if you go down, there's a road called A1A. If you take that south, it goes down towards like this little narrow peninsula that's just freaking mansions on both sides the whole way down. Then you look at the house, it's like, how much is that one? That there? That's $32 million. That's what that is. That's the one I used to ride a Harley, and I would go riding down that way because there's lots of nice little beaches that you can get away from the touristy spots. But man, there was definitely times I rode through that, riding on the motorcycle through like these $1 million houses the whole way there, being like, yeah, I don't belong here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go use your beach anyways because I can, because it's a public beach and you can't tell me no. But also, I definitely don't belong here. I'm definitely getting the stink eye from like everybody I'm going by. I only learned about that area because there's an Air Force base down there, Patrick Air Force Base, and I know a lot of the people who would go there knew a lot of those beaches down that way. Let's see, it was more the house you were renting out. There's 4 streets next to it, plus you had power lines in the backyard. You're in a better house. You'll just say you're next to Melbourne. Hey, that's already more information than you need to give. But yeah. Now I know the area. Good chance I have literally driven around the road you're talking. I used to do a lot of contracting IT stuff, and I certainly got down to Melbourne plenty of times. Alright. When you can't sleep because insomnia, I know that feeling very intimately. So this is beginning to not look like absolutely terrible. There's still a lot to go. That's fine. Food's getting a little scarce. Oh, we don't have a cook. Didn't think that one through. Oh, Conrad, buddy, pal, broski, you are not going up there. I don't mind you running around in this area. I do not want you running all the way up there. If you're born in Cleveland, you're just happy to report. That's fair. It's also funny because my family has a background that we came from Canton, Ohio. Ohio's mixed bag. There are parts of Ohio that are very nice and lovely. And then there are parts of Ohio that are pretty rough. There's a lot of parts of Ohio are pretty economically in bad shape. Yeah, so we've got that set that way. I'm gonna bump that down for a minute, because I'm hoping you can cook. We're probably gonna be dealing with some food poisoning here, because you're not good at cooking. I was not expecting to get more crops out of this, so we're gonna get one last harvest out of this. Interestingly enough, those trees have come in aggressively. Sadly, I cannot tame the Thrombo. We don't have nearly have. Your weather is awful too. Oh yeah, no, definitely don't get me wrong. Ohio can get really drizzly, and Ohio can get freaking cold. I didn't grow up in Ohio myself. I grew up in Michigan before popping down here. That's where I'm originally from. A little outside of Detroit. And it was kind of the same way, where it could get real drizzly part of the year. Very gray skies all the time. There's part of the year it's blue skies, but it's mostly gray skies for a huge part of the year. And just, those winters got pretty nasty. You'll flip between 60s and 70s and 30s for a while? Yep. Like, I definitely remember climbing out a window because the door was inoperable because of snow. I remember doing that one year. It was one of the last years we had been there. It is, let's see, you get into it with, Brother with Sports. He's like, why can't you like the Cleveland Browns, not the Dallas Cowboys? That's one of the things I'd be like, oh, you like the sports ball? I don't have a problem. I'm just not into football. Like, that's just, for people that's your jam, absolutely. Like, when you're talking, like, football as in everywhere but here in the US, what people call football, that I can find enjoyable, because at least something's happening the whole time. Man, I cannot... I have tried to watch football. I'm like, we're just here to drink, aren't we? Because I don't know what the heck I'm watching other than people setting up the next play for 10 minutes to then, you know, do something for 30 seconds so we can wait the next 10 minutes. Baseball's another one I struggle with watching. And it's fine, like, I respect that the athletes are very capable and all that kind of stuff, and other people being into it's totally fine, but man, it is not that entertaining for me to watch. I don't watch much of any sports anyways. Like, even younger on, my mindset was always, you know, why would I watch what I can, like, play? I'd rather actually do the thing than watch the thing. Let's see, you remember when you told you were going to the emergency hospital around the 11th because pain in the side of your abdomen? You never got seen after like 7 hours and you're not in pain. Oh yeah, Bassett. Yeah, no, you definitely need to see a doctor about that. That's... Like, don't get me wrong, those things can just get in your head, where you're like, oh, is that a little off? Oh, yeah, you know, and then, like, really, really just get into a bad place. But yeah, no, especially with stuff like that, you know, don't... It can be a nothing burger, but it's definitely one of those things to always play that safe. Nails, squirrels. Well, we're not allowed to take colonists and nails out of here. But you'll watch UFC MMA stuff and racing, but other than that, yeah, I don't enjoy anything like MMA or boxing or anything like that, where people are just kicking the crap out of them. It's just not my thing. Again, no judgment, consenting adults, blah blah blah. But just for me, it's like, oh, you want to watch this? Like, can we do literally anything that isn't that? Yeah, no, exactly. Because it can be a thing that it's like a big nothing burger. It's like, oh yeah, no, you just got some like water trapped here or whatever. Your body will sort it out. Or, you know, oh, it's just some inflammation. Your body will sort it out. Yeah, no, exactly. You know, and even if it ends up being something that's concerning, it's like the earlier you check it out and get it sorted, the better. Gotcha. I hope you get your call and you get that sword. Your shoulder stopped hurting? Well, that's good. Not being in pain is always a plus. Oh, I don't have you set to haul or clean or anything like that. We definitely want to get that sorted. Man, I hope whatever it is, it turns out well. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like, I would rather be verified bad news than not know in general. Alright, so we did get the complex furniture unlocked. That's because we got this book here. So even though we don't have people researching, we got a book there that we're getting some freebie stuff out of there. And that's the reason why I was like, let's not make another one of these yet. Alright. I'm not going to build any of that yet, though. And there's a reason for that. And that reason boils down to effectively not knowing how rough this winter is going to be and not having access to more trees. So what we're going to go ahead and do with this is just let it go. Yeah, there goes that. Like, 90% sure you pulled something. Probably when lifting a dog far heavier than you should be lifting. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to end up be using all this wood for the fires and all that. So I don't want to go and burn 400 wood real fast, making a bunch of beds. Especially since I know the other thing that book had in it was stone cutting. And I'm going to need to use all the stone we can. So we are going to be trying to make as much furniture out of stone as possible once I have that unlocked. You like to pick up big dogs at work because the reactions are funny? That's random. Most of them are just chill and enjoy it. And it's like, huh? I never got this view. Yep. Alright, so how are these going? We have impressive bedroom yet? Slightly impressive bedroom, slightly impressive dining room. I'm not sure which one they're considering the dining room. I'm assuming this room. Yeah, because we definitely want to get all these rocks out of here. They are just going to keep building up as we mine. Did someone die? No. So we had a quest that they were asking for a worker. So we have sent one person off to be a worker because they're having a kid and all that. And I've never had a bad, a bad childbirth while they were away from the colony. I think the game fudges the numbers to your advantage while they're there, just because it would suck to be punished for something you have no control over, which would still be a very RimWorld-like thing to do. But so as a result, I sent them away, also to reduce their food burden as well. They should be back in not super long. Temporary workers. We accepted 8 days ago. I am a little worried that they're going to get back just in time to have their kid, which is still fine. Okay. And are you getting your learning? Because...
Thank you the very last Lardine for gifting 1 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you the very last Lardine for gifting a sub to the channel. So, Jokala, you now have yourself some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes and all that stuff. Technically, isn't this kind of run destined to end badly as siblings won't procreate farther? So we have a couple of rules. So one is, if either of the leading people die, then yeah, that's rough. But we also do have a thing that if they are no longer able to have kids, we are then allowed to bring in a single colonist to replace them. To, basically keep the kids happening. I've not had to do that, and we got up to 27 colonists on the last attempt. But yeah, no, eventually you would have it. But nowadays we have so many ways to de-age the people and so many other things that you can use to make that not as big a concern. But yeah, no, it will be that they will all be the kids of the 2 people, unless one of them dies, at which point then I may bring one person in to replace them to keep it going. But yeah, no, if Bortus or if the 2 parents die, either one of them dies early run, you just brick the save and start over. Just basically like run's done. Yeah, so far that's actually holding up okay. It's meant to go to Eonek. Gotcha. Oh, you went to gift the sub, and instead of gifting it to the right person, you accidentally gifted it to a random individual. I see. Meanwhile, we're going to bring this over here and start gradually retreating this back. Your bard rolled diplomacy against a dragon, and for the very first time she rolled a natural 20. It wasn't for seduction, but mind you, still funny. Yeah, no, that's, we already had the conversation earlier about just ridiculous stuff with, like, rolls and all that happening in those kind of games. And just breaking stuff because of it. Oh, because we have all the mega sloths, they're just wiping out everything.
Thank you, Allison_Adventures, for gifting the sub to you.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Allison Adventures, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Eonek. Eonek, you now have yourself some nice advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you, Allison, so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, you got back just in time to have that kid. Well, I had hoped to abuse that timing, but I guess we won't be. That's fine. I mean, that still reduced our food burden for a while. I'm not going to be unhappy about that. And now I got to get that all sorted. Got sniped in the end? Absolutely. And I cannot think of many other people more deserving than you to, like, have that. As well as things like...
Thank you, Vernon Sun 1, for gifting a sub to Bastard 369.
Thank you, Burning Sun 1, for gifting a sub to Bassett. So, Bassett, you have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes as well. Brain goblins are even afraid. Great. You're not sure you're going to sleep tonight? Yeah, no, it's one of those things to be like, oh, you know, take it easy. It's like, yeah, that's not going to help. I understand, like, when that kind of thing gets in your head, that it's just like, yep, it's just gonna be a rough night. You know, it's just one of those things. Like, even if there's lots and lots and lots of things, I'd be like, yeah, it can be totally fine and yada yada. It's just one of those things.
Thank you, an anonymous gifter, for gifting a sub to Kanahawk.
And thank you, an anonymous gifter, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kanahawk, Sniping Kanahawk. So Kanahawk, I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Just people getting sniped at this point with all the subs and all that stuff. So thank you so much for that. The side note, and it's weird that my brain reminded me of this. So, as a heads up, this isn't for a while, but the plan is that coming in May, Roadcraft is dropping, and it may very well be that right away we're going to be doing a collaborative stream for Roadcraft. That we will have after Roadcraft drops. We will be streaming with FG Squared and doing some Roadcraft together, kind of like we did for the demo version. So that should be a lot of fun. I'm honestly really curious how the full game is going to be, because it's very clear that they disabled a lot of stuff in the demo. So I am very hopeful we'll get that. Let's see. So Allison sniped your gift sub to Eonex so closely that Twitch actually charged your credit card and refunded it. Because you had overlapping charges. That's fantastic. Okay, Colonist. Yeah, it's gonna be Conrad who's gonna keep going with nothing to do. But that's just kids not having many things they can work on. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is we are gonna shrink this. I was gonna do it little by little.
Yay.
I was gonna force him to shove it in that wall.
Rual hype, Rual hype, Rual hype.
Hey, Citrix, thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. Everyone just lighten up that hype train and all that good stuff. So thank you so much for that. I get why they would do that, because the alternative is, you know, have it double up the sub for the person, so you get 2 months sub or whatever, would be the other way to handle that. Still.
Yay.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for the 100 biddies. That's good that it didn't go the other way and you happen to have those biddies on hand. While I would certainly love 101,000 biddies. Sorry, 100,100 biddies. Something tells me that would probably upset someone to accidentally do that. That would definitely be one of those things you're like, do you need to send, like, do we need to facilitate sending some of this back? Alright, so we're gonna let you out of this area, because I'm gonna need you to go and hunt some of these other animals, because food's getting sketch. And I'm probably gonna have to try and eat a Mega Sloth this time. But that's gonna be dodgy. So which one are you hunting first? Okay. Oh, you're still set to cook. Let's get that corrected real fast. So Vortis, stop cooking. Cool. So we're still bringing those in. Right now I'm just piling those there. Eventually we're going to want to move them to a different room. But for right now, we're just trying to get this whole area set up where we got the bedroom going on and all that good stuff. We are already basically out of wood. I hate that. Where did all that wood go? Because I deliberately wasn't building more things that needed wood or anything like that. Like, we held off on the furniture. Oh, it's still here. It's just not zoned. Because, right. Okay, that's fine. I was like, where did literally hundreds of wood go? Oh, right. We just got rid of the storage, so it's not listed here until it gets moved over. And thank you so much for the hype train. Level 2 at 33% with 4 gifty subs and 200 biddies. I really do appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy your hype train emotes and all that good stuff. So thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. I haven't been watching too carefully. I believe we're getting pretty close to qualifying for the Plus program for the month. We already did our 3 months where it's locked in for the next year, but every month after that happens means it's a full extra month. I don't have to worry about it. That's an adorable emote. Chill Girl's a fantastic emote. With that said, can someone look in the About section to see where we're at? I imagine we're probably 70 out of 100 points would be my guess without looking at it myself. 81, yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good that there's a good chance we'll have that locked in for this month as well, which is good because that just means it's that much longer I don't have to worry about it. It'd be nice to be able to someday push for the 75 or like the 70-30 split, but I still don't think we're there yet. Especially with, that's one of the things I was noticing today. The numbers have been really good today. I don't super pay attention to it, but it's just kind of one of those things that just doing the contrast, like compared to where I did my stream for like Forever Skies and all that, where it did okay with tons of raids and all that, versus we had a couple raids here. I don't think we had any big raids today. I'm trying to look back. I know we had, did we not have any raids? Am I wrong? Oh yeah, no, we did have a small raid. Yeah, so you get the whole idea. And that doesn't be a thing. That's just like the comparison for me as a content creator, like leading into those decisions that have to happen. That you pop into a game like this and you get a lot of people hanging out, versus like I really enjoyed South Midnight again. I'm super glad we got to do that. That was a thank you to Kalaria for all the support over the years, and all that good stuff. And I loved the game. I'm glad we played through it. But like numerically, which is the reason I bounced off of it when we didn't have that involved, it didn't break 100 for like the night on average, I don't believe. So basically half our current viewership. But then we did like Forever Skies, and that hovered around that 100 or so viewers and all that. Let's see, how long into the stream did you finish South Midnight? You know how much VOD you have to watch? Yes. We basically, I technically killed the boss at the end of the game right before I would normally end stream, and the credits took us just after I normally end stream. So, literally the whole stream, it's like, it couldn't have been better timing. Like, the timing was perfect. Basically, the whole stream was getting that done. And for those who didn't see South of Midnight, you missed out. Because it is an amazing game. Like, hands down, for me, it is a strong contender for Game of the Year. What's going to actually be Game of the Year, we don't know. There's a lot of year left in the year, and we got Roadcraft and everything else happening. But for me, like, the music was amazing. The art style I really like. The story was good. The combat, while it wasn't hard, was very satisfying. So, like, the one and only criticism I give the game, the singular criticism I give the game is Chapter 1's pacing is bad. But once you get over that little hill, it's solid from there. Chapter 1's pretty front-loaded, which is not an unusual problem for a lot of games. Alright, come on, healthy baby, let's do this. So there's like a 1 or 2% chance they die. I hate it when they do that. So, what happened here is, for just a second, Donkey Duff was able to get back up. And so they got up, and now I have no idea how that's going to go, because I can no longer interact with them having the kit or anything. But we got a healthy baby. So, name baby number 2, and that is going to be Doppelganger. So feeding, urgent on all of you. Don't worry about it for right now. Oh, I need to change that. Hang on. I took this off of being done. So maybe you just keep feeding the baby. So feeding, just whoever can get to it. Oh wait, did I choose critical or urgent? There you go. Whoever can get to it, take care of the baby. On the plus side, if this run, if you become a baby, you don't have to worry about getting bonked by a drop pod like I did. Yeah, that was a thing. Are you going... Okay, gotta wait till the baby's been fed. Now feed your wife. Why are you not ghosts? Why no bed? Okay. Yep, so we're gonna need to hunt some more. Yeah, and these are basically done growing for the year. They're all gonna die soon. It does suck that we got both the Mega Sloths back here. But let's go ahead and kill what we can up here. There is a chance we will have to go after those Mega Sloths. But not right now. Yeah, so your learning is maintained relatively high. I wish it was higher. But, we just don't have a lot of stuff for you to do. And I don't want to go and chop or use what little wood we've got. Alright, so throwing a party. Love to see it. Celebrating the new baby. Alright. Yeah, so we're slowly getting this room expanded and all that. That'll be fine. Getting more meals cooked. So let's go ahead and switch this over where no rotten corpses. Nope, that's not what I want. Animal corpses. So once I get that out of there, we can go and do that. Thank you for the free plasteel. I'm not going to complain about that. And then once they're done with this, we can get that going. The other thing we'll also need to do is we have a Sky Lantern party thing we can do. I'll put that out here for later on when we want to do Sky Lantern stuff. That's going to be a hard one because I don't really have a good source of wood. You just have to like go up here and cut down what handful of trees show up occasionally. Alright, so we're probably going to have to do something to scatter the muffalo so I can pick off a muffalo because I still don't have that much food. These will help a little bit, but that's fine. Okay, and there's a good chance by the time this winter goes on, I might have to move this fire to another room, which is probably long since due. Later on, we'll want to go and get that switched over for a heater once I've got steady electricity. That's going to be the big challenge in this run, is what are we going to be doing for steady electricity? One, I don't have control of my research. Two, there's 0 geothermal vents on the map. Three, even the water wheel, a lot of these places I don't have room to build a water wheel that we can get at. Like, I can over here, but that's way, way far away from where we're going to be at, which means there's likely just to get it raided and destroyed. And then the chem fuel and the wood burners, I don't have enough grow space to keep those running. You get the idea. Like, later on with the nutrient fungus, I could probably make that work with the chem fuel burners. I don't want to go chem fuel if I can hold it. Then for solar panels, there's no room to build. Wind turbines, same problem. There's just not a place to wedge wind turbines in. Realistically, I'm going to probably abuse Anomaly for that and go for the bioferrite stuff if we can get there. But in the interim, it's going to be tough. If we get really lucky, I might just get, vanometric powers or unstable power cores to shove in the wall. But that is something well outside my control. Alright, so we got 20 meals for right now. We can just leave those for the moment. Let you keep mining. This is going to be your storage room, so you get the idea of what that's going to be used for. I'm not going to fuss too much about making any furniture yet. We have the book. This book here. It does have... Oh, we already have stone cutting unlocked. I missed that that got unlocked. So, production. Stone cutter's bench. Because with that, we can start cutting stone. Yeah, streams? Yeah, so I got random research, so if I get the watermill generator, sure. The other thing you gotta keep in mind with these streams is the stream has to be big enough, and I need enough room to build on the other side. So it is one of those things that, one, the RNG, because I'm using random research, has to give it to me. And then two, a lot of this isn't going to actually be, like, this area here, I'm not going to really be able to get a water wheel on. Just the angle of that, I won't be able to get it where it's positioned where the wheel itself is considered on the water. I don't know if that's wide enough for the water wheel either. I haven't used water wheel very many times. So like I said, this area up here, I know I can get water wheels in there. But you get the idea. That might be an option, but it is one... Yeah, that's the thing, is I think this is too narrow for the water wheel. Which means all of this is too narrow, this is a bad angle. Up here, we could definitely put it. Like this we could definitely put it there. You think it is that part of the water? Yeah, and this again is too narrow and like weird angle, so I don't, like, maybe I can get one right here. And then all of this, because it's at diagonal, again, I don't got good places to get the water wheel on. So I think actually my ability to use the water wheel is pretty limited, unfortunately. We'll see. If I get it, I'm going to certainly see if I can't shove it somewhere around here. I don't want to go way up here. I don't want to put it up there because, as I mentioned before, if we're all based back here and I got to run all the way up there to defend it, it's just going to be a pain. Oh, you think it is that it would go over here? Yeah, we'll see. It still depends on the RNG on the research. Alright, grab the three of you, run you up here. Seems very narrow, just checked. Gotcha. Well, shame they died on landing. Real shame there. What storyteller? I'm running Cassandra. Basically, these days, I only run Cassandra. I've just had way too many times that Randy just goes on hiatus for like 2 years. And you're just like, please, Randy, do literally anything. Let me guess. One of the rats started eating it, and because they did, we stopped going to pick it up, because it prioritized the rat. Do a Phoebe run? I've done Phoebe before. She's fine. She's another one that gives you a lot of downtime, but it's at least not as bad as Randy. Like, hers is like, I think it's like twice as long as Cassie's between raids, which is fine. It's just Randy when he has, like, the weird time where he rolls to not do anything for, like, a year or two, and you're just like, oh my god, Randy, please, I'm begging you, buddy. I just need something. Literally anything. Yeah, so you're not planting anymore. Alright, so once we get that cleared out, I'm gonna let the person go to start cutting trees. Please don't leave that pile of wood in the water. Randy was on snooze. It was the point you forgot you weren't playing on peaceful. Oh yeah, no, like I've had some runs where it's like, Randy, buddy, pal, I need you to do something for me, man. Like, and I've had that happen a lot. Which is because I used to, even on stream, play Randy as like the storyteller I'd play through almost every run. But like I said, it's just way too often that I would find like he would just go on snooze and we'd have not so much as a raid for, you know, ever and ever, and you'd finally get a raid. It'd be this like sad little raid of almost nothing, and you'd knock it down, and you're like, I'm on losing his fun, and I'm really waiting for something to happen. Okay. Right now we're on Strive to Survive, just to be clear. There's apparently one piece of plasteel sitting there. Bills, do, stone any, forever. Okay, so let's double check. So you got your plant stuff, then crafting. And then you get malaria, cold snap, drop pod, mech raid all at once. Yeah, so it's like, the randomness behind Randy does have an appeal for, it does keep things interesting at times. It's just, you know, with random, sometimes you get randomly a lot, and sometimes you get randomly not even bothering. And everywhere in between. Posture check.
Take
That's
a
fine.
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
yeah, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is we're right about to an ad break anyways, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna take that stretch and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and stand up, stretch, use the restroom, and all that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She-Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel on that line? You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Doing a shoey? No. Alright, here's the deal. If it is relevant and I am in a situation where me and Drongo are both present, and Drongo is willing to do a shoey, and it's something like a milestone for charity, I will be willing to do it only under circumstances that Drongo is with me at the time it is occurring, and it is for something of meaning. Again, like, you know, we've hit some major milestone for charity, raised a bunch of money or something. Like, I won't just, even if like me and Drongo are hanging out with John, was like, I want you to do a shoey with me. It's probably not gonna happen. Drinking something from a shoe is just really, really not something I'm excited about the idea. Real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna have to like move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it and I'm gonna have failed this like at the... Alright, and I am back. Yeah, no, drop $100. You won't. Okay. So we got a book that'll teach us melee. Thank you for welcome back. So we'd have someone we'd have to keep here for 9 days. Going into... I mean, we're in winter. We got a book that would give us void provocation only if I activate the anomaly thing. Which is one of those things that, that is a bummer that it works that way. I get why it works that way. then we can get Goodwill. I'm probably going to say no to that one. I don't really need the rewards. And food's going to be a bit dicey during the winter. We got ourselves another lynx on the tile. We'll need to deal with that. Okay. So eventually that lynx is going to go and hunt Conroy when there's nothing else for it to eat. Sorry about that. It'll head down this way. Now, hopefully we'll start getting bricks cut soon. But we'll see. Because unfortunately the person who's responsible for cutting the bricks and everything else is busy with childcare. And that's just going to keep being more and more of a thing. What are you carrying? Oh, you're not carrying anything. That's your beard. Another Mega Sloth. Cool, man. Appreciate it. Got a bunch of wood up here they can carry back. Mad Raccoon. So the raccoon is just going up there to hunt, has decided to come to me. That's good. Okay. One and done. Love to see it. So now I just got a lynx and a Mega Sloth. And you're doing fine temperature-wise? Yeah. Yeah, so what we'll probably need to do is when our food starts to go down, we'll probably take out the lynx. So much meals in there. Yeah, so with the meals, I end up cooking the meat immediately because the meat, if we look at this, it lasts 2 days. When you cook a meal, it lasts 4. So there's no thing. Yeah, and I'm wondering if this will end up being a problem for the anima grass. Oh, also, I totally missed. That's why your learning's not getting as high. I need to have your whole schedule filled up. So you spend it all maxing out that learning the whole time. That's okay. We just gotta stick to what we're doing. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll probably go and pick on that lynx next. And then after the lynx, we will pick on the Mega Sloth. Enough for 20? Yeah, it'll probably be fine. If not, it's not super big deal. I just figure eventually I'll probably have a pawn that, you know, I don't want working at a bunch of stuff, and they can just hug a tree for their entire life and give us all psychic powers. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother hunting the lynx right now. I've got too many meals here that they're just gonna go bad. Trying to keep that wood in stock. Oh, there's a squirrel up there. Let's see, what mod gave you a map like this? And what mod labels the rooms? If you do ! mods, it'll give you the exact names, but one is labels on floors, and the other one is, I believe it's geological landforms or formations or something like that. Yeah, geological landforms. And then the one you're looking at is this is a river source gorge. You'll usually, if you want to find this style of map, when you've got that mod, just follow a river into impassable mountains and look for where a river ends. And yes, you can go. It will let you caravan out following the river out. It is horrifically slow. And we've got one person here. They are an Impid who doesn't have particularly good combat skills. They got 0 shooting and a rack and a bow. So what we're going to go ahead and do is this case, we're going to actually use our defensive position. You are gonna go pop that door real fast. There is a good chance that this infant's gonna have problems with hypothermia. It is pretty cold on this tile, and infants are vulnerable to cold. And then meanwhile, you just stay out of this right now. The grown-ups can handle this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just gonna keep you out of here. I'd let him run around if I wasn't worried about him running out, and I don't want to have to, like, zone him and everything. They don't gotta worry about him burning any of our crops. We don't have any. So you're missing an eye, a toe, and your head and your arm are hurt. Nicely done. You equate the sharpshooters? Oh yeah, no, they've got, because of all the hunting I've had to do, they're both at 11. Conray here doesn't have much. He's at 0, but he's a small child. You don't want the kid catching fire? No. Why are you sleep... What is... Oh. I don't... Why are you sleeping there? Why are you not sleeping in your bed? That's the second time we've had someone do that, not even the same person. It's whatever. Oh, you need to close that door. It's holding temperature so far, but you're gonna need someone to run out there and mess with the door. Alright. We don't need to kill those yet. We'll wait till the food starts getting close to expiring. Uh, 1.5 days, 1.4 days, 2 days. I could technically take those out and leave them here, and it'll be fine. We can use that as effectively a freezer. I'm not going to, though. I'm not that worried. If we get down to the point I have to kill some big animal, I can worry about it then. Okay, and you're going to cut down the last trees. Let's actually tell you to not do these last few trees. I'm a little worried about you standing that close to the edge of the map. Because you can't have where the person's cutting the tree there, and then a raid of 3 people shows up and just downs them before you have a chance to do anything. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Alright. I've been dumping the bodies in the water here so that they get destroyed by the water does a bunch of damage, 20 per day in the snow. Without actually, it doesn't even say the snow's bring it down, but yeah, so it's like 20 per day by just sitting in shallow water. And later on, that'll become even more so a way we can process the bodies. Yeah, wood's getting pretty low. I know. Cut these down. The wood's getting lower than I thought it was. It's gonna be rough is what it's gonna be. Alright. Eventually we'll get electricity and that'll get things to be way easier for us. Okay, so you got all that cleared out. For right now, I'm going to have them just leave it alone. I want time to be spent to get some of those bricks starting to cut and all that. Now, let's put you back under assignments to stay... Oh, that's not going to work for you. You can stay here. We will put them on hunt. But only if they come down to our area down here. Because then the food's right here next to me. $8 hours, 10 hours, 1.2 days. Yeah, so I'll have to deal with that soon. We got cargo pods. Sending me even more plasteel. Love to see it. Yes, they keep coming down here to eat these corpses. And that's working out perfectly, because then Vortis comes out here and hunts them. And that gives me more food. Lynx hunting donkey duff. Oh, I didn't think they'd go after adults. Well, the lynx is way up there. So start falling back. I mean, I was planning on hunting it soon anyways. It just stepped up the timeline. No fire when they explode in water? Yep. I mean, it technically makes the fire just disappears as fast as it shows up. Let's get you in the back. Someone hit it? Defend yourself, please? Okay, how badly did you get cut up? Pretty freaking badly. Alright, that's not what you want to see. So if I could just have you rush home. No, get you patched up real fast. And hopefully no infection in our future. Alright, you are gonna have to wait your turn, friend. Okay, luckily you're not actually that dangerous of a person. I want to patch you up, so hopefully we don't have to worry about that too much. We got some time till he gets down here. He's got to cross that river a bunch. I don't think we're going to get a chance to fully patch you up before then. It'd be nice if none of you were this terrible at doctoring, and we had any medicine to speak of. Oh, right, there is medicine down there. I mean, you've already committed to finishing that up with what you got. Let's hold off using the industrial medicine in case we have to use it for like infection or malaria or anything like that. Because I think we'll have enough time to get all the patches on you so you're not bleeding before you get through all this. Oh, we have the door closed. Hey, Conrad, while you got time, I need you to prop that door open real fast. And be real quick about it. I just need you to poke that door and run away. And how are you doing? You getting hypothermia? No. Okay, running out of time. Get done with that. Okay. Get in a position. You should be able to get in position just about in time. And I have Conrad ready to run away in case things get bad. Nicely done, team. Alright, so here's hoping no infections in our future. Donkey Duff got some scratches from that lynx. Alright. Yeah, so we still got time left on that meal. We've got the lynx, and we've got the boom rat there. Yeah, so none of those injuries are too terrible. Alright, so we lost some goodwill with one of the enemy factions because they're just naturally moving towards, you know, being negative. Okay, so we closed it because the Mega Sloth was just going for eating our food. And it probably would have cleaned out everything we had in here. So I'm going to have to keep that door closed. Okay. Let's see, it's time to make a useless piece of jade furniture to increase the wealth of the colony. Oh yeah, no, I remember we had, it was one of our Arco Nexus runs, I believe, where we actually went out of our way to get all of our artifacts, and we put them all on the, we made, was it like 3 of the reliquaries out of jade? And just like visibly watched the wealth jump. Which was deliberate, because we're doing Arco Nexus, we're like, we need a bunch of wealth. How can we make that happen? There we go. And how are you doing? Getting pretty close. How much longer are these bodies good for? Another day and a half. Yeah, so Mega Sloth just noped out because of malnutrition. Alright, wood is getting dangerously low. There's still some out here. And once Donkey Duff's up, there's a little bit more up there. But that is going to become a fairly future problem. I hate building fiber corn. That's probably our best bet to avoid having a problem. Time to start eating children? Yeah, that's not a thing we do. Generally speaking, you're going to find I almost never do cannibalism in this game at all. It's not literally never, but it's pretty close to never. Alright, so Donkey Duff, you've been sleeping, but people are getting kind of hungry. So we're going to take all those already things we have we can eat here. And get that all sorted out. Get some more meals. Okay. So we got a couple more meals. We're going to go up here. And as you can see, food is going to get pretty dicey here. Would you actually hunt it? Ran all the way up here. Just hunt it while you're here. See? Putting in all the miles and then quitting before the task is done. Yeah, no, it'd be nice to have you. I wish you didn't have as much that, you know, got in the way so you had to step away from so much, but you know, I get it. Stuff happens. Alright, so you're fully recovered. This is gonna be pretty dicey on the food. We got a little while longer till we're back into our grow season. Did manage to get another stack of meals out. Because the problem is, if we turn to cannibalizing where we've got these bodies out here, if we turn to cannibalizing them, butchering them will put a pretty ridiculous mood penalty on whoever does it. And it will also take another really big mood hit for actually eating people. If you take the time to build your colony around it like you do an ideology that's okay with it, that makes it very manageable. But we actually recently did a evil run where I was doing a whole bunch of that as a reward for a subathon, where we did cannibalism and all that garbage. And very much like we rolled credits in that one because I'm like, yeah, it's cannibalism just makes the game way easier. Because basically food is never a stressor with that because you get raided and food shows up. We might actually have to turn to cannibalism if we don't want to starve. That'd be a long time since I've had to do that. I'm going to try not to have to do it, but with literally 0 animals showing up during the winter. Should have gone after that Mega Sloth, would have fed us for like 4 more days. So right now I got about 1 day's left of food. Can mushrooms be planted anywhere in the dark, or does it require special soil? It requires special soil. The bigger thing I believe it requires... Oh, actually, you know what? You can... Oh, no, that's right. It has to have overhead mount. So it'd have to be the, Why is my brain being the way? That's not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, so it'd have to be the dark green area. Which requires you to put down soil. Need to be roofed only? Oh, no, that's right. That's right. It needed to be roofed only. Right. I'm thinking about putting down the mushroom soil requires overhead mountain. Right. The problem we have right now is it's too cold. So, because, like, regardless, in here I don't have soil. So the only soil I have is out there. And I need to enclose it and warm it up to grow the mushrooms. Well, here we go, Chad. It's something I haven't done in a long time, but we are desperate. So it's time to start stacking some mood breaks. Because that's the only thing left to eat. We got kids and babies here, and that's what we got left we can eat. There's no animals on the tile, and there hasn't been for a full day. And we've got a little bit of winter left, so we are dealing with starvation. So poor Donkey Duff is about to have some real serious mood breaks. Oh, good. Food poisoning. Because we do not have anything that makes us okay with cannibalism. Well, everyone's gonna be pretty upset here. Yep, there's already those mood penalties happening. The first one's only a 12, but it does stack. Honestly, that's not as bad as remember, but you get the idea. We're already looking at like minus 18 and all that. Why are you? Oh, you're dealing with food poisoning. That's right. I'm gonna need you to get back to it. Oh, that's terrible. All right, well, we got something else we can eat. Actually, don't butcher that one. So we're gonna go ahead and for right now, take that one off the list. I need you to get past your food poisoning, because then we got a cougar to eat. Never mind, you're gonna have to go back to it because you're gonna go into malnutrition before we have a chance to do it. Get out of there, Vortis. So yeah, so we are going to need to hunt the cougar. Level 9 is no small feat. Hey, I mean, they're both like 19 years old. Living on their own. Partying hard. Major break risks. Yup. No surprises there. Alright, so what should happen is when they wake up in the morning, the cougar will probably hunt one of us right away, and we're going to go ahead and defend it. Defending, I literally have no food, so you're not getting anything. Alright. So plan here straightforward. We kill a cougar. Not really much to add to that. There's no food at all, so let's just do it. So most likely we get anywhere near it, the cougar's probably going to hunt us. Because it's got no food, so I know it's not eaten. I know, starvation. Please hit it. Okay, come on, good hit. The leg hit, that's a slowing hit. Not a good slowing hit, but a slowing hit. Ooh, heart hit. Heart hit's a good hit. I was wondering if I was going to regret pushing. Okay. So get you to butcher. Now get us a little bit more food for right now. That's a dangerous one to fight, but we might have to try and tank with that. But they should add a middle ground before researching hydroponic basins. Something like little planters that require some work, but can be used to grow and plant indoors requiring electricity. Yeah, I could see room for some middle ground. Hey, you know what? Everyone's starving, so I don't think you're relaxing socially. I think you're making food. Oh, hey, don't do that right now. So have yourself a snack. And that'll help for right now. And then we're going to probably need to run out there and separate the boomalope and see if we can't pick one off. Because it should give us some food. Or maybe allow planting some food planters in food plants in planters that already are in the game. Because right now they're just decorative flowers. Yeah, I could see something going on. I do think it's good to have some limitation that you do need some hurdles to make reliable food. I do think, though, it is a pretty big bump up with the hydroponics, because usually that means you're using a sun lamp, and those sun lamps are just all of the power. Oh, I don't really care about them keeping this area up here. If it gets burned, it gets burned. I don't care that much. Alright. So, when everyone gets up in the morning, we're going to run up here. I'm just going to shoot in the general area of the Boomalope to try and scatter them. And then we're going to try and get one off on its own and kill it. Because if I attack them right the way they are, we've got 2 adults who are actually pretty competent shots and a child who is not. And that is a real easy way to lose a lot of people. Alright. It's showtime. So like I said, step 1 is just scatter them. That's gonna be a matter of just shooting an arrow against the wall nearby them. Have them run all over the place. Think that's far enough? And we got ourselves dinner. Okay. And try and put out the fire just so we don't run the situation of it burning down what little vegetation there is. Because they'll stick around as long as they can find something to eat. Cool. So we get ourselves a little bit more food. So get how this is going to work, is we're going to have to sit there and just bully those one by one. The good news is where we did have to turn to some desperate food stuff, we managed. So you're going to feed the baby, and you're starving, then you'll butcher the Boomalope. Boomalopes, as I recall, give pretty good meat. Please butcher the Boomalope. Or I'm just wrong, and that was just one stack. Oh no, there's a bunch there. Yeah, so it's like 3 stacks. So that's really solid meat. It's just they come in packs, and they will attack as a group. Like, if you get them aggroed too close to each other. So for right now, Vortis is running back and forth, just trying to keep our food going. Wood is going to be a very serious problem very soon. But I believe we're getting to the tail end of winter. I think we got like 7 more in-game days till winter's wrapped. And that'll be good. I need more stuff for this kid to do. He's just reading the same book more and more. We had pork and beans, let's stick with that. Exactly. That's something I almost never do in runs, but with how much it takes to get these Adam and Eve runs off, is like, alright, we're gonna dip just a little bit into the dark side. Because I'm not just gonna brick the run, because there was literally no other play I had. Alright, so with that, gather up. It's time for more food. Same plan, we just get among them, shoot a wall or something, scatter them. Because now we're actually getting meals, we'll get more mileage out of them. Okay. Cool, we got them scattered. This one over here on the right is our winner. Okay. And just like that, we've got ourselves some more food. So will let me just tell it to butcher from there? Yeah. Cool. Now I care about the one little flower burning there. Alright, so that gets us probably another 2-3 days worth of food. That'll be good. And you're gonna go ahead and hunt that raccoon just because. Or you can run up there and decide to relax socially. That's cool too. Hey, Cinnamon Winnet, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Good to see you. Just making the most of the run so far. We're getting a Adam and Eve run off the ground. Slowly getting ourselves stabilized and all that. So the immediate concerns I have is, one is the obvious food struggle. That's not unexpected. The second one is the wood struggle, which is also not unexpected. Both of those require growable space, and you get the idea. So we're just gonna have to deal with all that. Oh, we got some more animals I can hunt without problems. That's good to see. All right. But yeah, we should get out of this soon. The big struggle is going to be the wood I need to keep the stove running. Realistically, what we're going to want to do... Let's go ahead and let that torch drop. We're going to let that torch drop. We're going to let these torches drop. We're going to let this torch drop. We're going to let this torch drop. So basically, I'm letting all the torches except for the one over the stove and the butcher table drop, because I need to really cut back on my wood use. Probably should have done that earlier, but I chose not to. It's fine. Why do you keep going up there and firing one single shot and then leaving? The murderous animals, 3 man-eating raccoons, and you will teach me tree sewing. Alright. I'm down. I like meals on, Meals on Wheels. I like when dinner serves itself. You're munching on a burger? Pretty good. Heck yeah, I haven't had a burger in a while. Maybe when Tomb has a day off, we'll do that. And for the record, I have not forgotten, I still owe playing Split Fiction with Tomb. Her schedule's been pretty hectic. We might actually have some time coming up here that she'll have a couple days off back to back. I haven't talked to her about it, but I'll check to see if she wants to do that in one of those days. Because she hasn't been getting, like, any time off, so I want to make sure if she's getting a day off, I'm not being like, yeah, you know that day you're expecting to relax? What if you didn't? Alright, Basset, I do hope you get some sleep. You guys forget just how vividly different this game is with Combat Extended? Watching all your long struggling hunts versus your runs where you just get a shotgun and you're good for food. Alright, so we had a raid. Oh, this is bad. Please tell me you got something slowing you. No. This is exactly why you don't want people going to the edge of the tile. So right now, Donkey Duff needs to run Oh, good. Vortis is right nearby. So this isn't as bad as I originally thought. I thought it was going to be Donkey Duff by themselves, a mile away from everyone. So Donkey Duff, just start running. Conrad, if you can get here to support, that's great. Vortis is just going to try and get some shots in while Donkey Duff is fleeing. What were your stats? Oh, you're really good at melee, too. Get your shot. Please tell me it's a little bit of a hit. You're faster. Come on. Move over. Just good. We got a miss. Come on, drop him. Drop him. Okay. That could have been really, really bad for us. Don't be a nasty hit. Lost her arm. Alright, so we can't wait for you to get home. Lost her arm. That's not great. Having 2 adult colonists and losing the arm. Nice hustle, Conrad. Losing the arm on one of them is not good. With a poorly made knife, yeah, the thing you gotta keep in mind is it was a Yatkin with 14 melee and nimble. Yatkins get extra damage and all that in melee. Yatkins are dangerous. And that is exactly why. At least it was not a neck kick. No, it could certainly been worse. But losing an arm this early on is pretty rough. Because they can't do anything about prosthetics for a very long time. And that was the one who was supposedly growing. 30 plus damage in 1 hit, impressive. Oh yeah, no, 14 melee. On then, with the Yatkin, you've got strong melee damage, so it's even more it's 1.5 the normal damage. Yeah, so 1.5 normal damage with 14 melee. So it's a pretty nasty hit. I was wanting to kite them, but also, on top of that, we had naked speed here. And I think because they weren't wearing pants, it counts as unclothed. I was just trying to land a good, like, leg hit or back hit or something like that, or leg hit or spine hit or something, to, like, properly slow them down so we could kite. Couldn't quite make it happen. To be fair, it could have been worse. It could have been a leg. There's the Manhunter pack that we were expecting. Well, like, not allowed to take them. I'm gonna just let them deal with that, because we're dealing with what we're dealing with. So there's the Manhunter pack of raccoons, right? Right now I'm gonna freeze the door and ignore it. We can eat them. I'm kind of thinking, give it a minute. Let's butcher the animals we got in here. Let's let them sit out there and deal with them either when they start going to sleep or whatever. I do find it funny that she's still going to be able to use the bow one-armed to a certain degree of success. There's certainly a penalty from having 50% manipulation, but... So a big thing is the next time we have a trade caravan come through, is I am going to have to see if I can't snag a prosthetic arm. I guess in the meantime, since I don't have a whole lot else for you to do, go ahead and start smoothing out this hallway and this room back here. Do I need to be doing this? Not really. But for the moment, we're just going to sit back and do it. Ooh, we got the boomlobe coming all the way down here. So I have potential to put that to use if the raccoons fell down. Alright. I do think we're going to go for it, so let's get you two there. Since Donkey Dust's accuracy is going to be horribly penalized, I believe, by having low manipulation, they're going to be holding the front. Yeah, this isn't where we actually want to hold the choke point. I want a choke point back here farther. Yeah, do it. Alright, so we got at least one. Don't worry about that turkey. Okay, you haul that back. I don't care about this that much. It'd be nice to get those, but with no power, it's only worth like 100, 200 bucks if someone comes by to trade for it before it rots. Poor Donkey Dove is just getting thrashed. Okay. How bad were those scratches? Just a point or two? Alright. So good news is winters are almost over. The bad news is my planter's the one who lost their arm, which is going to massively undermine them. Considering, say, when they say planter, they have planting of 4, and that's after a full year of doing this. Spring has begun. Cool, man. Okay, so you're fully healed, that's fine. Alright, well... that'll be a whole thing. It's definitely going to be hard to get a research done, considering we're not getting any done, period, right now, let alone in a timely manner. That's okay. We're doing what we can. Right now, we're basically waiting for the first couple of children to start growing up. That as well as things that as, like, Conright becomes able to do a little bit more, that means a little less burden on the two parents, a little bit more they could help out with. And once we get, like, the first couple of them able to do things, it does build up really quickly. Alright. I think you'll have no problem getting over there. Yeah, you'll be good. Cool. Bulk trade good. Poor Donkey Duff is gonna end up getting killed by just scratch after scratch after scratch, resulting in infections. Alright, so got a bulk trade goods. They're unlikely to have anything like that. They could have food for us. And they could be a source of money, which would be good. For right now, don't hunt the turkeys. I need you nearby to patch up Donkey Dough. Alright, so please don't get an infection. Okay, so quickly haul that out of the door before the boomalope run inside my base. Alright, so what do we got? Okay. So I've got a bunch of fabric. They've got some food I can take. For right now, that can give me the recipe for a recurve bow. We're done with this book, so I'll take that for cash. Animals and cooking is cool and all, but not really what I need. The slightly worn shirt will give them. Alright. So sometimes the clusters just won't work. It's give or take. They won't behave consistently. You'll have some that land with no problem, just finding like little pockets they could fit in, then some like just they won't get drawn. We'll probably get a lot more breacher raids in that. The game does stuff to finagle it on the back end. So unfortunately their food sucks. Like, they got a pile of meat I can take, and that's good for a couple of days. But that doesn't really help me. So I think what we're going to actually do is just claim the money. Oh wait, take that. Give me these back. Oh, I could do the Garlean tree for wood. We should do that. It'll cost more time, but at least it gives me a... You know, actually I could use it for wood or food. Probably the wood. At least short term. That's fine. That'll do for right now. I'll grab a couple of chocolate bars just to make it even. Okay. Wait, did I actually sell the seed anyway? I think I actually sold the seed anyway. Oh no, there it is. Okay. So I can plant you. I can plant you right there. Because I could tell them to do that for wood. And that'll give me a source of wood for right now. So we could say this whole area up here that's like, oh, plant stuff. Get this out of here. Did it not place? That is not what I was hoping for. Health, actual medicine. Fortis, do it now. Okay, so solid tend. Let's stay on top of that. Can't even see where it's set to place to right click on it. I might just need to go over here and say plant. So I think we're at that point of bumping plant grow up to more on people. Okay. Okay, so you're feeding them. Meanwhile, go back to actually hunting. Oh, wait, the boomalope right there? Alright, Vortis, you got a mission. Hurry before they go. I missed what their gift was. Last deal. Can you crack off a shot and get them to Manhunter? Come on, Manhunter. Come on, Manhunter. Or just win by yourself. That's cool too, I guess. I was all like, we could just get him to Manhunter real fast and get ourselves some easy victories here. Because that'll help out. Why are you not in bed? Go. Oh, I won't be able to send you back. So you prioritize doing that. You just... Because you're not going to fight, you're going to fight me the whole way. At least... Okay, so work. I'm going to have to set you back to having some of that. We could take you off of hunting for right now. That was an easy victory there. So you start butchering everything. Get that all sorted out. That'll give Donkey Duff enough food. So we shouldn't have to worry about that. I'm going to let that sit for a little longer. Because it's a really good 10, so I want to get the full mileage out, because the next 10 is probably going to be garbage. Alright. Next 10, we're going to go ahead and burn our good medicine, because losing a pawn to infection is not a winner. 75, you're good. Back to herbal medicine. Let's see, boomalopes may not be the ideal source of meat, but they are far better than the alternative. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. The boomalope are excellent so far as volume of meat. Please stop sweeping directly under the bleeding out boomalope, Conrite. You're scaring me, friend. You know what? Do I need to make you just shoot the boomalope? You'll get there someday. There you go. I'm just waiting for him to be standing directly underneath it when the fire kicks off. So I just did that to make that stop being an immediate stressor. Because it is just a thing that your pawns will absolutely kill themselves in that manner. So we are getting decent money, which is good. So hopefully when someone comes by with a prosthetic as an option, we could take advantage of it. And you have how long to your next age up? Next growth moment is at 7. Okay, medical attention needed. Not anymore. Okay. The Donkey Duff's good. Alright, so... Begin tree connection ritual, Donkey Duff. Choose Dryad cast. Woodcutter accept. We're leaving this alone. I have almost lost people up here like 3 times now. Oh, and Vortis, let's get you back off cooking, friend. You did good in keeping us from starving for a couple of seconds till our actual cook could get back into it. Guys, we're waiting for our next kid to grow up so we don't have to babysit them anymore. And that'll be just in time for us to probably get another kid in the way. We've actually done pretty good where the Boomalope has not ended up going Manhunter on us, but shouldn't take our chances with it. You know, queue up the next group so Vortis can hunt those when they get up. All right. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no, we're doing pretty good with all this. All that's going well. Food is still struggling. Wood's going to be a struggle. Hopefully, though, this will help solve our wood problem. It's going to be a little bit tricky because we're going to be dealing with a person with very low manipulation trying to manage that. So if we're really, really lucky, we might be able to score ourselves a... Oh, man, we have such low doctoring. We might be able to score ourselves a bionic and by some miracle actually successfully install it. Which will very genuinely feel like by some miracle. Oh, we got a grizzly bear. Hate to see that. Good amount of food if we kill it, but another dangerous animal that can take a lot of hits to put down. Unfortunately, can't just completely not do anything about it. Alright, well, we got the turkey. Is that a sleepy wifey? Maybe. Huh.
But I was to help you.
No, I understand. Bear friend. Yep, bear loves eating us. Alright, so for right now, I'm going to switch over our priorities again. I'm going to restrict Vortis back to the section so that the animals that come down here. Because we'll give... What are you up to, Donkey Duff? You are reading a book about tree sowing. Cool. I will say, Conrad having nothing better to do than haul and clean all the time, really doing a good job of keeping this place looking spick and span the whole time. Wanderer joins. No, they don't. It's against their rules. What's for the queue for? When we get new colonists added to the colony? You can get a colonist named after you. We do a random draw of the people in the queue, and whoever wins, the colonist is named after their username. We will be a little bit of a slow burn on getting new colonists, because with the challenge we're doing, I can only have colonists that are born and raised in the colony added to it. Unless we lose one of, like, basically if we cannot have kids anymore, I am allowed to introduce one new colonist, which is that's like, you know, in prison, recruit them, get a join or whatever. But it's only when I cannot anymore have any colonists coming in that I may bring in anyone, and only one. And I cannot deliberately create a situation where I don't have any more colonists. Like, I can do that. So, like, say it's like, oh man, that one arm is too big of a deal. I can't deliberately get Donkey Duff killed to be like, oh man, gotta go get a new colonist. Can't do anything like that. So, unfortunately, we are completely and utterly out of wood. I actually don't have a rule about the grow vats versus anything else. I haven't had to use grow vats before. Like the grow vats would be allowed. I am using random research, no research. And I don't know how I'm going to manage to have any meaningful amount of power in this colony. So it's going to probably be no grow vats. Just by, like, whether or not I wanted to, it's probably going to be hard to even make that happen if I wanted to, is where I would put it. Well, the good news is it shouldn't get super cold inside the cave. As long as we're inside the mountain, it does have a somewhat dampening effect on the temperature impacts. Oh, here. Bump up the plant count. Where are you going now? What do you know? Butchering? Okay. Yeah, because I need Donkey Duff to maintain that tree so we get wood coming in. That's gonna be our solution for wood, because at least that's a renewable solution. The big problem here is Donkey Duff doing the childcare kind of stuff and missing an arm is going to struggle to get much done. They just got too many things they need to be doing, and then their ability to do them has been pretty badly penalized. So their speed at which they're getting done is pretty badly penalized. I mean, these are rotting out here just because they got planted before the winter and they didn't get a chance to grow. The good is we are starting to improve their mood and all that. But it is just ping-ponging their needs. Vortis will probably eventually help out with the growing stuff if it comes down to it, but we'll see. Alright, you. Oh, right, that's the other thing. This is the reason I like actually making the baby food as opposed to having the mother feed them, is because it ends up starving them every time they do. It is literally just ping-ponging their needs again and again and again. That it just... When you say it's a full-time job to rest a to take care of a child, it's literally wake up, take care of the child, go back to sleep, do it again, because of how much time it takes. Oh, Go Frenzy, that's actually pretty good for what we're doing. Honestly, grab the 3 of them. Go for this Boomalope while it's here. Solidly done. Open it up in a single volley. I don't know who actually got the braining hit, but one of them did. Desperate Refugees. So we have a Desperate Refugee is going to show up. We will have them... Oh, it's a Hussar. That's actually pretty scary. Well, hopefully they don't betray us, because I'm pretty sure they win the fight. Don't worry about cooking. Don't worry about hunting. You can do this. You can help with that. And honestly, you can help with that. Because they'll be able to start cutting some brick or something. I probably... Even though they're so bad at it... Let's take them off this, and you just plant things. And you're trying to get that caught up. They're just waiting for the immature dryad to appear. Alright, I need to butcher that. You might have to deal with food. Actually, I forgot. Technically, Anomaly is turned on. We don't have it in its active state. It's in, like, its passive state. So technically, this person who showed up could, in theory, could in theory have, what's the word I'm looking for? Metal horror. It's very unlikely, but it is one of those things that's like, yeah, let's not take our chances with it. I'm not gonna have him cook. Not gonna have him cook or doctor. I don't immediately need a doctor, and a cook certainly would help, but I don't need it that bad. Want to give me free food? It's not exactly what I needed, but okay. All right. And how are you doing there, Conrad? So you got a little whiles to age up. And you got a little while to age up. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and unrestrict you again so you can go up there and get us some food. With this, don't hunt the little stuff. Hunt the big stuff. Everyone's just reading the book because it's the only entertainment around. Like, I've got a couple other things, but there's not much entertainment to pick from. It'd also be good to get this person onto research, but it is kind of those things we're juggling that no matter what, food's going to be a problem. And we're just trying to manage. You ran all the way up there. Finish it. I'm so tired of that one specific thing where you're like, hey, go hunt something. They run all the way up to the point where they go to do their shot. And that's a... So you can't have metal horrors or creeper joiners if monolith is not level 2 on ambient horror. It is possible after day 10. Yeah, we're well past day 10. I thought with the monolith inactive, you still... I'm pretty sure you can still get advanced ones. Oh, I need monolith level 2? Gotcha. I usually almost always have the monolith active. I just chose not to activate in this one since we don't have electricity and we're going to have almost no one here for a little while. And the intention is to make it go active once I've got, you know, like 5-6 colonists here and we have at least the ability to get electricity. Or at least be able to keep the lights on so we don't just die to a nocturnal event immediately. Let me let just Donkey Duff stick with that. To try and get that bootstrapped up so I can hopefully get some rice. Right, you ran out of wood to cook with anymore. Let's see, on Ambient Horror, Ms. Messy Tale got Darkness event on day 62 while still tribal with a single campfire and 2 pawns. I mean, honestly, if it wasn't doing a challenge like this, that's pretty hard to reach that stage of the game and not have more than that, but that's okay. So I got the horse. So expect a lot of food poisoning in our future because we are now eating raw food. And we will for the foreseeable future. There is a willow tree there, singular. Major break risk on you. Because everything. How long are you here for? Because I have a real bad feeling you're going to be... Oh man, 11 days? There's 0 chance I keep this person from melting down. Alright. Oh no, we don't have metal ore. Yeah, no, I have no idea what the rules are for the ambient, because like I said, normally I have the monolith turned on right away. Okay, so we'll get that one next. Okay. Because yeah, no, if we did have something like a metal whore at this stage, then yeah, that'd be a dead colony. That'd be a dead colony. Like, I wouldn't be able to like not make food or spread everything out. We wouldn't be able to do all the thing. But say, I get that you like the ravine. I think that's what this one's called. Maps, but what about craters? I've done crater. For the record, I haven't like been going out of my way like saying like this is my favorite map. I'm doing it a lot. It's literally I've been doing this map because I haven't done this map and like gotten a colony off the ground yet. Like literally we haven't had a actual colony of this nature that we've gotten properly launched. I've only tried a couple of times. So I actually have no real attachment to this. It's just a different tile set. But yeah, no, I've done Crater a good couple times. I like Crater. Crater's good. But that's part of why I've been going after this one, is I'm like, I want to see how this, like, early, mid, and end game feels. I have a feeling end game, like, the defense side of it, this is going to be a very, very strong colony. But as it comes to trying to scale up the numbers, until we get, like, Tunneler going, it's going to be really rough. And then once we get Tunneler, it'll probably become pretty not that hard. Alright, so for right now, we'll go ahead and queue up for all of these things to be hunted again. But I'm going to restrict you back into the area. And I'm trying to do that so they keep the animals off our crops. It seems especially hard with random research. Yep. I really like random research, though. I wish it worked smoothly with Anomaly, though. If we activate the monolith, you'll see what I mean. That I'll have to actually disable random research, then re-enable it to get it to work. Because, for whatever reason, even now, it doesn't have the ability to choose the random research in Anomaly. Like, what'll happen is the research here, it'll choose an Anomaly project, and then even when you're researching the Anomaly thing, it won't advance, nor on your regular research, it won't advance either. So it just gets stuck. So the way you fix it is you turn it off and on, which stops hiding what you're researching, but it still does randomly selects. And if it randomly selects an Anomaly research in the regular tab, you have to just cancel that research and it'll redraw another one. And then manually I do the Anomaly research. It's a bummer, but it is the way it is. I think the person who made the mod isn't currently playing RimWorld actively, and so it's just not being maintained. That happens a lot. Not specifically RimWorld, just with mods in general. People make a mod, you'll have a good time with it, but you know, over the years, they're just... Even like, they're either not in the game anymore, or they're too busy, or they're just not into... Like, they don't care about the mod anymore, whatever the deal is. And they move on, and either someone picks it up and works on it, or it just languishes. That's when the big one with Build 42 and Product Zomboid is, That's had that problem. Alright, so I need to get you back to plant cut being a higher priority so that the Dryad still grows. I'm amazed we have not gotten like 4 cases of food poisoning already. Eating raw meat, you usually don't get very far without food poisoning in the game. As one would imagine, because that's probably what it'd be like in real life too. Alright. Yeah, so a bunch of these animals are going to take off off the tile soon, or they're going to venture down here to find food. Just because they basically wiped out all of the grass here. And so they'll either go down here to find grass, or they'll work their whole way down. Starvation. Go eat. For right now, stop refueling that fire. It's not that cold anymore. Okay, and they're like the Hussar being at near mild braking the whole time is pretty worrisome. Because they do have a tendency to have violent brakes. And while we do have some ability to fight, they're a solid combat pawn. Granted, we did disarm them, so that will help us quite a bit. Still a little bit of a concern. I'm going to have you go ahead and butcher real quick. Wait. Oh, you're queued up to butcher. Okay. That's still fine. Basically, I just don't want them to rot out there. Attacking immediately. That's fine. Get a little bit of money on them. Alright. So, hold that door open as you cut through. And the R3 of you get into position. Please don't burn my crops. Okay. Anyways, back to what you were supposed to be doing is butchering that so we have food. Okay. And then I'm going to go back to maintaining the Dryad, because I need to get that off the ground. And starvation on you, because you're feeding the baby. So good news, we're almost done planting this. We'll get a little bit more wood, which is good, so I'll be at least a couple of meals going. Let's see, flaw is a good thing. Char didn't need another thing to complain about. Counter argument, it would also been fine that if Char got whacked in the head and, you know, may or may not continued supporting the colony in some way. Would have been an acceptable outcome as well. Because I gotta keep them for a while, and they are Hussar, which means they have Go Juice dependency. And that is a dependency I can't help them with. Or are you at manipulate? Oh, you're at manipulation 50 because your Go Juice dependency is starting to cause you problems. That's not my favorite. And you still have 7 days here. How long are they here for? 7 more days. I think they'll get out of here before they're rendered unconscious. Yeah, because it's only been 6 days, and they don't go unconscious until 30 days. To be fair, the combat's going to make combat real easy. It will definitely make it not as dire. Alright, so you are free to go out hunting again, Vortis. We need more meat. The rice is coming in very slowly. As long as they go for Conrite? Yeah. Well, the good news there as well is they do have a moving penalty. So as long as they don't, like, attack Conrite while he's back in the house, there's a good chance Conrite would just be able to run away. The Eaters. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do a conversion ritual to try and get some ideology points, because we do want to start pushing towards Tunneler. And if we get lucky with Char, I might be able to just straight up masterfully convert them, and that'd take a bunch of the mood penalties off. If nothing else, it's some social practice. Because we're at social 1, so expectations need to be pretty low. Hey, you know what? That was still a conversion ritual point. That's fine. All right. Yeah, no one else is restricted, so you should be able to do it. Let's go 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4. Take those off. Take that off. Okay. Trying to change the priorities so they actually do work on other things. Because I need them cooking as well as a higher priority than this. They are struggling to maintain it, but that's fine. Pretty soon we'll get wood in there, and then we'll be able to actually cook our food, so our food will go farther. Alright, Vortis, buddy. I need you to actually out there getting me food. Have to bring a couple of animals back. They can move on from there. Char's gonna keep trying to keep the plants going. On the plus side, we're getting lots of fabrics and leather. On the downside, no one has time to craft it into anything, because we're struggling to keep the food going at all. Because eating these things without actually taking the time to cook them is super inefficient. Then we're gonna get way, way, way less out of it. But until we have wood coming in, there's nothing I can do about it. There's just blood on the ground absolutely everywhere from all the animals we were hunting. Alright, some more dangerous animals. Major break risk on you. Because you're hungry, you want Goju's, everything else is wrong. Existence is sadness. Yeah, just... What is your life like? Sad. Thinks, oh, what is it? Disenchantment? Sad. What was it? Mortimer? The Prince Mortimer or something like that? Gets turned into a pig. So it just walks in a room and just lays on his side and just goes, sad. Alright. Oh, it's someone managed to cut like two stacks of bricks. We got 2 whole stacks of bricks cut. We actually had someone did a little bit of crafting at some point. Just a little bit. Teeny tiny. So you're going to need to deal with that in a minute. Major break risk. Wild woman wanders in, so they cannot join us. Which is a real shame, because other than the firefighting, that's not a bad pawn. Was it Steadfast Quick Sleeper? Yeah, Steadfast Quick Sleeper. Yeah, no, that pawn would serve. It's not an amazing pawn, but Steadfast Quick Sleeper is certainly nothing to complain about. But it'd be against the rules for me to take them, so they won't be taken. For the record, is the thing we might end up doing later, is as we start getting into, like, biotech kind of stuff, doing the genetic engineering is absolutely a-okay. Now, catch with that is I won't be able to have, like, willing participants. We will most likely take people who get downed in fights and double borrow the genes. You get where I'm going with that. We'll probably end up borrowing a lot of genes to keep things moving. Oh man, this is so inefficient. That just... We're slaughtering all the animals on the map and getting nothing out of them. I don't know where you got that wood from, but that's pretty exciting. You got yourself one set of meals. Yeah, still don't know where they came from. We're gonna need to have Donkey Duff deal with that. All right, so they've got the tree sowing. That was from reading the book. Dark Visions on Chart. You know what? That's a perfect break. Because they knew a break was coming, and that's when it doesn't result in murder. So that's a-okay in my book. Oh, that's still the wild person up there. Shack of Goodies. That's fine. Alright, so we need to up your plant cut again. I cannot keep up with the food. I'm probably going to end up needing to kill the wild person, because they're going to destroy all my crops. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, just wandering around a circle and not doing anything is super desirable by comparison to the other stuff. Stop destroying my crops. Cool, you chose death, that's fine. I'll take free food. So I have a juggle because I really need you to cook, and I really need... You gotta keep cooking. Like, I gotta keep this up so that you get a chance to start making wood for me. But at the same time, I also need the food to keep coming. So that's the whole thing. Oh yeah, so we can use that. Transport pod crash. I can't do anything about you, man. I'd love to help you, but right now we are absolutely struggling in every possible way. Alright, once Vortis gets down here, I'm going to restrict them again for a minute. And the reason I'm doing that is so they'll focus on the animals that get down here, because they also really need Donkey Duff to keep this tree... I think it's that it drops below that %. on the far left, the Dryad will eventually go away. So I need to get that stabilized, because the Dryad should be a steady source of lumber for me. Vortis? That's not actually a bad idea. So we can go ahead and we'll give Vortis 2 on that. And then I'm going to go here and tell them for cooking a simple meal. Details. We'll require 5 for right now. We'll require 5 for right now. And we'll require 5 right now. So you won't try to cook them, but you could butcher to at least keep them going. Then we'll unrestrict you again. We'll just keep this party going. Now, I could put down another one of these for, like, berries or whatever. I don't think we're going to. Because that's going to probably cut into our grow space, realistically. Oh, wait, isn't one of them that gives medicine? That might actually be the better play. Put one here that does medicine instead of this one. Ah, yeah, the first wood. That should be enough to keep things going in here. We'll let the wood build up a little bit, and then we'll turn on the torches again. Because you actually get a pretty respectable amount of wood out of when you get 2 of the Dryads up. Yeah, so you're still set to cook. Because that'll extend the shelf life. We could probably tell them to turn... Oh yeah, they've already got that torch set to turn back on. Because that'll speed them up with the light there. Okay, so for right now, let's go and put you back on restriction, so you hunt mostly over here. I fully expect I'm going to have to kill this guy. I'd probably need to do it sooner rather than later. I'm just trying to get other things stabilized before I put any time into it. Because the other concern is they will eventually hunt Conrite otherwise, and I just don't want to deal with it. Alright, grab everyone. Also, let's move you over here. Grab everyone, drop them here. There we go. It's handled. Okay, because otherwise they were going to keep tearing up my plants again and again and again, and I really need those plants to not get torn up. Okay, so let Donkey Duck get back over there to start pruning the tree again. Keep the wood coming in. Let's go take that whole area off Area 1. You like this map? It's a fun map. It's a style of map I've never gotten a colony very far in. I've always struggled at the beginning part because food is such a challenge here. But, you know, It's going well. Can I get a shout out for Sherry Kind, by the way, if I have one of my mods here? Another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. Definitely a good time over there. We've raided over there a good couple times and all that good stuff, and vice versa. Definitely someone worth checking out. So highly, highly, highly recommend. Yeah, you got RimWorld on your schedule. Alright, so food is dodgy, but that's okay. We're getting some wood in here, so we're actually getting some real cooking done. Conrite should be aging up pretty soon. And once Conrite ages up, they will be able to start an all-pacifist run. Ah, so are you leaning on traps or mechs or animals? Or all the above, I guess. Traps? Gotcha. That would be certainly a challenge. I think the ones that would worry me the most is stuff like drop pod raids and infestation. Anything that just bypasses your outer wall. That'd be the one to be curious about. I feel like you'd need animals or mechs or some other mobile unit to deal with it. Because once again, like your storage room, they'll just terrorize your storage room and ignore you. You're gonna need traps everywhere? Yeah, you gotta also watch out for friendly fire on those traps too. If your people cut across the traps, it's just as bad. Do mechs even work if you're pacifist? I believe so. Imagine a map like this being the land portion on the Merpeople water map. Oh, like this whole area being land and all of that being water out there. Yeah, no, I'm curious. Let me know how that goes. I haven't done an all pacifist run. Because, like, imagine your straight-up raids, the traps will do fine. You can probably... Like, don't get me wrong, if you get a sizable, like, Neanderthal raid or something, they can tank a hit pretty good. Like, that would be the one for, like, a straight-up raid. Otherwise, it'd be stuff like the Breacher raid and that, making it tricky to draw them into your traps would be my next concern. But hey. Your wealth is low, so it's not been a problem? Yeah, and that's the thing. I've never taken an endgame, so I don't know. You started Naked Brutality? Gotcha. Yeah, this run is almost Naked Brutality, just we take 2 instead of 1. For the whole Adam and Eve thing. Basically, the land portion of a water map being just a gorge. Like here. Yeah, that's, I'm not sure with your... I can't remember what the Merfolk land maps looked like. I'm not sure if you messed with it. A fun tile set for your Merfolk one is if you get the landforms thing, Archipelago. It doesn't look that terrible until you think about where's your stone and metal. Then it gets really awful, and you're like, oh. Oh, no stone and metal. You did enable extremely low silver rim connect though. Not sure if you want to keep it. Gotcha. Yeah. I'll do Rim Connect once in a very long while as like just kind of a one-off. But I generally won't do Rim Connect very much. It just gets too frenetic. Like, don't get me wrong, if you knock it down so people get points slow enough and you disable a lot of ones. Oh yeah, and Atoll has no geothermal, no metal to start. Uh-huh. So a trade caravan shows up and it'll be like, I will buy all your steel. Oh, you're sure it's a lot? Yes, every bit of it. Every last inch of steel, I will buy it. Look, man, if I have to arrange an accident, I will arrange an accident to ensure I get that steel. Oh yeah, so actually, for those who don't know, this one I just showed you, you'll still get regular raids on here. Just like regular raids, because this is shallow water. The enemies literally will walk on the side of the map per normal. The only place they can't walk in is this deep water on the north side. But deep water, you can have mechs pop out of it. But yeah, as far as this, the raids can come from all of this area down here. Now, they're slowed because they just march in through the water, which can give you a pretty good area to abuse your defensive position at. But they will still just raid the normal thing. And I don't believe there's any tile set you can find that's fully surrounded by deep water. I imagine if you did that, the game would just keep rolling drop pod and the mechs that pop out of the water again. Yep, well, I am not allowed to accept anyone who is not one of my own colonists. So, you know, that's really sad that you're just gonna die here in the water, but... Oh, thank goodness. So Char's out of here. Which is good, because it didn't break. The downside of what that means, though, is that means I gotta start managing, harvesting my own stuff, and I just realized we are now low on food again, so do that. Donkey Duff losing their arm in that fight hurt us so badly. I'm also thinking I should have bound that to Vortis instead, because Conrite can't interact with it yet. So it was going to have to be Donkey Duff or Conrite. You love fighting impids in the water. It's so ineffective. Yeah, they spray and your character just like takes 2 steps and immediately goes back out and goes right back into fighting. It just takes so much time for you to maintain it. We do need that wood. The mer people might be overpowered. I didn't see what you did to set up the mer people. It's very easy to get overpowered in biotech. I'm assuming it's a biotech thing. Okay, so Doppelganger pretty soon should become a child versus an infant. You are getting really close to being your next age up as well. And I believe that'll be the first age up where it can actually get you to do more than hauling and cleaning around here. I don't think you get too much more, but any additional responsibilities you can take on, be them big, small, are all amazing. And you are aging up pretty well. It looks like you're going to have a growth moment of 7. I don't think you're going to make it to 8 in time. 7's not bad. If we can get 8, we can get 1 more passion, which would be really nice. But, I mean, maybe you can get there. If it's 3 a day, roughly, it would be like 3 days. It's on the fence whether or not they get there. I don't think they will, but it's not outside the possibility. Okay, so you're running out of animals big enough to go after. How much is your percent up to? Okay, so I'm gonna actually turn you back to growing. Because they're faster in water, better in rain. They can hide, dive in water temporarily as long as they don't attack. And they have a siren song to have a chance to charm enemies. They can call rain. It's a lot. Yep, that sounds like it might just be a bit overpowered. But I mean, the important thing, as long as you're having fun. And also, it does sound like that would be a very interesting colony to watch. Even if it's, like, it's sometimes fun to do the run where you use, like, biotech. It just juice some colonists up and be like, alright, they're melee only, but, like, you know, they're roided out melee pawns who can shrug off bullets and all that. And just do it for, like, a fun, overpowered, all that kind of thing. The Devourers are still scary? Yeah, because there's no... Once a Devourer gets you, it's just a DPS check at that time. That's part of the reason I like Anomaly, is those fights where it's like, okay, if you've got solid damage, Devourers are not that scary, because they jump on you and you just hammer them with damage and they're done, and maybe the person gets a little bit of an injury. But if you're a lot more about crowd control and not really high damage kind of thing, Devourers are utterly terrifying. And as someone gets caught on land, they're slow. Yeah. Inspired surgery, that's really a shame we don't have a prosthetic arm or something for Donkey Duff, because this would be the time to do something. But I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do for that right arm right now. I mean, I don't have medicine, so there's really nothing I can do. I do think we set up the other Dryad down here and have the other Dryad produce medicine. For the time being. You don't know much about RimWorld, so you saw a big map with a greenery in the middle of the base? How does this map work? So when you do your maps, like, you have a whole bunch of different tile sets. Let me find where my base is. How far did it move us? Looking for the blue triangle. I was showing off the... It's fine, whatever. I'm not that worried about it. But yeah, so when you look at these ones, so you got like different maps. So you got like the little opening with water here and it's surrounded by rock. Most of your vanilla maps will be like this, where it's just open and little chunks of rock here. Or it'll be something like that, where it's a bunch of mountain around the corners. You get the idea. It'll be stuff like that. It's like a little bit of rock, a little bit less rock, not a lot of rock. Maybe that's a modded thing. Maybe a shoreline. But yeah, so this one, it's a special one that there's just a river going through here. But I mean, the game plays the same no matter what type of tile you're on, it's just your balance changes. Like, this one will be a very, very defensible map. I shouldn't have to worry about raids nearly as much. I can kind of control where the fight's gonna happen. But, like, just, our food has been struggle start to finish. And I don't anticipate that changing at any point. Oh, hello, literally everything we can eat. But yeah, so it is just one of those things. So around the water, there's mountain. Yeah, so there's a little bit of water here, a little teeny tiny bits of dirt, and then it's mountain. It's a buffet on legs. Yup. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to drop you back down to Area 1. Because we do have 14 meals on standby, so we really don't want to go hunting too much more right this second. Because it'll just rot before we get a chance to eat it. And that'll free people up for other stuff. And you're going to die soon, this person who dropped in here. Because per our rules, we can't have more people join. And if I accept them, they join. We're basically waiting for Conroy to age up here in any time now. Because if they age up, they will get more things they can do. And they'll be able to help around here more. And we'll also get to choose, I think, 2 or 3 passions and a trait. I'll get to choose 2 passions out of 4 options, and a trait out of 4. If we do manage to hit tier 8, which is a bit of a long shot, I'm expecting them to age up any second now. But if we do manage to age them up with 1 more, I think 8's the cap. Which I also don't think we'll hit that because I didn't have them fully set in recreation and all that. Yeah, so 3 passions, like that would be the dream. 3 passions and a trait out of 6 options. The odds of not getting something amazing is pretty low. But we'll see, because they've got basically just over a day till they hit 8, and I'm expecting any second to get the prompt that they aged up. And then same with Doppelganger, they'll probably become a toddler here just about any second. I expect it to be within the next 2 days on both of them. Because I want to say the toddler, or the infant stays an infant, I believe for, it's like 2 seasons, 3 seasons? You like Industrious? Oh yeah, no, there's a bunch of them that I like. You know, Tough is amazing, always. Industrious is amazing, always. I actually like Very Neurotic. I know a lot of people don't, but Very Neurotic is one of my favorite. You get Very Neurotic and Industrious together, and they just walk up and, like, things appear on the table. They're just assembling them so fast. You're like, heck yeah, man. Whatever I gotta do to manage this. It is amazing. You get that with something like Jogger on top of that, and you'll be like, what do? You craft. That's what you do. You sit back and you craft. and you just watch all your resources for crafting just disappear as they get their job done so fast. You're like, yes. Like, the amazing S-tier pawns are like, your tough, nimble brawler is an S-tier pawn. You're like, yeah, this dude, give him a melee weapon and get out of the way. It's like they're just gonna roll through whatever they run into. You know, very neurotic, industrious jogger is another solid one. Tough, nimble, bloodlust. My only reservation on bloodlust is it leads to more social fights. That is the only pawn. That's my only holdup with bloodlust, is the increased social fighting. It actually hasn't been that bad in my colonies for a long time, but man, the number of runs I lost to social fights, because, you know, you'd have 2 or 3 pawns have a negative trait that they pick fights with each other. And just every fight you go into, 3 or 4 of your pawns are all still bandaged up from like 2 or 3 social fights. Or the number of pawns I had straight up die because, you know, our melee pawns started getting more and more and more juiced and then just killed someone else in a social fight. That's actually the, Sanguiphages can be really terrifying because they have a high tendency to get into social fights. And then, you know, they get into a social fight and they just cleave someone's head off in one hit. And you're like, well, cool, man. I'm glad I have this incredibly powerful vampire running around who just straight up murdered my next best pawn. I'm having to bounce between stuff to keep this dryad up and running. That's gonna be a struggle for us until, one, we get more kids up. Like actually able to perform tasks, so not toddler age, but like actual child age. And that'll like alleviate a lot of this. And then 2 is I gotta get Donkey Duff a new arm. Just want the anomaly monolith that gets tentacles and all that, just drop here and be like, use it, heal your arm. Alright, growth moment on Conrite. Did we get to 8? No. Sorry? Oh, no, we did. We did get to 8. Alright, so with this colony, we gotta consider. So Slowpoke is bad. Slow Learner and Delicate are bad. So ignore all those. We got Bloodlust, Neurotic, and Undergrounder. Undergrounder is not bad with the type of colony we're doing. I'd rather have Neurotic. Very Neurotic is better. You have Bloodlust, and Bloodlust does give a mood buff for hurting people. It's more beneficial if you start with a pawn with Bloodlust, because usually they'll have increase into their other like combat stats, where we don't get that here. So Neurotic basically makes it so it's easier to have mood breaks, but you work 20% faster, which is pretty good. We didn't get very great choices on this one. I'm gonna get the Undergrounder, probably. That's not usually one I would go for, but it's useful here. You're gonna do plants, you're gonna do medical, and you're gonna do social. Because we're hurting on social, medical is always amazing, and we desperately need someone to do plants. So we're gonna go take that. And now I can go down here and say, alright, you can firefight now, and you do plants. And now what this lets me do is take you down a priority here and down a priority there. And Conrad can now handle the plants. They'll only do it part-time, but that's still more than poor Donkey Duff trying to split their attention 10 different ways. So we're actually harvesting potatoes. And that's one less responsibility that Donkey Duff needs to focus on. And I'll also allow them to hunt if an animal wanders into this area. So that way they start getting some shooting skill. And Vortis is just doing what they can. I will need to get research happening here soon. It's been utterly stalled. We got like one thing out of research from the actual bench and then 2 others out of books. Sorry, 3 others out of books. We should not be that far back. But we are dealing with what's effectively a naked brutality, but instead we start with 2 pawns, and even that normally doesn't sound that bad. But because I can't accept any kind of joining pawns, it does make even more of a burden to deal with. And then on top of that, usually when you're dealing with naked brutality and that, and you're doing like Ice Sheet or something where you're turning to cannibalism and yada yada, which does alleviate a lot of the strain on your food. We're not doing that. We did end up eating 2 people. But don't worry about it. I literally had nothing else on the entire tile I could eat, so I didn't want to start a fresh run. But yeah, so with all that though, it was just like, okay, well what we're gonna go ahead and do here is just make that all go. So it has weird challenges it had. I'm not gonna say it's harder than Naked Brutality because they're just differently hard. But I've done the Ice Sheet. The Ice Sheet's definitely annoying because you have to do the thing where you like box in a geyser real fast so that you can run to the geyser and warm up real quick and then run out, kill one animal, run back in there, warm up again. And then a whole lot of time usually sitting at a research bench because you literally can't do anything else. You just gotta wait for animals to show up. There's no materials to construct with, so you just gotta grind research till you get stuff to stabilize yourself. Kill just about anything that goes through your tile. Yes, I'm hoping you can get that fully charged so you can work on other things during the day. When Doppelganger becomes... Actually, do we have baby food now? Yeah, okay, so you... never. Because there's baby food now, so I don't need Donkey Duff to feed them. That should free up Donkey Duff's schedule now. And that's because we got that rice earlier. I totally forgot about that. So that should mean Donkey Duff should be able to catch up to this and then go back to cooking normally, which should give us sustainable wood. Meanwhile, you plant another tree down there. And I don't believe Conroy can be linked to it yet. Try that again. I don't believe Conroy can be linked to it. I think you have to be an adult. I don't remember what the rules are. It's been a while since I've done a Dryad run. I'm not really planning to do a Dryad run, quote-unquote, here. But I do feel like if I can get a pair of Dryads up... What? Why do you keep not doing it? Oh, I see what's happening. Never mind. Alright, just delete that zone. So he's planting it, and then he's immediately digging it back up. Because... it's in a grow zone. Oh yeah, no, the wood dryad's gonna be huge. Why are you... Why... I don't understand. You're not a grow zone anymore. Okay. It can go to... Oh wait, what's it say? Only adults. That's fine. So right now I'm going to leave it alone. I could set it to Vortis here. I'm a little worried about doing that because of the amount of time it's going to take. We'll see. Because if I set it to Vortis, the things I could set it for is, one, I could set it to be the berries. The berries would be a nice short-term help, but long term, probably not worth that much. The other thing I could set it for is medicine. Medicine would be a long-term benefit, but it kind of sucks the amount of effort you're putting in for it's effectively tribal medicine. I mean, it is tribal medicine. But at the same time, if I don't have the room to grow it, having some medicine's better than no medicine. The other good news is we are still grinding skill here. Oh, are you? Okay, you are set to plant it. That's fine. Yeah, and you keep getting over here and getting to work and literally having to stop because you're starving to death. Because it's how slow you're working right now with that arm missing. Fine. Vortis, get to the tree. We're slowly becoming a dryad run. Alright, so I can do the medicine dryad, which gives 4 medicine every 2 days. It's not terrible. The berry one, which gives 40 berries every 2 days. That's not that much food, but during the winters there, I don't care about the claw. Like, the carrier's helpful, sure, but I don't care. Like, I'm gonna have tons of kids to do that. These two are for fighting stuff. I don't care about that one. So it's between these ones, really. I feel like the medicine is probably the more correct choice. I'm going to go with that for right now. Alright, so this unfortunately means you're going to need to go in here. You've already got plant cut set to 2. More than likely I'll have to put that as a higher rate than the construction or it just won't get done. But we'll worry about popping in there and manually doing it. But that gives us a source for medicine, and that gives us a source for wood. And then the food will be split between hunting and what little farming we can get done for right now. I wonder how many dryads you would need, like, what the dryad to colonist ratio would be if you were to do berries to keep everyone fed. I imagine it's probably pretty grim. Because 40 food for 2 days sounds like a lot, but it's... I imagine a pawn could... Like, that's probably enough to sustain a single pawn and just a hair over, maybe. Alright. Okay, so we got our second Woodmaker Dryad starting to go. Because the other downside here is the more time they're spending doing this, the less they can work on anything else. But that's okay, because Doppelganger pretty soon is gonna be up and ready. You're gonna end up being ready to have another kid very soon, which will then again slow down your ability to contribute to the colony so far as things other than childcare, which is fair. Childcare is a very involved process. But I need them to age up so we can get more done around here. And I'm trying to avoid the temptation to start cutting down here and making bedrooms and other stuff because I want to do that. It'll help with our mood and all that. But for the time being, it's just not happening. How are we doing on these meals? Alright, so they're still going plenty long. Alright. Yeah, so you're maintaining over 90, that's good. Yeah, luck so far has blessed us. A malaria could end the run like this right now. Oh yeah. That's, honestly, we haven't been hit by that many diseases. Granted, it's temperate forest, so it's not that bad for diseases. Yeah, no, actually, we've gotten pretty lucky with the diseases. Because we're dealing with, like, we had some medicine. I used it earlier on an infection just to try and play it safe. You are struggling so hard to keep that dryad up. We are getting the stuff in, though, so that's fine. It is the curiosity if this weirdly became a Dryad run, because there's no room for them. I mean, I could genuinely see if we did lean in on that. Like, you'd have this be like this tunnel of Dryads. You could probably get maybe 8 in here. Probably not, probably 6. But we could get a bunch of Dryads in there and just have people maintaining them. I don't want to necessarily go that route. That'd be a weird colony. Like, the whole thing is dwarfs. Like, you know, underground diggy hole, but then they prune trees for their existence. More than likely, what'll probably end up happening is we will get everything switched over to nutrient fungus and all that when we get to the point of tunnel or whatever. And then these, like I said, will be like wood and medicine. And then honestly it'll be a thing that we stop ending up working in that. Did you actually get, oh, you actually may have gotten that. No, you didn't quite get to 50%. That's fine. All right. So that corpse, like, all the corpses out here are just rotting in the water. It's fine. It'll be so nice when we get someone here able to craft. Can you? Oh, you can craft at a low priority. Okay. It's unlikely you'll ever get to do it, but it is good to know that is an option. And Boris is about to finish smoothing this all out. Which, once they do that, I'm going to let them just work on other things for a while. How are your Dryads doing? They're still... As long as they're staying, like, over 15% or so, I'm content for that. Because at least that means we still get a Dryad. Because once I get medicine rolling in, I'm going to feel a lot safer. I'm going to start holding that door open to start attracting stuff in here. The Exodus Empire. Well, I don't have any food handy. So, unfortunately, you definitely died on landing. You're going to be unrestricted for a little bit, Vortis. We don't have hardly any raw food left. I got enough for maybe one more set of meals. So I need you to hunt and bring in more meat for a little while. A digger on the run. Not allowed to let colonists join that aren't born here. Okay, we're also starting to get to the point. Torches. You may refuel all the torches. May the lights come back on. And then the fire will turn that on when it starts to get cold. Because that's a little bit more greedy on the wood. I'm a little worried we're going to get out here and have to worry about hypothermia. Oh yeah, stop hunting those. Really surprised all the larger animals are still bunched up right there, and none of them have tried to get down here to eat the rest. Okay. And Doppelganger has become a child, so you're going to remain a tribesman. Go get your weapon real fast. Schedule. Your full schedule is recreation. You are restricted to the starting zone. And you will do literally anything you can around here because, look, man. Gonna be real. There's not a whole lot you can do as a child. Toddler child. So you're gonna clean and all that, but that's good news. And so with that, we are ready for another kid to start happening. That's going to just take a little while. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Okay, so we're starting to genuinely get that one up. I'm going to need to go to Vortis because unfortunately I'm going to have to bump up your plant cut priority. That is going to be a reoccurring pain point, I think. I'm still waiting for a caravan to roll through that we can potentially get a prosthetic arm. Bionic would be really good. I don't think I can make an Archotech happen. I don't think I got enough stuff to sell. Maybe, honestly, with all the leather, maybe. But that's dodgy versus a Bionic would definitely happen. The chances of us installing it aren't great with our... Sorry, not 5, because it'd be the other one. 3 medical? No, it would be 5. With our 5 medical, it's pretty dodgy odds, but I'd rather take those odds than deal with 50% production rate. Alright. It's almost beginning to look like something resembling a colony. It'd also be good that Conrad's not very fast at planting right now because they have planting of 3, but they believe they learn faster as kids. I think that's a thing. But yes, as you can see, they're just blasting through learning. So they'll get there. And pretty soon, once they hit like 5 or 6, they'll be able to mostly just handle that on their own. Alright, and I need to deprioritize that, so you go hunting. Alright. I think Doppelganger... Oh, it's because your learning is so low. Right, so you were just blasting through learning through that book. So spent the whole day reading, which is totally reasonable. Doppelganger's like, no time for sleep. Must read. I woke up this morning, I started reading. I must have stopped to snack at some point, but I'm gonna read how to tree sow all the way from the beginning to the end. And multiple times over and take me from whatever learning starts, I'm thinking 50%, all the way up to 100%. Just chilling in the dark reading a book. And in real life, Donkey Duck just walked in there, you know, caught Doppelganger with her flashlight looking at their book, you know, hiding under the covers and being like, go to bed. Do you know what time it is? No, we don't have electricity. And I'm in a cave, so I can't look at the sun or the moon. I have no idea what time it is, Mother Dearest. Is that some mod that shows? No, Learning Progress, that's, biotech. They added, it's not a mod, it's one of the DLC that added children. And with children, you know, learning as well. Traveler needs aid. They would like 65 silver. That ship part almost hit us. And well, children's gonna give away our money. Go get your food and stop starving. Alright. Yeah, so once that max out, they will stop just spending all our time recreation. Okay, so bringing animals back that we're hunting. We have a raid happening. They're attacking immediately. Reba is right there. They're tough and kind. You are a solid melee pawn, and you are a tough pacifist. I'm sorry, Reba. You are about to get absolutely murdered. Okay, never mind. You just... The fight went down, and Reba was like, no, thank you. So you all get back. So you're on your way, and you are a terrible shot. And the moment the infant turns around and starts shooting back, the children are gonna run. We're gonna let them get a hit or two. Do people die of old age? Yes. And actually, RimWorld is like absolutely ruthless with how it treats age. Genuinely in RimWorld, it's like 65, you got a bad back, your heart's failing, existence is pain. Alright, so you're just gonna fight them. Alright, so you two just stay out of it. Trying to bait you in here. You gonna come in or you gonna go out farther? Of course, where I have a lot of advantages here on stats, they would get the first hit. And it's a solid leg hit, so tend to that real fast. So just going after my Dryad like a jerk. I wish I could tell the Dryad, be like, defend yourself. There's a good chance that Dryad would win that fight by itself. Come on. What happens in this challenge if you don't get a second pair to reproduce? We don't get a second pair to reproduce? I mean, this is not a thing. We keep the first pair to reproduce, and they just keep having kids. That's kind of the whole gimmick. There we go. Solid hit. And done. Thank you, finally. I was getting kind of annoyed at the whole cat and mouse thing because he's busy chasing the Dryad around. How's the Dryad doing? You've got like one little bruise there, you'll probably heal up on your own. Yeah, one big family, happy family. Hey, Treacle. How's it going? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way, if I got one of my mods here? Yeah, so hopefully Fortis doesn't get an infection, because they did take a hit. It wasn't, I mean, that's actually a pretty bad hit. It is what it is. And you're gonna be checked out for a thing. Let me go ahead and get this. So shout out for Treacle. For those who don't know, Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does RimWorld among other things as well. So if you're looking for that, you can find that there. Welcome, it's good to have you. You're thinking Adam and Eve dies, one pair of the children is going to take their place? Oh yeah, so to be clear, if Adam or Eve dies, I am allowed to get one person to bring them in, like bring them in to make it viable, because otherwise the moment one of them dies, the run stalls. But only under the circumstances that one of these two can no longer have kids would someone new be introduced to the colony, and just one person to replace them. And the last time I did this challenge, that never became a problem. Because as we end up having a lot of our kids growing up, I'll start having, you know, the quote-unquote Adam and Eve will kind of hang back and out of the worst of the fighting as a, like, self-preservation thing. Ooh, do I want to bully the Timberwolf? Nah, it's fine. There's enough animals up there for them that as long as they don't let the children run around, I shouldn't have to worry about it. You're already healed up. I did not expect that to go that fast, because you had, like, 8 damage on you. And they're all baseliners, so it's not like I've got things that are boosting healing or anything like that. And we don't even have herbal medicine, so our taking care of them was our person going up and being like, just kind of patting them, giving them a massage and being like, there, your stab wound is better. And they're like, yes, your mild massage has fixed my stab wounds. Thank you. I appreciate your mild massage. Alright, so gotta get this going so I can keep the... Because I want to get the medicine dryads going in, because that'll solve our medicine. Conright's helping with the food, which we're getting pretty close to the end of the season for growing, which is a bit alarming. We don't have a whole lot of food, and once the cold sets in, the animals start to ditch because there's nothing for them to eat. And we've got more mouths to feed than we did last time. Gotta pack that dirt in that wound. Yep. Definitely don't get any type of blood infection or anything from that. Certainly not a concern. Yeah, you keep getting pretty close to maxing that out where we'd want it. That's fine. Alright. And little by little we're getting these stabilized and all that. Getting our dryads in here. Cool, and the woodcutting dryad, I figured it would recover from that. It was just bleeding. So at this point, we are going to be getting a lot of wood. So I could actually go and build a lot of things out of wood, and it wouldn't be the worst. I don't want to. More than likely what's going to happen is I'm going to get a bunch of wood here, and eventually we'll flip that over to a different type of dryad. I could also use a wood generator. If we hit electricity and have nothing else, that's probably enough to run a wood generator. It'd be a horrible way to run a base to have like a little wood burning base inside your cave that you fuel using dryads. I've certainly done worse. You're still injured? I figured you'd be over this by now. Yeah, so we got a lot of these animals up here. So you can see all them scattering the moment a single unit of grass appears. Yes, you're unrestricted. Right, but you're still trying to keep your dryad under control. That's what's going on. So we'll deprioritize the dryad again. Because I need you to hunt some more. Conrad's actually making good progress at getting this planted finally. They're probably up to what, like 4? Yeah, 4 planting. So that's good. They'll get there. But every little bit means they'll just go faster and faster. I'm surprised Doppelganger hasn't... Oh, you were literally refueling right now. Cool. I was gonna say, they should start getting all these there, and that should mitigate some of it so we don't just end up with an overabundance of stuff. A gazelle has self-tamed. I do love when food comes to me. Did you do that thing where you fired 1 arrow after running up there? Because it sure felt like you did that thing. That's the big problem running into, is he goes up here to hunt, runs up there, fires 1 arrow, doesn't even hit the thing, and then walks the whole way back. And it's just time. But I do need that food to keep coming. Alright, so we have the Jubilee. Is that the, It is the Sky Lanterns. Alright, so bring that back. And And once you've cooked it, we'll do some sky lanterns. I got plenty of wood for it. That'll give us some of our ideology points so we can go towards getting Tumbler unlocked. It's a use for our wood. It'll boost our moods. I also to get some meals cooked first because otherwise everyone's going to get salty about it. And I did check none of our stuff gives us a person automatically. And okay. We're going to celebrate our first kids getting to be toddlers and all that. You know, 2 of many. We're just basically missed it. It's fine. Unforgettable. We got 4 points towards our ideology. That's real solid. It only cost us like 30 wood or something like that. Not even. Alright. Are you still hurt? I'm honestly thinking about just killing that timber wolf real fast. Because it's all messed up. I've been hoping to leave the timber wolf and the bear. The bear usually will win in that kind of a fight. But if you have them both up, usually when the bear wins, it's pretty gnarled up. And that can be a pretty solid way to get yourself some, get rid of 2 dangerous animals at the same time by letting them sort each other out. Because the bear will eventually hunt the timber wolf if it can't find something better. Alright, we got a mad rat. You all suck. Just everyone firing shot after shot, and just not one person landing it. The kids missing is fair. They're kids, they're learning. But at 12 shooting and 13 shooting, come on, man. Get a hit in there. Alright, and you'll patch him up. Said patch him up. Okay. We have actual medicine. They look so classy with their fedoras. They're actually bowler hats, but you know, yeah, bowler hats are pretty classy. I usually go for the bowler hats. It's not a strategic thing. It's just you usually see a lot of people with the cowboy hats. And I'm just, you know, want to do something different. I've also done the, oh, what is it? Not tourniquet. That's what you put when you hurt your arm or whatever. I forget. It's just the knitted hat you wear. I'm blank. We could just look at its name. What? I don't even know how you pronounce that. Yeah, so we got the bowler hats. Actually, I don't even think they have fedoras by default. Oh no, they have fedoras. Yeah, I don't remember how you pronounce it. But yeah, like the beanies. That's what I'd call it. I'd call it a beanie. But yeah, like that kind of thing. But I think they have fedoras. I think those are under like the better apparel, like the royalty apparel. Because they also have berets, and those are under there as well. Toque. WK's combination I also don't see. Top hats? Yeah, top hats I believe are also under the royalty apparel. So this Muffalo has separated out from the others. So this muffalo is like begging to be put on the menu. Because that makes it easy. We'll have you two in front. Alright, instantly Manhunter. We did hit in the leg. One or two more good hits and that'll be it. And I just shifted over, that way they both wouldn't get potentially hurt. Okay, just a bruise. Alright, because it's also going to eat a lot of my food. So it gets to be their food. It's also another opportunity for the kids to get a couple points into shooting. Let's see, you have an experience of a Canadian girl screaming at me. It's not a beanie. It's a toque. I don't know the difference. I'm sure someone out there who is like a hat aficionado is like, what do you mean you don't know the difference? How could you not know the difference? It's so obvious. I can't even talk to you right now. I'm so mad. I mean, if they're Canadian, though, they would apologize for being that mad. They'd still be that mad, but they'd apologize for it. I'm joking. There isn't one. It's just what Canadians call a beanie. Yeah, no, that's I figures. It's just the same name for different, or sorry, different names for the same thing. That happens a lot. I had a buddy in late high school. In late high school, early college. And that he absolutely had the behavior of apologizing for stuff. So like someone would say something pretty rough, and he'd be like, "I don't think that's all right. I'm sorry if I'm sorry if I sound short or whatever." And it's like, don't apologize. Like that person insulted you. Why are you apologizing to them? Like, don't apologize for that. Where was the quest? Where did you go? Oh, Psychic Suppressor. Oh, that's bringing a colonist. The game is trying really hard because it recognizes I don't have enough colonists for its taste. So it is going to try to force colonists on me a lot until our population gets up, and then eventually they'll stop meaningfully offering those. Like none of the other typical Canadian stereotypes you hear match that guy, but he did apologize for everything. Like it would definitely be a thing. You would insult him, and he would find a way to apologize about it. And I'm like, don't apologize for that. Come on, man. I just realized this whole time, poor doppelganger is sleeping on the floor. Like not even in anything. I do want to get them onto actual beds. I'm leaning towards not doing the, we'll make it a plain leather. I'm leaning towards just not letting them be wood. And just waiting for stone. They get a bit of a comfort bonus for if it's wood versus stone, if I remember correctly. But having it so none of your furniture is flammable is very desirable, or as little as possible. And since I'm going to be up to my eyeballs in stone chunks with no idea what the heck to do with it all, we're going to want to use the stone for as much. But yeah, no, I haven't talked to him in forever. The last time I talked to him, it was actually one of my other buddies was getting married. So he went to the bachelor party and all that. I haven't talked to him since then, and that's been 7-8 years now. Yep. Let's see, rest effectiveness is worse on stone, but generally stone beds are similar to wood, if 2 quality higher. Yeah, I don't think it's that big a deal to have like a slightly reduced rest effectiveness. I'm sure someone min-maxing would get really upset about it, but eh. For me, I'm going, okay, with this being an enclosed base where if a fire kicks off in a cave base, it's a big deal. It's real bad when you have a fire get out of control inside a cave or mountain base. Because there's nowhere for that heat to go, and it just makes the room so you start getting, you slam the door closed, you walk away and let it burn itself out, because getting anywhere near it is how you die. So it's definitely one of those ones to lean in to be like, you know what? It's all stone. That one thing over there that I have to make out of steel, that can burn. And usually in most of my bases like this, I'll also put a fire foam popper in like the storage room and my production room. The rooms that are full of stuff that there's really no making it not flammable. And just going with that. So I got plenty of meals right now, which is why I'm just letting them just sit here and prune to try and get these up. But wood, we're doing really good. We're starting to get all that stuff set up. My plan is... Oh, it's actually cold enough outside, so you start this fire up. So that the indoors don't get too cold. Oh, right, because it's cold snap. That's right. I'm actually surprised all these haven't died of cold yet. They're going to. Jade beds are the dream. Not flammable and same effectiveness as wood. Interesting. I would have not guessed that. To be fair, the counter there is jade furniture is ungodly high wealth. I remember making jade reliquaries and a jade, I think it was a jade grand throne and a jade lectern in my in a throne room one time in a run, just because we were getting so many impid raids and they were just dropping jade like no one's business. And I'm like, all right, well, I feel good in this run. Let's just blow up wealth. I think that colony did eventually die. Oh, right, and I also built a gold door to it, which is just hands down terrible. There is no reason to build a gold door. Its durability sucks. It's a lot of wealth. I think it opens at the normal rate. I don't remember that one. But yeah, I remember doing a throne room like that just because I could. I see you, Muffalo. You have, you had fallen prey to my, my trap here. Maybe have the kids duck behind you real fast. As they get desperate for food, they will feed themselves to us. So you could stay inside here. You can... No, we don't want to deprioritize that yet. Don't make me assign one of those as being medical just so I can force you to actually rest. Oh my god, please. Just go to bed. Fine. It's a medical bed now. Go to sleep so I can patch up your wound before you get an infection. All right, grab the group again. This time you're gonna stand in front. And now you. Okay, it's like, please don't run past to get to the back line. Oh, wait, we got more coming in. There's gonna be no shortage of Muffalo today. As every single animal desperate for food is running into our base, where we deliberately left the door open. I'm actually surprised we're not getting more of them triggering Manhunter. The downside is poor Doppel's gonna have quite the mess to clean. Oh, you're not done yet? You want more? That's fine. You're just gonna stand there and take it? Oh, don't run to the kids. Okay. And just like that, there's no shortage of food out here. But that was a deliberate reason why I left those doors open, was as the animals got to the point of starving, they would beeline in there to eat that food. And when they do... Oh, you're still set to hunt. That's not okay. That is my fault. Conrad, please run. You, start shooting. Okay, we're good. Alright. And that's what, 4 or 5 Muffalo we got there? The downside is they're not going to last that long. It's cold and... I mean, it's still not enough for me frozen outside. The cold snap did end. But we might get lucky, and by, like, in the next day... That's my fault again. You're not medical anymore. You belong to Conrad. Please sleep in an actual bed and not out where you're going to possibly get mauled by a bear. Or a cougar, or whatever decides to maul you. I mean, you're saying meat's back on the menu, boys. It's like, yeah, no, we've been mostly eating meat here, because with as little grow spaces we have and all the animals rushing in to eat it, we have just been eating the animals, eating our crops. Because that's where we're at. And another kid is on the way. So we're probably gonna need to close this door for temperature reasons. Actually, you know what? Maybe we can close this door. So let's leave this door open. That door closes. And probably move the fire in here. So deconstruct that fire and don't refuel it, and leave that fire in there. To warm this space up. And the wood's going fine. I've got plenty of food right now, so I have no need to have you go out of your way to hunt. So just keep trying to get these dryads moving. I still don't know where that medicine must have dropped off one of the people attacking us. Alright, got anything good? You can have a worn out shirt. You can have the tox grenades. I don't need them. I've already finished my tree sewing book. Do you have anything in... There's 3 medicine, I'll take that. The packaged survival meals wouldn't be a bad idea. I think I'll keep the money though. But the good news there is, actually... You take him just so we get even. Alright, so we got some goodies. So haul that medicine in. And haul that food in. So for right now, we're going to go to assignments, food policy, lavish, meals, and we're going to disallow packaged meals for the moment. So that way we don't eat them before the other meals. So that the meals that are going to rot faster get priority. With it all said, chat, it is getting to be about that point, unfortunately. So we are going to go find some to raid. If you're watching over on YouTube, it is a thing that you know, I don't have a host set up over there, so it is going to be one of those things that we're going to go ahead and just, that stream's going to end. So don't forget to subscribe and like over on YouTube. But I thank you again for tuning in. I'll catch you later. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what we're going to go ahead and do is put up the ending stream screen and see who we can find.